color black without walking on eggshells.
You're tuned into Tomfoolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Aight then. Aight then. Shit. Psh. Aight then. Shit. Puh. What a cuh. What a twin. What up, fools? Today is 9/16/2025. It is 10:15 p.m. Eastern Time. How's everybody doing? How was your day? Hope you all had a wonderful day. Stop pausing the video. Shut the fuck up. Bad, not gonna lie. Did you just find out Charlie Kirk died? Wait, did he? No. He just got banned from Twitch. He got banned from Twitch because He did not mourn the Supreme Leader's favorite YouTuber in the right way, so he got banned. Thank you, Zach. Thank you, thank you. I posted on Twitter earlier. I said, let me guess. JSTLK is now against murder and terrorism just to be on the opposite side of destiny. Pfft. Wow. Just, this guy's so unhinged. I bet he would even be against murder and terrorism. Just to go against destiny. Pfft. Motherfucker. So unhinged. Mantis posted, she said Destiny successfully trolled thousands of haters today. I don't know if you guys saw this, but like all of these people are freaking out. I told you guys yesterday that everybody's like posting all over the place that they got fired from their jobs, and it's like this huge meme now. Destiny posted on Twitter this morning. He said, "Unreal. Elon Musk and other conservatives just got me banned from Twitch. My entire income is gone now. So much for the party of free speech." And posted the screenshot of his ban that says for hateful conduct. And all of these people were said RIP. You can click on his channel. It says nothing is there. And I wonder if he can still tag his channel. Am I able to still tag mine? Huh. Oh, I guess not. Here's fucking older millennial freaking out about it.
So this fucking retard just committed the biggest self-own I've seen in a very long time. So he made a post on X talking about how he got banned from Twitch for what he said about Charlie Kirk. He's been banned since March of 2022. This is a cry for attention, and like I said, one of the biggest self-owns I've ever seen. Because in response to this claim from this fucktard, millions of people were like, yeah, it's good that he got banned. Or they were like, oh, that's so sad that he got banned. But regardless, they believed he had just got banned, which means that for 3 years, nobody gave a fuck about anything he had to say.
That's... Holy shit! He's so fucking stupid. Everybody knows that Destiny has been around this entire time. They all know he's been around the entire fucking time. He's acting like Destiny's just been gone for 3 years and nobody even noticed. Nobody had any idea that Destiny's been gone for 3 years. They just didn't even notice. He's been one of the biggest streamers on YouTube the entire freaking time. He was one of the biggest streamers on Kick the entire freaking time. And the fact that he just got banned from one platform, so, oh, nobody even noticed. You are so fucking stupid, dude. Holy shit, this guy is dumb.
Because if you are able to be kicked off of the largest streaming platform in the world, and you are gone from that platform for 3 years, and nobody noticed, you might be a bitch named Destiny.
Well, actually, you might be a conservative because you guys don't have very good long-term memory. When you guys all freak out that Donald Trump, everybody called him a fascist and crap, and then we all play tons of clips of Donald Trump calling Kamala Harris a fascist and calling the left fascist. The fact that like they use all of these things to get at the left, and they totally forget that Donald Trump said all of those same things. He just said it about the actual left. He like we're attacking one person, Donald Trump. Donald Trump attacks the entire left, the entire half of the fucking country. And you guys just totally forget every time because you guys don't have long-term memory. So nobody expected you guys to remember that Destiny was banned. That is the funny part. That's the funny part, is that all the conservatives, we know that you guys don't remember things. We know that you guys are not going to remember. So it's funny when he posts this because you guys are going to fall for it. Nobody else is going to fall for it. Everybody else knows that he's been banned. That's the joke. But this guy's too fucking stupid to know that he is literally continuing to play into the joke. It's just like when Gavin Newsom goes and trolls everybody and pretends to be just like Trump and tweets like Trump and talks like Trump, and they're all like, wow, he sounds like an idiot. Why would anybody ever talk like that? Yeah, exactly. Like, you guys are so fucking stupid. You don't even know when you're being trolled. So, which is just like the conservatives in my audience. When I pay somebody to come on here and pretend to argue with me, and I say that, you know, if I have somebody pretend to be a conservative and argue against Kyle Rittenhouse, they'll all sit in the chat and cheer him on the entire time, as long as they do it from a right-wing lens. So I paid somebody to come on here and debate me and use what Destiny said about Kyle Rittenhouse to then it was a lefty, had the lefty come on and pretend to argue against defending property, and all the conservatives in chat, all the whole fucking time, we're all like, yeah, you can't do that. That's political violence. I'm just kidding. But when did that happen? Yesterday. A guy came on yesterday to argue that Destiny has been promoting political violence because he defended Kyle Rittenhouse. Like, unironically, and all the conservatives in chat were blowing up the entire time. Like, yeah, Tom, you don't know what you're talking about. You guys are violent. This is insane, dude. This is fucking insane. He was literally arguing against the clip of Destiny, saying, like, you know, if people are going to go and burn down buildings at 10 p.m. at night, then at this point, they have my fucking blessing. He's like, he's so violent. He's arguing in favor of violence. In reality, it was just some dumb fuck conservative who's actually willing to argue against Destiny because he's so brain broken against the left. Like, even when we're defending fucking Kyle Rittenhouse, they'll still find a way to argue against it. Just learned this is old, and he's a miserable attention-seeking troll. See, that's what they're all doing now. Now, after they all fell for it, they all turned around and was like, oh, he's so attention-seeking. Fucking idiots, dude. So stupid. Yeah, this clip from Chew on Head also, she posted this earlier.
How about your parents? If they get their brains blown out at a rally, would you have the same attitude? They are democracy-hating insurrectionists, after all. One, you permaban for asking a stupid question, because the obvious answer, two, is, listen, they're adults. They make their own...
This is right after the guy got shot at the Trump rally. And Destiny was saying the guy who showed up to the Trump rally, he kind of deserves it because he went to a fucking Trump rally. And so these are people asking him, like, would you say the same if your own parents were shot at a Trump rally.
Fucking decisions. If you want to support an insurrectionist president, then whatever comes of that is that's your consequences. Again, it's not a fucking joke. My mom is an immigrant to the United States of America. She was 5 years old. Her parents worked really hard to get her here. She served for 20 years in the Air Force, along with my dad. They know exactly what they're doing. They should know
Because that Zeking, while I would end up doing that, I like I said, I like that he doesn't. I like that he doesn't because it just shows how fucking unhinged they are. Like, if he says that, then they'll all just be like, oh yeah. But the fact that they are willing to make a bigger deal out of him not condemning the violence than Donald Trump, that only happens if he refuses to condemn the violence. We only get that hypocrisy if he refuses to condemn the violence. Because like if he says like, yeah, I condemn the violence, but really like we need Donald Trump to be condemning the violence, they're all just going to be like, yes, everybody needs to condemn violence. Yes, all of us. They always do this like, oh, everybody should, of course. Like, and so instead this makes it like a very easy dichotomy. Like you're making a bigger deal out of Destiny than fucking Trump right now, acting like this fucking video game streamer needs to condemn violence when the president of the United States refuses to do it and is cheering it on, and all of the biggest right-wing figures are doing this. But you're looking at Destiny. Destiny with his 300,000 followers on Twitter versus 5 million from libs of TikTok, 120 million from Elon Musk, 10 million from Andrew Tate. Like, all of these massive people are all over the place demanding war, and they're focusing in on Destiny. It just shows how fucked their priorities are.
I'd say his dad must be proud, but I know he doesn't have one.
This was at the Texas State Charlie Kirk Memorial event hosted by local TPUSA chapter. Students imitate Charlie Kirk's death and mocks him, goes up to statue where TPUSA members are and imitates his death again and spits near them. Also uses a vape weed pen near the end of the video, which is against campus policy. Wow, that was an important detail added in there. Thank you for... Whoa. Texts between Robinson and his trans roommate are totally unbelievable, and it reads like it was contrived by an intel agency to close the case. No one, especially someone who got a 34 on his ACT, would be dumb enough to go to such lengths to cover up his assassination and then just openly admit to everything in great detail in writing on the internet. They think we're retarded. It is weird. That's what I said. It's really weird that this guy like did such a great job at getting away and like hiding everything, getting on the roof without anybody seeing him, having the fucking weapon stored before he got there, being able to dip off and like change clothes and everything, and then just disappear to where even his friends are looking at the picture of the guy and they're like, wow, that kind of looks like you. And he's like, yeah, someone's trying to set me up. I got a doppelganger apparently. And they're all like, yeah, it's crazy, dude. He does look like you. That's wild. And they just move on. And nobody thinks to call the fucking police. And then he just goes and admits to it with his family. Like, it's so weird. It is weird as hell. I'm not saying that like, I'm not saying that there's a cover up here or anything. I'm just saying that like he it seems as though he could have gotten away with it and he chose not to. So after reading the note, the roommate responded, "What? You're joking, right?" Robinson: "I'm still okay, my love, but am stuck in Orem for a little while longer, yet shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you." You weren't the one who did it, right? Okay, roommate says, "You weren't the one who did it, right?" Robinson: "I am. I'm sorry." Roommate: "I thought they caught the person." Robinson: "No, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering." Roommate: "Why? Why did I do it?" Yes. I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I'm able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully, they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. Roommate: "How long have you been planning this?" Robinson: "A bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there is still a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it." Robinson: I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. I don't know. I don't even know if it had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about prints I had to leave it in a bush where I changed my outfits, didn't have the ability or time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints. How the fuck will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. That's why. Okay, shit, that makes sense. That totally makes sense. Okay. Yeah. That makes it make so much sense. That like, yeah, he didn't want it to like trace back to his parents get arrested or get interrogated or anything like that. Remember how I was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge uwu on Fox News, I might have a stroke. Alright, I'm gonna have to leave it. That really fucking sucks. This is only like one of the two messages I thought. I thought that there were two messages, or two texts. You see how many people are fucking going off about even the Russian Times. And he's banned. Destiny blames Elon Musk for his Twitch ban, says his entire income is now gone. These people, dude.
I'd kill him if I could. I'd choke the fucking house to do it.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yup.
I'd kill him if I could. I'd choke the
fucking shit, dude. Damn. Yeah, so this is Pam Bondi right now. If you guys saw the thumbnail of the stream today.
There's free speech and then there's hate speech. And there is no place, especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie, in our society.
Do you see more law enforcement going after these groups who are using hate speech and putting cuffs on people, so we show them that some action is better than no action.
We will absolutely target you, go after you, if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything. And that's across the aisle. There's free speech, and then there's hate speech. And there is no place, especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie, in our society.
What the fuck, dude? What the actual fuck? These people became leftists overnight. Like, liberals have done a very good job at pushing all of these, like, crazy anti-free speech, pro-hate speech laws, pro-cancel culture, like, pushing all of these dumb fucks out of our movement and shutting them up and getting rid of them. And now the right picks up all the fucking shit that we just got rid of. It's insane, dude. It's fucking insane, bro. And for those of you who got here before the thumbnail even went up, because for some reason when I started stream it didn't register, but this is the thumbnail that we've got on there. You finally got 10 likes. How do you feel?
Aram Sound tipped $10. Tom has been banned off of all major streaming platforms. Please send him loot. Even this stream is fake news and crisis actors.
The people who call themselves like the most banned people in the world, I'm pretty sure I'm banned off more platforms than them. They're not allowed on YouTube, so fair enough. I'm allowed on YouTube. They're not, but people like Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes, I'm almost positive I'm banned off more platforms than them. So thank you, Aaron M. Sound, for the $10 dono. That reminds me. Yeah, Mantis tweeted out and said Destiny successfully trolled thousands of haters today. And the older millennial said he owned himself by showing the world that couldn't get that he could get banned for 3 years and no one would even miss him. Damn. Just trolled these retards. And they go back to somebody dancing with his fucking wife, dude. Holy shit. These people. Have you not been here for the past couple days, Z King? I missed yesterday, that was it? Okay. Well, the right is getting very pissed off that people are playing clips of what Charlie Kirk had to say. So
Five NFL teams chose to not honor Charlie Kirk with a moment of silence. Shout out to the Lions, the Colts, the Bengals, the Ravens, and the Vikings. And I find this very hypocritical in 4K because the same individuals in the same place that said that football has no place for politics has a place to have a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. What did he say about black people specifically in the NFL and NBA? Didn't he try to sensationalize how the black participation in the NFL was high, but he did not want to talk about the high white ownership of the game. Now, the same individuals that's rooting Charlie Kirk on wanting Colin Kaepernick to be thrown out of the game because he brought politics into the game, as well as disrespected the military, the American military. At the same time, they clicked up with the same Confederate flag told us they fought against the military while trying to say that the football has a place for a moment of silence for this man right here. At the same time, saying when a black person talk about their political reality and how their position within American politics, uncalled for. Go to timeout. You're canceled. When it come to him, your ass deserve to be fired. You say anything I disagree with, even if you are quoting what he said in his life and trying to say it against now that he's dead. You're going to be fired and canceled. Conservative contradictions.
Conservative contradictions. Six NFL teams don't pay tribute to Charlie Kirk, as others hold moments of silence. Oh, okay. Not 5, 6. 6. Suck on that.
This news headline right here about a black man being found hanging from a tree in Mississippi, it's about two different black men. Two different black men yesterday were found in Mississippi hanging from trees. Trey Reed was a 21-year-old from Delta State University, and they found him on campus. As of right now, the coroner claims there's no suspected foul play. Little strange to me. And then 36-year-old Corey Zacchatus was found 2 hours away from about where Trey was, again hanging from a tree in the woods. There's been a lot of erasure of U.S. history, so as a teacher, let me help educate you. Historically, black men aren't hanging themselves off trees. We need to keep our eyes on these stories, okay? We cannot claim to be anti-racist, but then turn our eyes away from news stories like this. This news headline right here about a
A 20-year-old man was found hanging from a tree in Mississippi.
What happened?
A 20-year-old man was found hanging from a tree at Delta State University in Mississippi. However, the cops ruled it as a suicide and said there was no foul play at work. However, his cousin said he was found with bruises on him and broken bones. But the officer that investigated the scene said there was no broken bones or bruises. The same police officer said no threat to the campus exists and said he has his own reasons for believing that, but he didn't imply why.
That doesn't make any sense. Shouldn't a deeper investigation be running?
When the officer asked about any further injuries, he refused to elaborate further and said this case is still under investigation. But once again, my opinion is it was self-done and I have my own reasons for believing that. But no one believes what the officer asked to say. Because Mississippi has a long-standing history of lynchings, and most lynchings in America are ruled as suicides. When everyone knows that's never the case. However, where he was found hanging from a tree was at a part of the school with no cameras. In a specific blind spot.
Even if it was at a part of a building with no cameras, there's other cameras around to see who went over there.
The officer doesn't seem to want to do a deeper investigation. And since he said it was self-done, there's no need to check the camera. Didn't we just listen to the officer?
Violence is one thing and bad enough, but when the authorities work with that violence to cover it up, they need to be investigated.
The only problem with that is when there's corruption in the police force, it's usually because the chain of command is also corrupt. So many people feel like there's nothing they can do. But they can actually file a complaint to the agency's internal affairs division or the chief of police.
Has any news outlet reported on this?
No substantial news outlet, and no one's really spoken about this yet. Not anybody of note. Unless people make it known.
Then I guess I'll do my job and make it known.
This is the guy This is the guy that I got the... You guys always take him metaphorically. You guys always take him literally. That's who I got that from. Was this guy. He was talking about, like, you know, Trump said X, Y, and Z, and they're like, oh my goodness, you always take him so literally. Why do you guys always... And then the other thing is, you guys always take him metaphorically or something like that. So, oh, I've been looking for him. Yes, this is him. But it didn't show the name of his. Is this him? Oh yeah, this is actually okay. This is him. Advice from Lewis. All of his videos look exactly the same, so it's hard to find the one. Because yeah, they all look exactly the same. Yeah, this is his channel. Trey Reed and Corey Zukatis, 2 men found hanging in Mississippi on the same day. Suspicious deaths stunned the state. Synopsis: Mississippi is reeling from the discovery of 2 men, Trey Reed, a college student, and Corey Zukatis, a homeless man, found hanging from trees in separate incidents on Monday. While authorities are investigating and have not confirmed foul play, the eerily similar circumstances have sparked outrage and reignited painful memories of racial violence. Mississippi is shaken after 2 chilling and eerily similar incidents unfolded on Monday, leaving families and friends and communities devastated and searching for answers. Within hours of each other, 2 men, one college student, the other a homeless individual, were found hanging from trees in separate locations across the state, according to local media reports. The grim discoveries reported in Cleveland and Vicksburg have sparked outrage, deepened fear, and reignited painful memories of racial violence that continue to haunt the South. Calls for transparency and justice are growing louder as the public grapples with the shock. Trey Reed found hanging from tree. The body of a 21-year-old Delta State University student, Trey Reed, was discovered hanging from a tree on campus Monday morning, prompting an investigation, the university said. Reports suggest that Reed was found dead on campus at Delta State University in Cleveland, Mississippi on Monday. Delta State University Chief of Police Michael Peeler said at a press conference that there was no evidence of foul play at this time. See, this is very different than the way that everybody's trying to make it seem. This is very different than the way that they're all trying to make it seem. They refuse to look into it. They refuse to investigate further. They said that they've concluded there was no foul play, and that's that. Like, they're not willing to think of anything. This is no evidence of foul play at this time. At this time, like it still sounds like there's more. I don't believe this report. Why? Why? What evidence do you have to the contrary? Some TikToks. I'm not popping off a clearly mediated story given the current heat of the environment post-Kirk. But you are, though. What do you mean? We're reading what the police said. You're saying you don't believe it. You are literally going against what it is that we've heard so far. Every single person that's talked about this just says, wow, this is suspicious. They're all covering this up. But it's like, what? But they don't show us any evidence of this. They don't show us any reason to believe that there's any cover up or that there's anything going on that's weird. They just show us two things. It could be that they're connected. Like it totally could be. I'm not denying that. It just happened. So it doesn't sound like they're saying that there's no way that these could be connected. It just sounds like they're saying we don't have evidence of foul play yet. Like, that's it. In a press conference, DSU Police Chief Peeler said at approximately 7:05 a.m., the university police was notified of what appeared to be the body of a black male hanging from a tree, central campus near the DSU pickleball course. Peeler said that the individual was later identified as Reed and that an investigation into his death was ongoing. The DSU police chief stated that he had requested the assistance of Mississippi Bureau of Investigation, the Bolivar County Sheriff's Office, and the Cleveland Police Department to aid in the investigation. So I'm just saying, if you're just going to just flat out deny the reports just cause, yeah, I want a reason. If there's something that I'm missing here, if there's more evidence for something, I would like to know what it is. But if you're just going to tell me, no, I don't believe that, like, why? I'm not doing this. Like, you just said. You're the one who just made the statement. What do you mean? Officials disputed social media rumors that Reed was discovered with broken arms or legs. Bolivar County Deputy Coroner Murray Rokart told Mississippi Free Press that he saw no broken limbs. One of the viral messages read, "Tell me Trey Reed was found beaten with 3 broken limbs. What the fuck kind of suicide is that?" Rokart told the outlet that in his opinion, Reed's death was self-done, and I have reasons for that. He declined to elaborate, citing the open investigation. Okay, so that's the coroner who said this, not the police chief. So that's, again, a difference in what it is that the other guy was telling us. And they said he declined to elaborate, but he's not going to say why. Well, no, he did say why. It's because there's an open investigation, and that part's not his job. He's just a coroner. He's just supposed to tell them what it is that he gets from the body, and that like gives them his conclusions so that they can look into it. Delta State University President Dr. Dan Ennis said the press conference that there was no evidence of a threat to campus safety following the student's death. However, the campus was closed on Monday, and several events planned to mark Delta State University centennial were canceled. Delta State University is a beautiful place to be, Peeler said. It's unfortunate this loss that comes heavy to our campus. Trey Reed's family said in a statement to Jackson News Station 16 WAPT, Trey was our little quiet light. He was sweet, well-mannered, and would give you the world if he could. We ask that you continue to keep our family in your prayers as we continue to navigate through these unforeseen times. Delta State University President Dr. Dan Ennis said in a statement, "Our community is deeply saddened by this loss. I have spoken to Trey's family and expressed our heartbreak." Another incident in Mississippi. Hours earlier, at 1:30 p.m., police in Vicksburg receive an alarming telephone call that the body of a male was discovered hanging from a tree in a densely forested area off the Ameristar Casino. As per Yahoo, the coroner identified the deceased as Brandon White, male, Corey Zukatis. What? Corey Zukanis is a white person? Corey Zukanis is white? What? Are you fucking kidding me?
This news headline right here about a black man being found hanging from a tree in Mississippi, it's about two different black men.
No, it's not! No, it's not! Corey Zukanis is white! What do you mean? What the fuck? It's one black guy, one white guy. But there's a bunch of people running around hanging black folks. One of them's black, the other one's white. One of them was a good college kid inside of a fucking college arena. The other one is a homeless man. But they're probably connected, guys. They're almost definitely connected. His death was confirmed by Warren County Coroner Doug L. Husky, who said Zukanis had been discovered at about 10:30 a.m., but released no further information. Very little is known about Zukanis' final days or the circumstances of his passing. Authorities have not released any evidence suggesting foul play, but the eerie similarity to Reed's death, both men found hanging from trees in Mississippi within hours of each other, has ignited nationwide outrage. Both the incidents have sent shockwaves across Mississippi, with some people suggesting they are not suicides but murders. One user commented, "Two young people lynched in Mississippi, 2 children. They had aspirations and a family. Police are already trying to convince us this is a suicide." They are not. These fucking people, they didn't say either one of them that they're like trying to convince them that they're suicides. They're saying we have no evidence of foul play. The coroner says that it looks like a suicide, not the police. The police aren't saying this. The fucking coroner is saying it looks like it's a suicide. What the fuck, dude? Another echoed the frustration. Where is the fury over this? I'm wondering where the furry is over this. Why aren't there any furries involved? I was told that if people are dying, that it's probably trans people or furries doing it. So I'm wondering where the fuck the furries are. I thought they were of the same mind for a second here, but no. Where is the fury over this? Where are the moments of silence? Where are the Instagram stories, think pieces, and flags at half-mast? These boys were lynched in 2025. Yeah, so true. Every time a homeless person dies, all of the flags go to half-mast. That's a very normal thing. A homeless person died, all flags at half-mast. That's every time. That's the way it works. It's a very normal thing. The fact that it's not happening this time, very suspicious. It's 2025, guys. Why aren't the flags at half-mast? Some advocated for uniting and acting. Think it's time to organize. It's been think it's time to organize. It's been that time. Gotta come together as humans. This shit ain't right. To their families' healing. Holy shit. The amount of fucking misinformation from people is insane, dude. I hate the internet. I fucking hate the internet. The internet is one of the worst things to ever happen in the world. And you guys should all be very happy that a brave young lad like myself is willing to come here and shed a light on all of this darkness that is taking over our country. Because without me, we would be lost right now. Without me, the country would be lost. So with that said, everybody take a moment, share the stream, post it in the Discord, post it on Twitter, post it on Facebook, send it to your family group messages. Let them know that I am the reason that they're all still alive today and they need to send me their money. Which one was homeless? The white guy. Zuccotti. Corey Zuccotti was white. Trey Reed was black. Black man and homeless man found dead hanging. The media is covering this up. The media is covering this up. They're not going to tell us about this. It's crazy how they won't even talk about this. It's all a cover-up from the media, guys. But Corey Zuccotti was financially black. Yeah, he was just light-skinned. Why the fuck would you listen to that guy's video and not assume misinfo? I listened to 2 videos, and not just 2 videos, but I listened to 2 videos that I already had logged there just to make sure that I go look it up, and had people already commenting on it in my chat saying that the media was trying to cover this up. I wonder if Tom's even going to talk about this, blah, blah, blah. That, like, even before I even got to it, was one of the first things that I got to, that I already had people in the chat, so, whatever, and then had numerous videos on this shit. This is fucking wild, bro. This is fucking wild. 2 videos, the only 2 that I came across today, both have the same fucking misinformation. I feel like putting all of these fucking capital letters in there, I look like a conspiracy theorist. I need to put like all of these emotes and like I need to just go full in. Let me make sure I'm...
This news headline right here about a black man being found hanging from a tree in Mississippi, it's about 2 different black men. 2 different black men yesterday were found in Mississippi hanging from trees. Trey Reed was a 21-year-old from Delta State University, and they found him on campus. As of right now, the coroner claims there's no suspected foul play. A little strange to me. And then 36-year-old Corey Zuccotti was found 2 hours away from about where Trey was, again hanging from a tree in the woods. There's been a lot of erasure of U.S. history, so as a teacher, let me help educate you. Historically, black men aren't hanging themselves off trees. We need to keep our eyes on these stories, okay? We cannot claim to be anti-racist, but then turn our eyes away from news stories like this. This news headline...
Okay. Okay. I fucking hate the internet, dude.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half-staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty.
Yes. He's at the fourth stage of grief, construction. Demolition.
Bro, these people are such fucking babies. Steven Crowder. Jimmy Kimmel is an absolute piece of shit. Last time I checked, gay Antifa losers with gay trans boyfriends don't constitute one of us. Holy shit.
How an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish, okay?
What the fuck? Where does the one of us thing come from? Jimmy Kimmel claims we hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it. And this is not how an adult grieves the murder of somebody Trump called a friend. This is, yeah, what fucking babies, dude. Mantis says, actually, to Shoe on Head saying, Destiny is doing more recruitment for the right than literally every single right-winger on Earth. Mantis said, actually, it's fairly well known that he's very good at bringing non-soy, non-optics cucked right-wingers over. It's called the Destiny Pipeline by conservatives. Ooh. That's what fucking Nick Fuentes called it in that video that was leaked. He loved Destiny's Pipeline. Groypers are infamously known for caring about checks notes, spreading hate. He's a leftist bro. Just accept it. Stop coping. Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and had started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male who was transitioning genders. This resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between Robinson and his father, who have very different political views. In one conversation before the shooting, Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding an event at UVU. Uvu. That's how you pronounce it. At Uvu. Uvu? Isn't that how it said? Which Robinson said was a stupid venue for the event. Robinson accused Kirk of spreading hate. In the 4th Judicial District Court, Utah County, State of Utah. Plaintiff Tyler James Robinson. The state of Utah by and through the Utah County Attorney's Office charges the defendant with the commission of the following offenses. The state of Utah, by and through the Utah County, count 1, aggravated murder, a capital felony in violation of Utah Code, in that on September 10th, 2025, in Utah County, the defendant, Tyler James Robinson, intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Charlie Kirk under the following circumstances. The defendant knowingly created a great risk of death to another individual other than Charlie Kirk and the defendant. Notice conviction of this offense may carry the death penalty, or pursuant to Utah Code 76, a mandatory term of imprisonment for life without parole, an indeterminate term of not less than 25 years, and that may be for life. Victim targeting enhancement in violation of the Utah Code. Tyler James Robinson intentionally selected Charlie Kirk because of Tyler James Robinson's belief or perception regarding Charlie Kirk's political expression. If the trier of the fact finds beyond a reasonable doubt that the victim targeting enhancement applies, the sentencing judge or the Board of Pardons and Parole shall consider the defendant's selection of the victim an aggravating factor. Violent offenses committed in the presence of a child, aggravating factor. The sentencing judge or the Board of Pardons and Parole shall consider as an aggravating factor in their deliberations that the defendant committed a violent criminal offense in the presence of a child. Count 2, felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury. A first-degree felony in violation of Utah Code, in that on September 10th, 2025, victim targeting enhancement in violation of Utah Code, intentionally selected Charlie Kirk because of Tyler James Robinson's belief or perception regarding Charlie Kirk's political expression. Violent offense committed in the presence of a child. Count 3, obstruction of justice. The defendant, Tyler James Robinson, with intent to hinder, delay, or prevent the investigation, apprehension, prosecution, conviction, or punishment of any person regarding conduct that constitutes a criminal offense, concealed or removed the firearm used to shoot Charlie Kirk, and the conduct that constitutes an offense would be a capital felony or first-degree felony. Count 4, obstruction of justice, second-degree felony. Count 5, tampering with a witness, a third-degree felony in violation of Utah Code, in that on or about September 10th, 2025, in Utah County, the defendant, Tyler James Robinson, believed that an official proceeding or investigation was pending or about to be instituted, intended to prevent an official proceeding or investigation, and attempted to induce other witnesses, otherwise cause his roommate to withhold testimony, information, a document, or an item. 2, directing his roommate to delete incriminating text messages. Okay, that's a little. All right. Tampering, like they're gonna try to get literally everything they can in the beginning. The judge will likely throw out half of this shit, but like they make sense. I'm just criticizing it. Okay, chill. Tampering with the witness, third-degree felony in violation of Utah Code, and then is September 11th, defendant proceeding, investigation. Attempted to induce or otherwise cause his roommate to withhold testimony or information, to it directing his roommate to stay silent if police questioned the roommate. Violent offense committed in the presence of a child. Victim targeting enhancement. Probable cause statement. Brian Davis of the Utah State Bureau Investigations have probable cause to believe that the defendant committed the above listed offenses. Submitted the following evidence in support of the filing in this information. On September 10th, 2025, at approximately 12:23 p.m., Charlie Kirk was shot and killed while speaking to a large crowd on the campus of Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. Counts 1 and 2. Police found the suspected murder weapon, a bolt-action 30. What do you say? 30 caliber 30. How do you say this? 36. .30-06. So is that a yes? 30-06. Oh, you did type it out. Okay. 30-06. Okay, thank you. 30-.
Zed King tipped $5. I find it odd how much the right is fixating on Tyler having a trans partner versus his actual motivations, since the entire time the partner has been nothing but compliant with authorities and there has been no evidence of cooperation or conspiracy.
Yeah, they were all dying for this to be a trans person who shot him. But, like, to be fair, the left was dying for this to be a white Christian conservative. So, you know, both sides wanted this to fit their narratives. As I said, and I put out, like, videos on TikTok about this days ago saying, like, all you guys who are pushing and dying, like, just trying so hard to stretch this to be a fucking groyper right now, you don't have to do this. Like, you don't have to do this. There can be some people on our side once in a while who do horrible shit. It's okay. Like, we still know that they commit by far the majority of these types of acts. So it's not a fight that you need to fight. This is fucking embarrassing, but my desk is super messy right now. I just ate a little while ago. I got a bunch of napkins and trash sitting here, so let me clean some of this up real quick. Oh, you motherfucker. I'm fucking violent. I'm on the left, okay? I'm on the left. I'm a violent person. All right? Yeah, I did it. Everybody's going to assume I'm a trans person now. But I did it. And I'm not sorry. Oh, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? I fucking hate this shit so much. So for those of you who can't see, for those of you, my monitor just disconnected and my computer on my side is frozen. I don't know what this is, but every single time that monitor disconnects, this monitor freezes. It's not my computer that's freezing. Obviously, you can still see me. You can still hear me. Everything's still running. My computer's not frozen. My monitor is frozen. This is so fucking infuriating. Because the real problem on top of that is that OBS recently came with an update to where now every time I X out of OBS, it doesn't save my settings. So every single time I reset everything, I have to redo my chat, redo my timer, redo my like I have to reset up everything again as I do at the beginning of stream. I have to redo all of this shit. This is so fucking annoying. But this didn't start happening until all of a sudden I updated my computer as well. When it updated, it got a new update for Windows. And ever since then, just freezes every single time my fucking monitor cuts off. So, all right, give me just 2 seconds. This takes literally like 30 seconds for me to restart. So just hold on 1 minute. Okay. All right. I would love to, like, it does it every time I'm in the middle of something too. Like every fucking time, because every time it does this, I want to like stop and go look up like solutions for this, but I can't because I'm in the middle of something. And so I would rather like be in the middle of like just letting a video play for a minute and go and look shit up, but can't do that neither. So, well, at least it let me just reload all my tabs this time. The last like 4 or 5 times this happened, I could not reload my tabs on Discord, so it didn't let me restore them. Alright. For some reason the chat's still not popping up. Y'all chat for a minute. Just spam stupid shit like y'all normally do. So I can try to get this. Yeah. Keep going. Oh, you got it? Okay. All right, there we go. Have you condemned learning more about computers? Oh, considered. Sorry. That's on me. My bad. I think I've gotten so used to everybody coming into my chat asking me every day if I've condemned something new that the right wingers on a fucking daily basis come in with their soy shit. Have you condemned this today? My fault. I don't know that it has to do with like a lack of not understanding computers. I don't know. It's funny, I was talking about this a couple months ago, but the fact that, like, back in the day, just being able to, like, use a computer. Anybody who just knew how to use a computer, you were considered a computer nerd. You guys don't know this, but, like, back when I was younger, I was called a computer nerd. I like, was on, you know, chats and forums. I used ICQ a lot, and like played games on computers. I loved making websites, and I even like designed websites for a bunch of businesses when I was like a little fucking kid and helped it was for my dad and like a bunch of his friends. They were all in real estate, and so they wanted to start building their own websites, and I helped them, like, built their websites for them, like designed it, helped them integrate FMLS into their websites, and then did I even helped them, like, build logos and shit like that. And it was like, I wasn't like any sort of like tech genius. I was using pretty standard website builders, but back then, even just being able to use standard website builders, you were a fucking computer nerd. So, hey, there is one news story from Cary, North Carolina. A Wendy's hung 1 week ago, claiming part of the Wednesday promotion. What? Where was the one that we were talking about? No, it wasn't Wix. Wix wasn't even around at the time. Wix was not even like a thing at the time. I forget what it was. I ended up getting banned on there because I would go and grab all of my favorite, like, porn and post it onto the websites, and I was 13 at the time, so. Wix was so popular back in the day, yeah. Well, even today, like, if I was going to go build a new website, I'd probably use Wix. I used Wix a bunch for some of my websites. Like, when I did, when I started car detailing, the mobile car detailing business, I went in, when I invented mobile detailing, I created a website that was, Wix was one of the few that you could build websites for both, like, desktop and mobile at the time. And that was huge. Like, the fact that I was able to use both. And so what I did is I made it so that I think I might have paid for the domain name through GoDaddy, and then I think I used Wix for the website builder. But yeah, I was able to, like, make it to where I carried around a tablet with me all the time, and on the tablet so most of the time people just got on their computers, their cell phones, or whatever. They would just go to the website, and on the website they would fill out, like, the exact package they wanted for their car, so that, like, you know, everything they wanted done on the car. And then they would just put in their address, and it would, like, you know, GPS it for us and show exactly where. It would automatically give them a price. They could go ahead and pay for their stuff on there. And at the time, like, this was not paying for shit on the internet was not all that common yet. And yeah, we had all of this done on the website. Just everything was done through there. And then lots of times people would call and say, which was to be fair, the majority of them were people who would call and say, hey, I want you guys to come clean my car. And we say, okay, did you schedule an appointment yet? They'd be like, no. So we would get on the tablet and like while we're on the phone with them, we'd start filling stuff out for them, schedule the appointment through the website for them. And then yes, once we showed up at their house, we had a square on the tablet and just had them swipe their card on the square. And like all of this shit was just like brand new, like it seemed so ahead of its time. They were all blown away by this. Lots of them were actually freaked out about swiping their card on our tablet or like putting their card information in. They were all like, what is this? You're gonna steal my card information. Like, we don't get your fucking card information. We don't get that. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, it was very, very cool at the time to be able to like set that shit up through websites. Are you able to explain how you claimed you invented mobile detailing? So what I said a while ago, I said numerous times that like, I said I was at the, what did I say? What was the exact wording that I used? Like I was at the forefront of this, or I was one of the pioneers of it, or something like that. But I talked about the fact that like when I started doing this, I'd never heard of it before. I never heard of anybody doing this before, and especially not in the way that we were doing it, where we like included like the internet. You were able to like set up appointments and everything, and then we would show up to your house, use your water, your electricity. We had our like our wet vacs and our hoses, and even sometimes we had our own reservoir that we carried with us on a trailer and would use that as well. But I had never heard of it before. It wasn't something that was around. I'd never heard of it. And so we just started like doing it here. And now there's tons of fucking mobile detailing businesses all over the place. But even when I started it, like me and my employees, we would look it up. Like we looked it up tons of times. My girlfriend tried looking it up. All of us like looked all over the place trying to find any evidence of mobile detailing. Even just calling it mobile detailing. Like I thought I made the fucking word up. And so yeah, the term. And so just calling it mobile detailing. We'll just show up and yeah, but like, yeah, it's only recently that other people sent me shit saying like, no, actually it did exist for a while. So yeah. And so people clipped it and like went all over the place. He thinks he invented mobile detailing. So yeah, I did. Like, so what? Like I never heard of it. I said numerous times, like, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if I invented it. I have no idea. Maybe it existed, but I still don't know. Like, I said this very often. Said it very often. I don't know if I invented it. Maybe it existed before. I have no idea. I just know that I never heard of it before this. So if anybody has evidence that this existed, and nobody ever said, I had hundreds of people in my audience at the time, every single day, and nobody, thousands of views every single day. Nobody ever said, no, you didn't invent that. That's been around for a long time. Nobody. Thousands of people. For months and months, nobody ever said anything. And then out of nowhere, one person clips it. They all fucking share it all over the place. He thinks he invented this. And they're all, oh my goodness, that's so fucking crazy. It's like, whatever. You make it sound like you grew up in an Amish town, Tom. What do you mean? What do you mean? Do you guys have just so many mobile detailing businesses that it's so obvious and so common? Because even today, like again, I don't make it sound like anything. As I said, nobody ever for years ever corrected me. Not one person in chat, not one person in my real life. Nobody ever corrected me. And when we were doing it, everybody who we went to thought that this was like a brand new thing as well. Like nobody had ever heard of this. And same when I would explain it on stream, everybody, oh, that's a good idea. I never, like, that nobody ever said, yes, this obviously existed before. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, everybody knew this existed the whole fucking time. Everybody knew that, obviously, Tom. I'm like, okay, I didn't, but whatever. That person must be a Zoomer growing up in the 90s. May as well have been in Amish town. Well, I don't know if she's talking about the fact that I never heard of mobile detailing, or if she's talking about the fact that like using tablets and shit to do this stuff was new, or if she's talking about the fact that we filled stuff out on the internet, and that even that we used GPS at the time was a new thing. I don't know if she's talking about the fact that I knew how to build websites. Like all of this shit, yes, all of this shit was just like a very rare thing. So I don't know what she means by you make it sound like you grew up in an Amish. I've asked a couple of times now, but she doesn't want to elaborate. So. I'm a Zoomer, and I knew what detailing was. That's the point. That's the fucking point, Z-King. Yes. That's why they're saying you would have to be a fucking Zoomer to think that, like, this is so obvious. Because, yes, for the rest of us who are older, that's not the way it was. This was in 2013, 2012, something like that. Yeah, like the point is that for us, yes, millennials, Gen X, for us, yes, this just wasn't shit that existed. Wait, what are we talking about? Detailing cars? Yes, I wasn't acting like I invented detailing cars. It was the mobile detailing aspect of it. That like I worked at a car wash for a while and managed a car wash. Then eventually I went and started working at another car wash, and once I got to the second one, I thought I could do this myself. I could go buy all this fucking equipment, go buy all the soap, go buy just a bunch of vacuums and shit, and then just show up to people's houses, show up to their workplaces, show up wherever they want, and then we'll just go and do it there. It's just the way you tell stories. Okay, that's great. It's just the way you tell stories. So helpful. That makes so much sense now. It's totally clear. But yeah, the mobile detailing aspect of it was, to me, brand new. Never heard of it. The first thing that we were going to do was deliver food. That was the initial idea. Was we were going to go I think we started mobile detailing first, I think. And then part of the mobile detailing, we were going to do a split off where we also delivered your food. And whatever you wanted, we would deliver it to you. We were going to deliver food. It was going to be fucking crazy. It was going to be great. We were going to deliver fucking food. You could just call us and tell us what you wanted, and we would bring it to you, and you could pay us for it. It was fucking wild. He invented pizza delivery too. All right, shut the fuck up. I didn't say pizza. All right, this is the fact that like we would deliver, because I started once I started my car detailing business, I was working like second jobs because especially during like slow times, there's parts of the year, especially when it gets cold, where people don't give a fuck as much about cleaning their cars, even though it is more important to clean your car during the winter because it takes off the clear coat a bit more from like rain staying cold, and then also the snow and all. But anyways, the leaves, it's just a lot dustier and a lot worse for your car. But yeah, during the winter, people just don't use car detailing as much, and so I was working at Pizza Hut delivering, and then I was sometimes working at like a Taco Bell as well, and we were still doing this as well, but just a lot slower. So while I was working at Taco Bell, I would start recruiting some of them to come work for me and doing mobile detailing, and we started talking about like, dude, we could use the same exact way that we're doing this with the website and everything, and just have people tell us what they want for food, and we'll just bring it to them. This is fucking, oh my goodness, this is fucking genius, dude. This is fucking great. delivering food that'll never work. Well, that's why we didn't do it, actually. We actually thought it would never work. That was the idea. That was the issue. We thought it would never work because once we did the math of like how much it would cost to actually like pay for the gas, pay for all the shit, and then we're thinking, damn, dude, like you wanna order like a fucking $1 cheeseburger meal from McDonald's and it's gonna be like $5. You're gonna end up spending like $12 fucking in the end just for us to deliver it to you. Who the fuck is gonna spend $12 instead of $5? Who's gonna do that? Nobody's gonna fucking do that. This is insane. Totally wrong. Totally wrong. We once we did the math, we were like, yeah, this is impossible, dude. No shot. Cause, yep. I remember when the first time I saw something, it wasn't DoorDash and it wasn't Uber. It was something else. I forget what it was called. It might have been DoorDash, but I feel like there was a third one that like was the first thing that we ever saw. And I remember me and my girlfriend at the time being like, what the fuck? What? They're doing it. Postmates? Maybe. I don't think it was Postmates either, but it could have been. Grubhub? I think it was Grubhub. Yeah, I think it was Grubhub. I think that's what it was, yeah. We were gonna call ours what was it? It was Dine and Dash, I think is what we were gonna call it. Dine and Dash. Or Dash and Dine. That's what it was. Dash and Dine. Yeah. Food delivery used to be not so common in the USA. Yeah, until COVID. Like, even these things eventually came out and like they got popular in like 2016 is when it started to pick up steam. I remember, like I said, like we were starting to talk about this in like 2014, 2015. And then in 2016 is when it became a thing that like people knew about. But yes, outside of that, the only things that were ever delivered is Chinese food and pizza. That's it. Nothing else is delivered. Only Chinese food and pizza. That's all. And so once COVID hit, yeah, that changed everything. Like nobody could go outside, so everybody started downloading all of these like delivery apps all over the place to get shit delivered and drugs, yeah. Yeah, that too. All right, where were we? Count 5, tampering with a witness. Directing his roommate to delete incriminating text messages. Count 6, tampering with a witness. Attempted to induce or otherwise withhold testimony information. Directing his roommate to stay silent if police question the roommate. Count 7, violent offense committed in the presence of a child. Oh, wait, that's right. We were already past all of this. Okay. The shooting. Turning Point USA, a nonprofit organization founded in 2012 by Charlie Kirk, organized a public outdoor event to be held at noon on September 10th, 2025 at UVU. The event was the first in a series of similar events to be held at college campuses nationwide. Mr. Kirk is a well-known conservative activist famous for these types of events where he discusses various political issues and debates with audience members. His events and comments have garnered a significant number of supporters and drawn the ire of many who disagree with his political views. Again, I've said this a number of times, but this isn't something that I've heard many people mention. This was his biggest event. This was by far his biggest event. Like, I've never, ever, ever seen even like a quarter of that many people at one of his events. This was by far his biggest event. This was huge for him. This was a fucking massive event. The other ones are normally maybe at most like 100 people just standing around his tent in like normally like in like a crowded area where other people are walking and trying to get through and shit like that. Whereas this time, I feel like we've seen bigger. I'm talking about for his like change my mind sort of things. He's done other events, TPUSA events, where they were inside, where he would give speeches with like Candace Owens and shit like that. That, yes, he would fill up fucking like auditoriums for that shit. But for the change my mind stuff, no. It was at most like 100 people, most of the time like 30 to 50 people. And so this one, I think they said there was over 2,000 people there. It was fucking insane. This is it was the biggest college event I remember. Yes, this is by far the biggest like change my mind like tent thing. Parker was there 80% of the time. Really? He went to 80% of his events? Wild. The event at was announced far in advance and garnered significant publicity and interest. Consequently, several hundred people attended. Mr. Kirk was interacting with the crowd before the event officially got underway. Then approximately at noon, Mr. Kirk seated himself under a portable canopy behind a table and microphone. He began speaking to the crowd and fielding questions from attendees, a format Mr. Kirk commonly used at his events. Mr. Kirk allowed his questioners to approach a microphone positioned directly in front of him. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but people all over Twitter, conservatives all over Twitter, are clipping the parts of his what do you call it, of his of his South Park episodes. The South Park recently did some parodies of him, and a lot of conservatives are clipping his South Park episodes and saying, this is what got him killed. Look at what they did to him. They made everybody hate him. The South Park episode got him killed. And they're like, how dare you make fun of him like this, blah, blah, blah. And all of these had like community notes under them saying, like, actually, Charlie Kirk loved it. He said it was hilarious. He appreciated the way that they portrayed him. Like, this is bullshit to act like this is what got him killed. Mr. Kirk's team members were very close to him on his right and left, as well as some behind his canopy and others at various close locations near him. Yeah, and they were telling the shooter when to shoot. Have you guys seen that? They told him when to shoot. One of them had a hat on, and he wiggled his hat and then went. And the other one went pop immediately. Yep, that's it. Nobody ever adjusts their hats. Nobody ever brushes themselves off. That's just a very awkward way to I made up that percentage, but it seems right. Okay, I don't think that he was even at half of them. I was about to say that I don't believe that that's true, but watch what, Freddy? It's a joke from when Charlie Kirk was, or sorry, not Charlie Kirk. When Steven Crowder was yelling at his wife, when she said, like, no, I'm not doing that. He's like, watch it. Like, got super loud. It was like, watch it. So it's just a meme now to say watch it when Watch it. What if you're on to something? What if I'm not? The large crowd surrounded Mr. Kirk on 3 sides. Temporary metal fencing separated attendees from Mr. Kirk by only a matter of feet. Directly above and behind Mr. Kirk was the UVU Hall of Flags, an indoor walkway spanning several hundred feet with floor-to-ceiling glass windows which overlook the plaza where Mr. Kirk was seated. People were in the walkway at the time of the shooting. Approximately 15 minutes into the event, Mr. Kirk was answering a question about mass shootings by transgender individuals when a gunshot rang out. The bullet struck Mr. Kirk in the neck. He slumped to the ground almost immediately. The bullet's trajectory passed closely to several other individuals beside Mr. Kirk, including the questioner, who was standing directly in front of Mr. Kirk. Children were visible near Mr. Kirk's stage when he was shot. So I do find it kind of mind-blowing, the fact that nobody behind him got hit. Like, that is kind of fucking crazy. I'm assuming it hit his, like, actual spinal cord, because of the way that he just, like, immediately was gone. Like, he was gone immediately. Like, I got a bunch of text messages saying, like, I was asleep. And so I get a bunch of text messages saying, holy shit, Charlie Kirk was just shot. And then an hour later, the same people who messaged me said, oh shit, he died. And so I wake up to, like, these text messages, and some of them had video of the close-up shooting. And so I'm waking up and I'm going through all of these text messages, looking at all of the messages that everybody sent me. And as soon as I saw the close-up video, I sat there thinking, how the fuck did anybody think he was still alive? How the fuck did they see this and think he was still alive? Am I fucking crazy? Am I nuts? What the fuck is going on here? There's no fucking shot. Well, no pun intended. But when you see like that, he's dead. Like, he's gone. And then over the next, like, day, I saw numerous other people. I saw clips from numerous other people coming out as well, who were like, oh shit, Charlie Kirk got hit. Oh, he got shot. Wow, that's crazy. And then, like, it says like 15, 20 minutes later, they're like, oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh, he's dead. Oh, he's fucking dead. I don't know why people were saying he's at the hospital. He's not at the fucking hospital. That motherfucker's in hell, like, or heaven or whatever. Like, he's not. That dude's gone. Like, he is totally fucking gone. Like, I see this over and over and over and over, where the same thing, where at first they're like, oh, he got shot? Fucking sucks to suck. And then, like, a little while later, they're like, oh, shit. Oh, he's fucking dead, dude. Yeah, oh, no. Yeah, no, he's fucking dead. Like, that was my reaction. But I'm seeing this all after I already know he's dead. But then I see the video and I'm thinking, who the fuck watched this video and was like, yeah, he's at the hospital right now. Like, he's in critical condition. Did you see Destiny's reaction? No. If you wanna send it to me, I saw Hasan's reaction, which is exactly what I was just describing. I saw Hutch's reaction, which is exactly what I just described. I saw I forget the other one, but yes, he's super dead. Like, yeah, that I might have seen Destiny's reaction. I don't remember, but But yeah, like almost everybody that I saw, they would show a clip of them first saying like, oh, he's in the hospital. Oh, that's crazy. I didn't know. Then like 10, 15 minutes later, they see the video and they're like, oh yeah, no, he's not. Nah, he is not in critical condition, guys. That is not happening. And so yeah, I think even Destiny talked about this, where he's like, I didn't expect that, like, you see the blood squirt out, which already seems like very over the top, like cartoonish in the way that it squirts out, but then he's just gone. Like, and you see he's gone, like, immediately. There's no like, he grabs his neck, he doesn't look and like turn and follow, nothing. He's just gone. And he's like, I don't know what could have happened there. But that's what I was thinking. I was thinking it had to have hit like his like spinal cord or something, and that's why it didn't hit anybody behind him. And that's just how it works when you hit an artery and spine. Okay, yeah, so that's what I was saying, is that I felt like it had to have hit like an artery, obviously, with the squirt, and then the spine would be what would just cut him off. So Mr. Kirk was rushed to a nearby hospital when he was declared deceased. The medical examiner's report is pending. The UVU surveillance investigation. At the moment of the shot, a UVU police officer, the UVU officer, was watching the crowd from an elevated vantage point. As soon as he heard the shot, he began to scan the area for threats, believing the shot came from a rifle because of its sound. He looked for potential sniper positions. He noted a roof area approximately 160 yards away from Mr. Kirk as a potential shooting position and rushed there to look for evidence. The suspected shooter's position is adjacent to an open, publicly accessible walkway. To access the suspected location, a person must climb over a railing and then drop to the roof only slightly below. The UVU officer climbed over the railing and down to the roof. He then walked to the suspected shooting position and confirmed a clear shooting corridor between the position and Mr. Kirk's seat. It kind of reminds me of the Trump shooting, because right before the Trump shooting, you see like people with their phones recording going, there's somebody on the roof over there. He's got a gun. Hey, tell the police he's got a gun, guys. Tell the cops there's a guy on the roof with a gun. Tell them, get him. Like, in this one, you just see people who are going, is that a guy on the roof? Oh yeah, there he goes. Yeah, he's running over there. Yeah, he's got a gun. Yeah, they must have security here. Crazy. Yeah, they got snipers up there. Like, it's fucking wild, dude. You just see the guy like running from one side to the other on top of the roof. He also noticed markings in the gravel rooftop consistent with a sniper having lain on the roof. Impressions of the gravel potentially left by the elbows, knees, and feet of a person in a prone shooting position. Police reviewed surveillance of the camera covering the roof and discovered that it recorded an individual dressed in dark clothing across ever since this went off, my screen is fucking flashing now. It was perfectly fine earlier. I was able to read, no problem. Now my screen's flashing and it's driving me fucking crazy. Dressed in dark clothing, railing from public view, walkway, drop onto the roof approximately 12:15 p.m. Although the individual moved out of the camera's view, for a short time, the camera again captured the individual running across the roof and then low crawling to the area the UVU officer recognized as where the suspected sniper had dropped into a prone shooting position. After a short time, which matches the known time of the shot, the individual arose and ran across the roof to the northeast. This discovery led to an intense review of UVU surveillance recordings to attempt to track and identify the suspect. Surveillance revealed the following. At approximately 11:51 a.m., the suspect entered campus from the north. He is seen wearing a black shirt with an American flag in its center, a dark baseball cap, and large sunglasses. Throughout the surveillance, the suspect keeps his head down and rarely raises his head enough to get a clear image of his face. As he proceeds across the campus, he is seen walking with an unusual gait. The suspect walks with very little bending in his right leg, consistent with a rifle being hidden in his pants. This unusual gait continues until the suspect is seen crossing the railing off the open walkway and onto the roof, where he leaves the camera's view. The camera later captures the suspect as he runs across the roof to the suspected shooting position. Immediately after the shot was fired, a camera captures the suspect running across the roof carrying an item whose shape is consistent with a rifle. The suspect is then seen climbing down from the roof. He appears to drop the item when he was carrying as he hits the ground in a controlled fall. He then picks up the item and runs toward the northeast end of campus. Expanded crime scene investigation. Law enforcement officers followed the suspect's escape path to the northeast end of the campus, where they believe the suspect left campus and entered the wooded area. In that wooded area, investigators found a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a towel. Okay, so when he was saying, I don't think they found the rifle yet, they haven't said they found the rifle yet, that seemed to be on purpose because they were hoping for him to come back for it. And so they were probably heavily monitoring that area, just waiting for him to come back for the fucking gun. And so yeah, it's that makes it make a lot of sense in his DMs to his roommate, where he's telling them that he wants to go back for it. The rifle contained 1 spent round and 3 unspent rounds. This is consistent with the facts officers observed at the time of and immediately after the shooting. No shell casings were found on the roof, suggesting a bolt action rather than an auto-loading weapon, and only a single round was fired. Each round of the rifle contained an etched inscription as follows: "No Tice's bulge, oh whoa, that's this, or what's this? Hey fascist, catch, arrow symbols. Oh Bella Ciao, if you read this, you are gay, LMAO." The rifle, ammunition rounds, and the towel were sent for forensic processing. DNA consistent with Robinson's was found on the trigger, other parts of the rifle, the fired cartridge casings, 2 of the 3 unfired cartridges, and the towel. Law enforcement was unable to immediately locate the shooter, so they published photos of the shooter from the UVU surveillance camera and asked for the public's help to identify him. Meanwhile, law enforcement continued to try to identify the shooter through the other means. The Washington County investigation. On the evening of September 11th, 2025, as law enforcement continued their investigation, Tyler James Robinson went into the Washington County Sheriff's Office with his parents and a family friend to turn himself in. Robinson's mother stated the following to police. On September 11th, 2025, the day after the shooting, Robinson's mother saw the photo of the shooter in the news and thought the shooter looked like her son. Robinson's mother called her son and asked him where he was. He said he was at home sick and that he had also been homesick on September 10th. Robinson's mother expressed concern to her husband that the suspected shooter looked like Robinson's father agreed. Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and had started to lean more left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male who was transitioning genders. This resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between Robinson and his father, who have very different political views. In one conversation before the shooting, Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding an event at UVU, which Robinson said was a stupid venue for the event. Robinson accused Kirk of spreading hate. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched a rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied that he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home. Damn. Damn. Well, it's nice that they didn't just call the cops on him. It's nice that they didn't just call the cops and turn him in, that they convinced him to turn himself in. That's good. As they discussed the situation, Robinson implied that he was the shooter and stated that he couldn't go to jail and just wanted to end it. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained, "There is too much evil and the guy Charlie Kirk spreads too much hate." They talked about Robinson turning himself in and convinced Robinson to speak to the family friend, who is a retired deputy sheriff. At Robinson's father's request, the family friend met with Robinson and his parents and convinced Robinson to turn himself in. The family friend spoke to police and reported telling Robinson that it would be best if he brought all evidence with him to the sheriff's office to avoid police having to search his parents' home. The family friend also asked Robinson if he had any clothes that were related to what he did. Robinson replied that he had disposed of the clothes in different areas. That was not going to stop them from searching the home. It's just trying to make it to where it's easy. He's just trying to help police get the evidence. That was not going to stop them from searching the fucking parents' home. That makes absolutely no difference. They were going to search it one way or the other. The roommate. Police interviewed Robinson's roommate, a biological male who was involved in a romantic relationship with Robinson. The roommate told police that the roommate received messages from Robinson about the shooting and provided those messages to police. On September 10th, 2022, the roommate received a text message from Robinson which said, "Drop what you are doing. Look under the keyboard. Look under my keyboard." The roommate looked under the keyboard and found a note that stated, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it." Police found a photograph of this note. The following text exchange then took place. After reading the note, the roommate responded, "What? You're joking, right?" Robinson, "I am still okay, my love, but I am stuck in Orem for a little bit while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle." Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you. You, roommate, you weren't the one who did it, right? Robinson, I'm sorry. Roommate, I thought they caught the person. Robinson, no, they grabbed some crazy old dude. Then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet. almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. What does this mean? Oh, there's a vehicle lingering close to his drop point, so he can't go get it to get it out. Okay. Why? Roommate said, why? Robinson, why did I do it? Roommate, yeah, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully, they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. So yeah, so this is what I was talking about, where he says that he hadn't seen anything about them finding it. It sounds like they found it almost immediately, but they just didn't tell the media. They didn't tell anybody that they found it because they were hoping that he would go back to get it, and so they were probably just heavily watching that area. How long have you been planning this? Robinson, a bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it. But it's so funny because the roommate is like, what the fuck, dude? You did this? What is wrong with you? Why did you do this? How the fuck did you... Like, and he's like, yeah, I really wish I could get that gun, dude. I'm really upset about the gun. Like, well, why the fuck would you just kill somebody? It was a nice gun. I don't want to lose that gun. Hoping there's nobody there. Maybe I can sneak over there and get it. It's like, you're a fucking murderer? You murdered somebody? How long you been planning this? So yeah, it's my grandpa's gun, dude. My dad's probably gonna miss it. I should maybe wait a little longer before I go get that gun. What do you think? It's just over and over, just like, and the roommate just like being so blown away, and every time he's like, yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get the gun. How long have you been planning this? A bit over a week. I can get close to it, but there is a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it. Robinson, I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring it back. If I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. I don't even know if it had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace back to me. I worry about prints I had to leave. I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints. How the fuck will I explain losing it to my old man? Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, that all he cares about is the gun. He's just worried about getting the gun back. Like, his roommate is just blown away that he is the fucking murderer that they're looking at on television, that everybody all over social media is talking about. All of their family, all of their friends, every major media organization, the fucking president, everybody everywhere is talking about this guy. And now they just found out it's their fucking roommate, and they're just like totally blown away, and he's just sitting there the whole time just like, yeah, I really don't want to lose that gun. It's so ridiculous. Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. Remember how I was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. Okay, this is so odd. Remember how I was engraving bullets? Yeah, you remember... You remember that one day I was just sitting around just randomly engraving bullets? Yeah, I know. Wasn't suspicious at all, but actually, I was planning on using those bullets for something. Nobody ever would have known. You had no idea, right? I just engraved bullets and nobody asked any questions. It wasn't suspicious at all. I just totally played you guys. It's so ridiculous, dude. It's so ridiculous. Just, yeah, remember? I was engraving bullets that one day. Nobody ever suspected a thing, but yeah, I was actually planning on using those bullets. The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge uwu on Fox News, I might have a stroke. Alright, I'm gonna have to leave it. That really fucking sucks. This guy's a fucking sociopath, dude. He's a fucking sociopath. It's just... What? No screenshots? Guys, this is a fucking... This is an indictment, okay? They don't normally print screenshots on an indictment. They have to type everything out. It is But yes, he wrote notices bulge uwu on one of the... He actually wrote oh whoa, O-W-O. And everybody's made a really big deal about the fact that it doesn't say uwu. It says oh whoa. These are very different. And like that, he right here he says uwu. So apparently it's not very different. Or he wrote uwu and they just, like, he didn't etch it very well, so it just looks like, oh, whoa. Or autocorrect just changed it from oh, whoa to uwu. I don't know. Judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine. I don't know. He's still on about the fucking gun, dude. He's still going on about the gun. This is so ridiculous. This is like a meme, bro. I feel like all of these text messages are just part of him just fucking with everybody. It's just part of him just fucking with everybody. It's fucking ridiculous. It's the gun, the Grandpa's gun. You know, it's pretty good. I don't know if you've seen the videos, but it's a pretty good shot. Did you see that? Oh, man. I've never seen Tom laugh this hard. It used to be like a fucking daily thing. It used to be a daily thing. Every day, every fucking stream, I would have some sort of laughing fit. Every stream. But then I started taking Adderall and that pretty much disappeared. But today, I totally forgot to take my Adderall until like an hour or two ago. So we still got some time seal to break here. Oh yeah, he do. And then Tom started Adderall. Yep. It used to be a thing. Like, where every time I'd laugh, the chat every time would be like, bro, his fucking laugh cracks me up. Is the most contagious laugh ever. Tom used to be funnier. Got it. I don't know what OWO is. So apparently, uwu is like, you know, this thing, and owo is like this or some shit.
Sorry, I don't talk in a uwu voice. I don't know what you expected me to do. No!
Which do you prefer, OWO or uwu? Now personally, I prefer the joy of a good conversation with someone who is wholeheartedly listening to me and I them, without having to use such quirky words like OWO and uwu. There is nothing better than a genuine heart-to-heart with someone that lasts hours, where in the end, you and that person
What the fuck? What the fuck?
become very good friends. And usually, using words like OWO and uwu kills the vibe immediately. In all honesty though, if I have no choice, I'm choosing OWO, because you gotta remain on high alert. I don't trust anyone, not even—
Just people randomly throwing out OWOs and uwus in the middle of conversations. Yep. Hate it when that happens. Ugh. Can't stand it when people just randomly throw out those OWOs and uwus in the middle of fucking sentences. The other day I was at church, and in the middle of the sermon, the pastor was just all of a sudden, uwu, and I was, just, bro. Matthew 3:16 does not say that. So, in the middle of the fucking prayer, bro, just threw out a couple uwus. Yeah, instead of amen at the end of the prayer, everybody says uwu.
myself. Because with uwu, your eyes are closed. You're completely unaware of what's going on around you. But with owo, you've got like 720 degrees of vision, and you can see seconds into the future like you've got a contract with the future devil. Look at the—
Yeah, so the uwu isn't even supposed to be a sound. It's supposed to be like an emote, like the thing, but
Uwu or oh whoa, hey, look at that. To be more specific, because I know
yeah, this guy's definitely a fucking furry. He is 100% a furry. I don't know. I think I had some that were talking about it that I liked, but yeah, I don't know. On TikTok and the— oh no, I don't fucking— Uwu depicts a cute face with closed eyes and a happy, scrunched up mouth, conveying warmth, affection, and happiness, while Owo appears open eyes and represents surprise, curiosity, or an intensified look of desire and playfulness. Okay, so yeah, so it seems like it was probably meant to be Owo, not Uwu. So, we need to We need to keep that in mind, that this probably was an autocorrect. But yeah, so he says, remember how I was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge ooh-woo on Fox News, I might just have a stroke. All right, I'm gonna have to leave it. That really fucking sucks. Judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine. I don't know. I think that was a $2,000 scope. Bro, dude. This is just fucking insane. If he said that, that's wild. These are his fucking text messages. This is the fucking indictment. So this is shit that, like, is this real? Yes, this is the indictment. Yes. We're reading the indictment. Yes. That's why I'm cracking up this whole time, is because his roommate over and over and over is like really freaked out about the fact that the whole world is currently looking for him, and he just texts her and says, yeah, that's me. And so she's like, what the fuck? Like, what are you doing? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm sus of Cash and Company now. This isn't even from Cash. This isn't from the Department of Justice. This isn't from the FBI. This is the county report. And we went over the FBI's investigation first. Now we're into the county's investigation. So, so yeah, this is not. Tom is behind. How am I? What do you mean I'm behind? Yes, I know I'm being a troll about it not being real because that's the new speculation. Oh, okay. Oh, I don't know if some people just got here or if people tuned out and came back and they're wondering if like we're reading just some like random post on Twitter or something. But yeah. Judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine. And then it's another. I think this is another type of like emote, right? An emoticon that represents a crying or sad face. Yeah, so it's 2 semicolons with a dash in between. All right. Then he says, delete this exchange. My dad wants photos of the rifle. He says Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle, and it is very unique. He's calling me right now, not answering. Since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty diehard MAGA. I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors here is a deputy for the sheriff. You are all I worry about, love. I'm much more worried about you. Don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments. If any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. Okay, yeah, the delete this exchange makes it to where, yeah, he is trying to hide evidence. Okay. Police executed a search warrant on Robinson's residence. During that search, police discovered a shell casing with etchings like the etching found on the shells in the rifle near UVU. Police also found several targets with bullet holes in Robinson's home. Count 1, aggravated murder, pertains to Robinson's shooting and killing of Charlie Kirk in the manner that exposed others, in addition to Mr. Kirk, to a great risk of death. Count 2, felony discharge of firearm, pertains to Robinson's shooting towards Mr. Kirk, knowing that doing so would endanger those in Bullett's path. The shot caused serious bodily injury to Mr. Kirk, ultimately resulting in his death. Obstructing justice pertains to Robinson's removal and hiding of the rifle he used to shoot Mr. Kirk. Count 4, obstructing justice pertains to Mr. Robinson's removal and hiding of the clothing he wore when he shot Mr. Kirk. Count 5, witness tampering, pertains to Robinson's statement to his roommate, telling his roommate to delete their text exchange that followed the shooting. Count 6, witness tampering, pertains to Mr. Robinson's statement to his roommate, telling the roommate, if any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. I don't know if that's necessarily witness tampering. I don't know if that's necessarily witness tampering. That's kind of insane. That's a wild. Like, again, they're going to like throw everything at the wall and try to see what sticks. That one seems a little too far-fetched. Violence offense committed in the presence of a child pertains to Robinson's shooting of Mr. Kirk in the presence of children under the age of 14 who were visible at the event. Based upon evidence received from Brian Davis of the Utah State Bureau of Investigations, I have reason to believe the defendant committed the offenses as charged herein. So yes, this is not Kash Patel, this is not the FBI, this is not Donald Trump, this is not the Fed, this is not any of those people. This is Utah Bureau of Investigations. So very different.
Hey, I'm Tucker Carlson. Last week, within just really minutes after Charlie Kirk was shot at that event in Utah, a kind of proxy war broke out over his memory. Who gets to own it? Who gets to use it? While the rest of us were still reeling in shock, trying to figure out what happened, a ton of people appeared online, not just in this country, to tell you exactly what happened, exactly what it meant, and exactly what we should do next. And you can see why. With this level of emotion, rage, and grief in the air, it's pretty wise to leverage that much energy. It's almost like nuclear power. It can be used for good or bad. And a lot of people wanted to use it. There's no question about that. So they begin telling you, Charlie died for this, he lived for this, and he died for that. So the crazier reaches of the left, it was Charlie was a Nazi. And the lesson is Nazis.
Without them ever telling us that people were celebrating his death, that people were running around and cheering about it or anything, without the conservatives amplifying the shit, I never would have known about this. And this is something that I talk about all the time, is that the way that they present the left is by just a couple of small random people on TikTok or on Twitter or some shit, but it's always like some randoms, some 15-year-old kids that they use to paint the entire left. And it's always just like the tiniest little anecdotes. Meanwhile, we are pointing at their biggest leaders' systemic differences, the top-down differences. We're pointing at their fucking president as examples. And it's just so fucking infuriating because, again, without them, I never would have known that there were people running around celebrating this. And all they did is amplify that and make it to where people were more likely to do this because of how triggered they got about it. It is It's just so fucking infuriating that like they run around causing this shit to happen and then play victim right after.
Get killed. It makes sense. He was a bad guy who got what he deserved, and a lot of them said that out loud. Certain parts of the right immediately told you that actually this was about something completely different. You know, Charlie died for Israel. Many began to say the prime minister of Israel said that, and so did a lot of other people. Charlie was a defender of Israel, which he was, by the way, and therefore he died for that cause. But none of these explanations, all self-serving, are really satisfactory. They don't capture who Charlie Kirk was, and on some basic level, they're dishonest. Charlie was not a Nazi. He was not killed because he was a Nazi. Yes, he was a defender of Israel. He didn't die for Israel, however. Why did he die? What was his life about? What was the sin, the core sin that Charlie Kirk committed against somebody, power, that got him killed in the end? And the answer is right in front of us, certainly those of us who knew him. Charlie's life was defined by his Christian faith. Not his spirituality, but his belief in Jesus, his life as a Christian. And everything in his life flowed from those beliefs. Everything he did, said, and believed came from the fact that he was, above all, a Christian. And that is and was, and in fact has always been, deeply provocative and offensive to the rest of the world. And why is that? It's worth thinking about it for just a second. Christianity doesn't seem like the kind of religion that would provoke people to anger and violence. In fact, it seems just the opposite. It's the world's most profoundly nonviolent religion, maybe the world's only truly nonviolent religion, a religion based on a man who Christians believe was also God, who, as he was being led away to be tortured to death on made-up charges, scolded one of his disciples for fighting back. This is a religion committed to love above all, and to living in peace and harmony, truly. It's a universalist religion that believes that every person has a shot at heaven. It's not exclusionary at all. And so you would think it would make sense that if you're a government or if you're in power, that you'd want a lot of Christians living in your country, because they're not going to cause massive problems. Not a lot of sincere Christians are fomenting insurrection at any given moment. Pretty much none, most of the time. They're tidy, they get married, they love their children, they pay their taxes, they're commanded to pay their taxes. So why wouldn't you want a nation full of Christians? Why wouldn't you encourage this religious belief, even if it wasn't yours? Why would you hate it? Well, there are a couple of reasons. There are a couple of things about Christianity, and these were evident throughout Charlie's public life, that are deeply provocative to the people in power. And the first is the insistence that Christianity comes with inherently that you are not God. You are not God, and neither are your leaders. God is God, and all of us stand before him in the end to be judged, and all of us will be found lacking. Christians believe the only way to heaven is through Jesus. That's the only way. But all of us, whether we believe in Jesus or not, are fallen. We are sinners. We are less than we ought to be. We are not gods, and neither are the people who lead us. And this has a lot of implications. The first being, if you're not God, you don't get to do whatever you want. There are limits. There are rules that you didn't write that you have to abide by. That's not a judgment. That's a statement of fact. Some call it natural law. It's been the basis of every functioning society since the beginning of time. But the basis of our society is the Christian understanding of justice, which flows from that belief. You are not God. God is. He writes the most basic rules. You abide by them, period. That's the basis of our law. That's the basis of Western law. And that is a threat, a challenge to people who would ignore the limits on their behavior, very much including our leaders and very much including the most powerful people in our society, whether they're elected or not. Nobody wants to be told you're not allowed to do something, and Christianity inherently tells people that. It doesn't judge them, it just states it clearly. No, you do not have the power to kill, except possibly in self-defense, but you can't just go killing people. And you can't go killing people because, and this is the second thing about Christianity that tends to set the teeth of the powerful on edge, Christianity insists that every human being is created by God. Every single one. And that means that every human being has a soul, a distinct, unique soul created by God. It is, once again, the only true universalist faith there is. And the New Testament is the story of this, an underread collection of books. That is not the story of the Old Testament. It is very much the story of the New Testament. In the New Testament, all people are God's chosen, every single one. And the story itself.
A bunch of people are freaking out about the fact that Unfuck America Tour is still moving on with their tour, and they still have Destiny right there at the top of the ticket. For free speech against political violence with Destiny. With Destiny's face right there. By Destiny's own logic, Democrats should be in fear to show their stupid fucking faces in public. Yeah, because most likely your base would protest his vigil. Stop me when I lie. Ooh. Ooh, got him. I'm sorry, is that Destiny there? And you say you are against what? I just took a look at your website. It's just a long list of overused buzzwords. I'm middle of the road politically, though your base middle of the road probably means far right. I am open to listening to all sides, but not when it feels so disingenuous. What? Your base middle of the road probably means far right? Does their website... yeah. Does their... Is it because I'm assuming their website must say like a bunch of shit about like cancel culture and shit like that. I'm assuming that's probably what's on the website, which if it is, that's a bad look. Unfuck America Tour creators, organizers, and staff are disturbed by the assassination of Charlie Kirk. The entire mission of National Ground Game and the Unfuck America Tour is to have good faith debates with our political opponents. We were really excited to meet with Charlie Kirk for a scheduled debate a week from Sunday and are devastated by this outcome. Charlie was a husband, a son, and a father who loved his country. Even though we disagreed with his political philosophy, we respected the hard work it took to build TPUSA, as our founder stated on CNN. Unfortunately, one of the Unfuck America debaters was debating Charlie when this happened and had to witness this horrifying traumatic event. Because of this, we are asking that people respect both our creators and our staff's privacy while we grieve. We are keeping Charlie's family, friends, and staff in our prayers, and will be there for them if and when they are ready to reach out. We wholeheartedly condemn any and all violence. You know what I think like a great thing would be, and this is like a long shot, but it would at least be good to say that they did it, is to reach out to the family and invite them to the event and say, like, we would love to have you guys, blah, blah, blah. That I think would be a big difference. Let me up? You're not in the waiting room. What do you mean, let you up? I don't know what Discord you're in, but it's not mine. Real quick, hold on. Let me play this real quick before I pull you up.
People are feeling a sense of euphoria.
This is Tashika, Okay, everybody remembers Tashika, right? The person that I was like having a lot of fights with, the person who was hardcore against Unfuck America Tour, the person that I called out for saying that she hates white people. This is Tashika, which I've had a number of conversations since.
People are feeling a sense of euphoria.
I've had a bunch of conversations with since. I actually really like Tashika. I think that she has like a lot of really base takes, and she's been pretty fucking base ever since all of that shit went down. I've like I every time I saw her after that, in every fucking chat that I was in, I was fucking cheering her on. I was typing based as fuck in the chat. A lot of like lefties would ban me because they're like, oh, Foolery's trolling in the chat saying base Tashika, what a fucking loser. But no, like really, I was very much like in favor of a lot of the shit that she was saying, and every conversation I've had with her since, I've been in favor of. So
people are feeling a sense of euphoria, and people are feeling a sense of relief that it happened. But I think it's really important that, and I keep saying this, that we quell this with a sense of stoic realism, and that this event has changed our political landscape, not for the better. Personal feelings towards him, even you wishing this on him a month ago, yesterday, 3 hours ago. Actualization of the event is the issue. It's not wrong for you to hate his guts. It's wrong for you not to defend his rights. The way that people are talking about this is so gross. Not even like that they don't care that he's gone, but it's like everyone just forgot who he is. Someone's father. What are you talking about? Does that suddenly forego? The issue was not that he was someone's father. The issue wasn't even that he was a person. The issue is that this changes our political landscape and justifies unaliving people for their opinions, even when they are not elected officials with direct control over legislation. We are approaching a societal norm of not being able to tell people what you believe in or become too influential at the threat of being unalived. That's the issue. Not people not caring that he's gone. It's the violence that will ensue. Has set a political precedent of unaliving influential pundits. That's what? Who cares that people hate him? Who cares? Who cares that people were wishing for this to happen? Who cares? It has happened. It has happened, and now all of our rights are at stake. Not even from the administration. There is an agreement that we have within society that I will not infringe on your rights, and you will not infringe upon mine, and I will enforce your rights in exchange for me enforcing your rights, you enforce my rights. If I don't like what you're doing with your rights, the agreement is that I enforce them regardless. Because if I stop enforcing your rights because I don't like it, now I have nothing to justify enforcing my rights. There are no real protections from people attacking you or punishing you or executing you for using your First Amendment rights. The only thing that comes after that is jail time or their own execution. But there is no real protection for us. The second we realize that we don't actually have to uphold the contract, everything falls apart. There's no real way for the government to enforce someone not unaliving you for your political stance. No matter how influential you are, there is no real protection from that. There is nothing really stopping anyone from doing so. This is the precedent that this has set. Wishing for something to happen is not the same as it actually happening. Your thoughts are your First Amendment. Your actual actions are not. They're not your right. You don't get to just impose that onto other people. That's why we only prosecute actualized crime when you really do the thing and not a thought crime. Because you can still enforce the right for someone to think whatever they want to think. You can no longer enforce Charlie Kirk's rights. He doesn't have any anymore. It is irreversible. People are feeling a sense of euphoria.
Ali, I don't know what you're asking me to reiterate. I don't know what you're talking about. What up, Logics?
Shit, my bad. I was on mute. What's up?
I was gonna ask if that was you at the bottom of the poster, but I didn't want to act like all black people look alike.
Every time I come on your stream, you have a racist joke for me, so I'm starting to feel away, man.
What? That's not a racist joke. I saw you there and I was like, wait, is that Logic's? And I was like, wait, if I actually ask that and it's not him, I'm gonna be fucked. But now that you're saying, hey, I want to come talk about it, I'm like, oh, okay, maybe that actually is him.
Oh, I was right. I wasn't racist.
Yes. Fuck yes, I'm not racist. Let's go.
No facts. But yeah, so I kind of forgot what you were saying earlier. Were you asking what were you saying? Did you have any questions about like going forward, like with UFA?
Not really. I thought you said you wanted to come talk about something with UFA.
Yeah, because I think before so you was looking at the flyer, you was talking about Destiny. Oh, you started reading the comments and
yeah, obviously I know Z, I know like Mercedes and Destiny and Not So Erudite. Like I know all of these people, and so I'm well aware of like everything that's going on.
Yeah, I don't know. Did you see like people like threatening Hunter and saying we're the reason and all that shit? Did you see that?
No,
Like,
I mean not specifically, but obviously people have been saying the same thing to me, so like I'm assuming.
Oh, because they think you're a part of it, or just because you're
No, not even. I'm saying like they're saying this to all of the left. They're saying that all of the left is responsible for this. They're saying that all of the left is responsible for his death. That like they all randomly believe in stochastic terrorism. So it's weird.
Yeah, it's no consistency. But yeah, well, like some people were like seeing the tour going forward, like some people like, oh, what y'all gonna do now since, quote unquote, you guys did this and you don't have anybody to debate and woo out the bam. But it's like you said reach out to the family. Basically this next stop in Colorado, I don't know if the flyer perfectly articulates it, but like this stop at Colorado is in combination with TPUSA. So for those that don't know, like when UFA gets to Colorado, they're like doing a joint debate thing basically in honor of Charlie. You know what I'm saying? People are gonna do speeches, people are gonna debate one another
Yeah,
in
it
the
says
spirit of debate, which is
It says, we have changed our event time to 6:30 after Charlie Kirk's vigil at CSU. Thank you to the TPUSA Club for coordinating these details with us. We look forward to seeing you there. So it doesn't say that at all. It just says that they that they are like.
Well, no, you see, thanks for TPUSA for coordinating.
Well, but it says coordinating, just letting them know that they're moving the TPUSA event back. Because of the vigil.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, the times this tweet she made in particular was just to let people know about a time change, because originally it was earlier in the day, like that one in particular. But the event changed, of course. But pretty much, it's a collaborative effort, is what I'm saying. Basically, like when you was talking about reaching out to family, I was just gonna like let people know that what's happening is this is something that's being in collaboration with TPUSA to show the unity, to show that, even though we oppose Charlie, it wasn't like a fuck you thing and we're going to do our own thing and not even pay any respects or whatever, because people are like literally threatening Hunter. People are saying UFA did this, and even though we made it clear we were trying to debate him in the, about our ideas and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? So
yep. Yeah, I mean, the whole idea has been to like actually have discourse with the other side, and this isn't just something that they do at the TPUSA events. Like, there's been tons of streams that I've been on, that you've been on with UFAT, where they're having up a bunch of like conservatives, and we all do sit there and have like respectful dialogue back and forth the entire time and talk to each other, and that's like been the entire idea of UFAT the entire time. So
yeah. So do you think, I want your personal opinion, how do you feel about Destiny still being headliner? What's your opinion?
I think I thought about jumping on today and like asking him clarifying questions, because he does contradict himself at points, right? And I think that that's hard for a lot of people to understand, is what it is that he's doing and saying. And because at some points he has condemned the violence, he has condemned the shooting, he has said that this is bad. But then at other points, he's saying, don't do it. Don't condemn this. Don't. At least, so at the beginning of the panel that he had the other day on Wix, he started off by saying, we are not the ones who need to turn down the temperature. We're not the ones who need to tell everybody to turn down the temperature, to turn down the rhetoric. That is what Trump has to do. Trump has to tell everybody to turn down the rhetoric. Until they turn down the rhetoric, we're just meeting them where they're at. They're all the way up here, and we're just meeting them where they are. But they're the ones who are in power. They're the ones who are in charge of this. They're the leaders of this. We have to just match whatever it is that they do. And the rest of the fucking debate turns into, so you're telling everybody not to condemn this, and you're telling everybody not to say that like terrorism is bad. And instead of Destiny ever like correcting them on that, he argues with them and saying like, well, what are we supposed to do? Prisoner dilemma, like, game theory, like, and he doesn't ever like actually correct this in any way. And so it is an issue where like he is sending contradictory messages at different times. Some people like, are saying like, oh, he just means like when you're sitting in front of Dave Rubin, you're not supposed to condemn things. Dave Rubin wasn't on that fucking panel. All right. Dave Rubin wasn't on the WIC panel. He wasn't there. So it's not a good argument. It's not a good, it's not a way to like rationalize what it is he's saying. But in the end, I appreciate what it is he's doing regardless, because it is just showing blatant hypocrisy from the right. Even the fact that like, I appreciate that, I said earlier, we never would have known about the 4 or 5 15-year-olds on TikTok celebrating his death if libs of TikTok didn't go around like posting it all over the place and making a big deal about it. But because they did that, now we've been able to expose this just blatant hypocrisy from their side, where I just posted on Twitter just a little bit ago with saying, without libs of TikTok and the entire right-wing media apparatus amplifying the few 15-year-olds on TikTok who celebrated Charlie Kirk's death, I never would have known it ever happened. But I'm glad they did it. We wouldn't have been able to laugh at them for their insane hypocrisy otherwise. And with that, I have a screenshot of a Rolling Stones article where the title is MAGA responds to Biden's cancer diagnosis with mockery and speculation. And then it has a quote that says like, what I want to know is, how did Dr. Jill Biden miss stage 5 cancer? Or is it just another cover up? Donald Trump Jr. joked.
MD.
Yes, she wasn't yeah. And he says afterwards, I know she's not a doctor. I know she's not a medical doctor. It's just a joke. Like, haha. And even when I read this yesterday, the people in chat were like, they never joked about this. That's not a joke. And I'm like, he literally says right there, it's a fucking joke. What do you mean? He literally says afterwards, I was just joking, guys. I was being sarcastic. Obviously, I know she's not a medical doctor. Like, so stupid.
Yeah. So I fully, I get that. And I think as us being on online people, especially if like, Destiny, you're kind of like, this isn't unexpected from somebody like him. I'm wondering if optically, like, say you're just, a normie, you don't follow online politics, you just watch whatever comes across your TV screen, and whether it's Foxy and then whatever the fuck. I'm wondering if Pierce, is Pierce show just online? It's just on YouTube, right? I know he just got a deal with some network, but prior to that deal, isn't he just on the internet?
Yeah, he's just on YouTube. He used to have a deal with a channel in the UK where I think it was also put on their channel, but he got fired from that channel after he went off about like Princess
Meghan Markle.
Yes, Meghan Markle. Yes, he went off about her and he got fired, and they and so now I believe it's just on YouTube.
Okay, so I'm wondering what you think, because I think that if you're objectively like a moderate and you just don't have any allegiance, if you watch that and actually listen to what he said, I'm wondering how normies receive that, because if I took my bias aside as somebody that like agrees with Destiny generally, he still quote unquote condemned what happened. But if you were listening to listen and not already feel a way about the situation, it's clear that he's not agreeing with what happened, but he is just extremely upset and wants to point out the hypocrisy on the right. And I'm wondering if it's just me that feels that way. You get what I'm saying? Like, he's like, no, nobody should be dying over what they say or political speech or political violence or whatever. You know, I don't agree with that. He made that clear. He's like, but we always do it for 10 years. We've been doing it. Why can't Donald Trump do it? Nobody on the panel, even fucking Anna, wanted to address that point. And it's like, okay, so I'm wondering, is it just me being somebody that's online and having, I guess, more leniency towards Destiny's ways?
So I don't think people say I don't think people see that, because even people who are in my audience who watch this and are on the left and watch Destiny and shit like that, even they didn't get it, like, until I like explained, like, this is like, he's showing their hypocrisy. He is showing how fucking crazy they are, that they are going to hold a fucking YouTuber to a higher standard than they are the fucking president of the United States, that this is the hypocrisy that needs to be exposed. Just real quick, sorry, guys, we got 5 minutes left on the clock. We're still $10 down from the hitting the goal. We already had Z King send $5. Aaron M Sound sent $10, but we are $10 off from hitting the goal with only 5 minutes left. So consider donating. I will pin the link in chat for people to donate. It'll accept PayPal, credit, or debit card, but it is. This is the link to donate. So I will put it in chat and pin it to the top if you would like to donate to continue stream. Otherwise, if you're new here, when the clock runs out, if we don't hit the goal, I do get off. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, you was talking.
Well, no, I just said that, like, people in my audience didn't understand, and that I had to kind of explain that was the point.
Yeah. So shit, I was listening, and then I got thrown off when you said that.
Sorry. So yeah. So even like at the beginning of stream, Z King came in, and he was like, he's like, I don't know why it's just so hard for Destiny to just condemn it. Like, it would be so easy. Okay. He could just condemn it, and it would be so simple. And I don't know why he just refuses to do this. And so I said, I was like, I get it. And even I have been very clear to, like, condemn this and be out front saying, like, I condemn, like, the people who are making jokes about it as well and celebrating it and all of this shit. But I appreciate what it is he's doing, because it is what is exposing the hypocrisy from them. It is the selective outrage from them, where all of the things that we're pointing out. The issue is that, one, all of the people that they're complaining about are not the leaders of the Democrat Party, right? They are not the leaders of the Democrat Party, right? All of the people that they're saying did all of the shit, it is none of the leaders of the Democrat Party. Then, once they do point it out and they complain about the 15-year-old on TikTok, we turn around showing the leaders of the Republican Party doing that exact thing, including Trump, including his kids, including Elon Musk, including Laura Loomer, including all of the fucking leadership across the fucking board. They all do the things that they're freaking out about. But we don't. Our leadership does not do this. And so this is the point. This is the thing that they need to understand. And what Destiny is doing is showing that glaring hypocrisy from them, where they are freaking out about 15-year-olds on TikTok and acting like that is a bigger deal to them than the president of the United States. The 15-year-old on TikTok matters more to them than the president of the United States. And so that is the thing. That is important. And what Destiny is doing is just making this crystal clear for everybody.
And you know what's even funnier about that? It's almost, I don't want to say martyr, but Destiny is putting himself out there to be sacrificial to the cause. Because besides Destiny, even if you want to take it off of political officials, he's the only big left-leaning content creator that has this type of stance. And I guess if we want to separate ourselves from people like Hasan and whatnot, there's not even another Destiny. You get what I'm saying? Like, especially to be on Pierce, he's like, "Oh, Destiny, why should anybody listen to you if you won't condemn it?" It's like, bro, you're basically saying that Destiny has more pull than Trump on letting the country know what we should be doing. This is absurd. And I hope that's my thing. I hope that when people saw that, it was kind of like, wait, what the fuck is happening now? Especially, it's like, say you just don't know about, I mean, if you watch Pierce, you may know Destiny, but you might not. So if I'm watching this and you're like hand-wringing this streamer about language, he said he doesn't think nobody should die. Cool. If you was actually listening. And then you're like, why should anybody listen to you if you can't do it? And it's like, well, Trump hasn't done it. And then you're ignoring him asking you, why can't Trump do it? I think, to me, that's more eye-opening than a streamer that's, he's yelling and you're either going to like him or you're not, but he's yelling and screaming and you might be turned off by him by that alone and might not care what he has to say. And it's like, oh, it's a streamer or whatever. Fuck, but
Z, what's up?
Knowledge that Trump isn't doing it. Z, what's good?
She said, I want to see if peers will agree that Trump should denounce the violence, the hypocrisy of Destiny being held to a higher standard. Then the president is actually insane. Z, if you want to hop on, we were just talking about the unfuck America shit. If you're free, that's what we were just going over.
Yeah, so I mean, like I said, I think optically, yeah, like Destiny, I think nothing would have been lost if he'd be like, yes, I condemn the violence. Now, what do you say about Trump? I think that would have been worked way more optically. I do agree with that.
Yeah. Well, so I said
ego or whatever, they didn't let him do it, but yeah.
Yeah, I said I think the better thing to do is to say, of course I'm willing to condemn it. I'm a Democrat. We always condemn these things. Ooh. What you already assume that I condemn it. I'm a Democrat. Yep. Of course we do. Yep. The difference is that because I'm a Democrat, you can assume that. We can't assume that of the Republicans because they're only going to condemn it when it's somebody on the left who does it. And if it's somebody on the right who does it, they'll either ignore it or say they're a Democrat or an FBI agent or the Antifa or the CIA or like that's the way that I think is the best way to go about it, is to just start off by saying, I'm a Democrat. Of course I condemn it. You already know I condemn it. I'm a Democrat. Like, yeah.
Yeah, they don't have any wiggle room. I don't know if it's ego or I don't know what it is, the edginess, but like I said, I get where he's coming from, but yeah, there would have been nothing to lose.
Well, the problem is that the difference is that if I said that would not be viral on Twitter right now. If I said that.
Because of your stature?
No. If Destiny said that would not be viral on Twitter right now. What Destiny said, is viral on Twitter. What Destiny said is all over the place. And it's got everybody talking about it. It's got everybody fighting about it.
It would hurt them to blast it. It would hurt them if he did that. It would hurt them to put it out.
Well, it's not even that. Oh, sorry. One second. TTS.
Doing the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
But it's important that we have both sides of this. Destiny's stance and what we normally do as Dems. Just need more people to hop on board. The right needs to see truth.
True, Trib. Thank you for the $10 dono. We did hit the goal. Let's go. Appreciate it, sir. Yeah, it's not because it would have made them look bad. It's because it's not inflammatory enough. The fact that he is saying things that are super inflammatory, that are pissing people off, that is getting them all up in their fifis, is what makes them incapable of seeing the hypocrisy as they run around complaining about this. And so as they're all, oh, I can't believe this fucking loser, like we're all turning right around and posting their own fucking messages right back at them. The very first video that I put out, and this is the problem that this is the bigger problem that I have with all of this, is I put out a video right after all of this happened. Very beginning of the video, I talk about the fact that, like, I condemn the shooting, that, like, all the people who are celebrating this are gross, that I later in the video, I talk about the fact that, like, I've been consistent on condemning people on the left, like Luigi Mangione, that, like, Hasan Piker, when he's pushing for violence and shit, I've condemned him. But when I put this video out, I'm sorry, TTS again, hold on.
You need to know this is a turning point for MAGA, and we're gaining a whole new generation of MAGA. This is permanent. Read this out loud, you heard it.
Thank you, Gay Odyssey, for the TTS. But yeah, sorry, for the $5. But the problem is that if you go to the comment section of that video, it is a bunch of people like sending death threats to me, and I've gotten DMs of death threats. I've got like people in my chat blowing up over that video, sending me death threats. The people saying that they have my address, we've got your real name, like, we're coming for you, all this shit. So even when you do all of those things, it makes no difference. They are still immediately sending you death threats anyways, saying they're coming for you, saying they want to fucking kill you, yesterday I had numerous people in my chat saying, you refuse to condemn this, you refuse to call it out. On every fucking stream that I've done, I've called it out and condemned it. On videos that I put out about it, I've condemned it and called it out. It makes no difference to them. They just want to outrage. That's it. They just want to scream. They just want to throw fits. That's all it is, because they're too fucking emotional to actually engage with the substance of the issues that are happening in our country. Because if they engaged with the substance of the issues, they would be looking at all of the fucking studies that are proving that they are 99% of the fucking political murders.
Yep. And that's what kind of enrages me, because we literally are playing at like a fucking handicap at 10, and we have to behave as if we're not. They want us to behave like we're not being handicapped, and I think we can agree that we're handicapped. And some will say it's because of us claiming a moral superiority, when I don't even think that's really the case. I think we're just this sounds fucked up, but I think we're just inherently better people than a lot of conservatives.
Yes, we're expected to be the adults in the room because we are better than them. We're expected to be better than them.
Yes, it's like we're the adults and they're the children. So now it's like we have to be treated like we're 60 and they have to be treated like they're 6. And it's like, bro, but y'all want to play with us. So where's the balance? I don't fucking
The
get
one
it.
thing I really didn't like about what Destiny did, this is one thing that I really didn't like, and that is that he kept saying, like, oh, bullshit, he was on the left. He, like, grew up in a conservative family in a conservative town. He was Christian. That I didn't like as much, but the problem is again, is that, like, people didn't focus on that, and they didn't make a big deal about that. If they did, I probably would have said the same thing, like, oh, yes, this is exposing them. They always do this. They always blame Antifa. They always blame, left-leaners. When Paul Pelosi got attacked, they all said that was his, like, gay trans lover, and that he wasn't a conservative, that this was he was hired by Tim Walz to take out his competition, and that was the narrative that they ran with. So if that was something that they ended up focusing on as well, then yeah, that would be like another point, like, oh, well, you guys did this, you guys did that, you guys, like, but same with January 6th, Donald Trump still runs around saying that. Excuse me. Donald Trump still runs around saying that it was Antifa, that it was the FBI, it was an inside job, it was all, like, it was the left who did it. They all shift blame every single time somebody on their side does something. And so the fact that he did that is, if that ended up being a focus, I would think it was worth it. The fact that he didn't, I've already been annoyed with the liberals who are running around saying, like, oh, it was a groiper, we know it's a groiper, like, blah blah blah. It's like, shut the fuck up. Like, you do not.
That's just the L you did not have to take. Like, I was in no rush to try to claim.
I'm sorry, hold on one second. I'm so sorry. Luca just said, what do you mean, Tom? All of that is true. How many liberal families raised? That's the fucking point, Luca. How all of us are liberals who grew up in Christian conservative families. They're the only people having kids. There's nobody else having kids. We all grew up in conservative families. So to say that they grew up in yeah, that's where we all came from. That's why we all moved to the left, is because we grew up in those families and we wanted to move away from it. That's the whole point. So it's kind of it's kind of ridiculous to point at the fact that he grew up in a Christian conservative family when it's like, yeah, all of the left grew up in Christian conservative families. Destiny grew up in a Christian conservative family. I grew up in a Christian conservative family. Half the fucking chat grew up in Christian conservative families. We all did. Like, that's all of us.
Yeah. I didn't, but I know a lot of people did. Half of my dad was more conservative than my mom, but not fully. So I agree. Like you said, it's just so funny. Like, they'll drop any narrative as soon as they find another one. Like, oh, he went to college and got wasn't they saying he went to college and got indoctrinated and he was there for a fucking semester and shit like that. And the thing is, I think most of us was ready to just take on the fact that he was probably left leaning, right?
Yes, well, we just went over the indictment. For those of you who weren't here, okay? Maybe if you still think he was on the right or that you're not convinced, go back and watch us go over the indictment. It is very clear. This is the problem, okay? He calls Charlie Kirk hateful, okay? He calls Charlie Kirk hateful. He does talk to the trans roommate and calls them my love. He does... He says, like, he was sick of the hateful rhetoric coming from him, and that, like, some things are just not winnable through discourse or dialogue. Like, this, I'm sorry, but, like, if you don't know the differences, I promise you, nobody on the right, when the people on the right, even when they're talking about the fact that, like, oh, we're all evil, this is the rhetoric that they use, okay? They say evil. They say that we're, demonic, that we're, like, they use very, like, religious, spiritual sorts of language. Whereas, like, when we say people use hateful rhetoric, that is a very rare thing. The fact that Pam Bondi came out over the last couple of days saying that she wants to, like, have hate speech laws and shit, like, that is a thing that you would never hear from somebody on the right. And even the right is currently fucking going hard on her for saying this shit. So it's just, if you don't know the differences between the rhetoric and, like, the buzzwords that come from right and left people, then maybe don't go back and listen to it. But if you do, that, like, yes, it would be very useful to go back and listen to all of his text messages and shit, and what his family attested to him saying and shit like that. They even say that he moved further left over the recent years, got more political, started becoming pro-gay, pro-trans, like that. Like, it's pretty clear. He's on the left. Like, there's a possibility that he wasn't, and I'm open to that possibility. But as far as the evidence goes, the evidence is very strongly in one direction, and not there's no evidence in the other direction. So I'm just saying, like, it's annoying when conservatives refuse to acknowledge that somebody's on the right just because they think that it implicates them. I don't like it when the left does this. They did it with Mangione as well. Exactly. So I hate this shit. I don't like being like MAGA.
Yeah, and you're right, because it's kind of like, even if we just fully was ready to just take on and not be trying to combat the narrative, it still pales in comparison. Like, I don't want to make it you had one murderer and we had one murderer. But at the end of the day, even if we just accepted this, it wouldn't even tip the scale significantly enough to where we couldn't just deal with it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're just really at home worried about the political leanings of this individual, it pales in comparison to the facts of the matter. So that's why I'm like, he's probably left leaning. Once I like you said, once he said he was hateful, I'm like, he's probably left leaning. That was just it. They won't even and it doesn't matter, to be honest. If he was a fucking right wing MAGA nut, they would have still said it was on us because they shot at somebody that was right leaning. It doesn't matter. So just be ready to deal with it. They don't claim the Melissa Hortman. They don't claim the 2 Trump attempts. They don't claim the Ben Shapiro. They don't. Did I say Ben? Josh Shapiro. They don't claim any of the ones that's actual conservative. So why even try to thwart the fact that this guy might be left leaning? Because even if he was completely not, they would just deny it. So just be ready for your arguments, even if he's left leaning. Period.
Yep. Yeah, it doesn't change anything. I'm sorry, but if you're unwilling, if you think the fact that he was born in a Christian conservative family is evidence, then you would also believe that I'm a conservative. You have to believe I'm a conservative as well. Me and Destiny, we're both fucking conservatives. Forget the views that we profess and the beliefs that you know that we have based on like what we say or what other people say about us. You're just scrapping all of that for this guy. And now saying, oh, I'm only looking at the fact that he grew up in a Christian conservative family, which I don't even like saying Christian. Okay, it was Mormon. Like, come on. Like, it was a Mormon family. Like, we don't even have to go that far. But yeah, the point is that the type of language that he uses, the things that he believed in, the family says that he was moving left, that and the fact that he grew up in a Christian conservative family just means nothing to me. It's not evidence of anything one way or the other. My parents, both Christian conservatives, they have 5 kids. 2 of the 5 are apolitical. The other 3 are liberals. One of them's a lesbian married to another woman. The other one's me, out here as the skinhead liberal. So, the Nazi liberal.
Oh, shit. Skinhead liberal. Well, Luca said no, but if you committed a similar act, it would be silly to say your entire history did not influence you. I don't know if I'm missing context, but I don't know. It's difficult because when people say your history didn't affect you, it's kind of like you're right no matter what, because it's like if you changed from what you were, that affected you, but if you grew up a certain way and stayed that way, it affected you still. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I think 51% of liberals identify as religiously unaffiliated. But yeah, I think like the majority of the country is religious and Christian, so it just doesn't say much that obviously it's disproportionate for one side, but yeah, the point is that it's not really evidence of one or the other, and to exclude all other evidence and focus on that, yes, that is something that I wouldn't even consider as far as somebody's political leanings. I would never even consider what their parents were. And for people to now focus on that, something I would never even consider evidence, and then exclude all other evidence is just ridiculous to me.
So do you think that since I guess maybe it's confirmed he's a lefty, do you think they're gonna still harp on? I saw somebody in UFA was like, since they had a trans partner, are you gonna they're gonna run with oh well, so you do like you want to keep trans people around, right? They're cooperating with the police, so it's kind of like, are y'all gonna stick on the trans stuff and act like that was the influence, or you don't need that anymore because I guess they were admitted left ideologist or whatever? Because like the trans stuff is fucking ridiculous. To pretend like conservatives aren't into trans people at all is absurd.
Oh, true. So, but the difference is that they wouldn't say that Charlie Kirk's rhetoric is hateful, right? Even in his text messages to his roommate, he says like, what did he say? Well, something like my only concern is your safety. Like, I was sick of his hate. Like, blah blah blah. Like it's the people who are like Blair Whites, the Blair Whites of the world, those trans people, the like those types, they're not they're not going to say that like that he was a transphobe or that he was this like horrible person, right? Those types don't call it, again, it's not hateful. But I don't want to focus on this too much. This is too brain breaking and like fucking if people aren't convinced at this point that it's just the evidence currently leans heavily in one direction, you're not going to be convinced by any evidence. Like there's no amount of evidence that you'll be convinced by. So I'm not going to.
It's like it's not as that it's okay, but you get what I'm saying. Like it's just what it is. Not that it's okay, but
yeah. Again, like I said, like the part about it that bothers me is the fact that liberals that MAGA does this. That this is a thing that I make fun of MAGA for, and that like the left is almost always pretty good at owning their side of things, and that like this is a shot at liberals where like even when we have evidence just drastically leaning in one direction, the fact that they refuse to acknowledge it, that is annoying to me and like takes a W away from a talking point that I would normally use. So.
Yeah, that's what I want. I want a lot of these people to reckon with the fact that, yes, both sides do political violence, but let's not like. I don't know if you saw the Kash Patel hearing they had today, but I don't know what that fucking senator was that was trying to. It's coming from one side. I don't know if you saw that. It was a senator railing on the left. He named all the political violence that happened from the left going back I don't know how many years, and just ignored every single one from the right. And it was just like, bro. I just didn't even watch it at that point because I got so fed up. I'm like, I can't do this. So, yeah, it's I just want people of notability to have to reckon with that fact publicly in a on a platform that is going to be seen. You know, that's just really what I need. Destiny's trying to do it, and like I said, I can appreciate that he's putting himself out there. I don't know if he's doing it to be, I don't know if the word is virtuous, but, he's doing it for the cause. But I appreciate that he's going to just go out there and be the one to have to show the hypocrisy, but because it has to be shown one way or another because this is getting out of hand. Elizabeth Warren is doing as much as she can. She can only do so much. Gavin is doing what he can because they can only do so much. So I that's why it's hard for me to be mad at Destiny because it's just like somebody that's not professional has to be able to do this.
Oh, that's right. Oh, he also said, that's right. I forgot. He also had the like, I would die if I saw Fox News reading the uwu thing. Like, yes, that's another. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, hey, I don't know what it'll take, man. If what happened to Charlie isn't a wake up call for them, it's just hard for me to even have faith in the fact that they need to realize that some shit got to change, bro.
I think again the issue is not like nobody's going to convince the content creators, but there's other people out there who are listening. There's issues like this that convinced me over time. There's issues like this that like made me see the glaring hypocrisy on the conservative side of things that over time made it to where I was like, okay, this is like getting to be too much. Like I don't fuck with these people anymore. And that it's so far I've seen people saying like, oh, these people celebrated his death. I'm done with you guys. Hold on, TTS.
Does Mega truly believe Canada and Mexico wouldn't support us? Like what allies do they have? I hope they understand that half the military will defect. Stay ready. United States.
Okay, there's no war. There's no war.
I don't think we ain't close to no war. I don't think.
Yeah,
not close.
The war is libs of TikTok and all of these people posting memes on the internet. That's the fucking war. But the point is that fuck what I totally. Oh yeah. There were people like me who were looking for things and who were already questioning things, and seeing stuff like this made a big difference to me. Seeing stuff like this where they make a big deal about the random 15-year-olds while totally ignoring what it is that the president is saying, what JD Vance is saying, what the president's kids are saying, what the president's best friends are saying, what all of the big right-wing leaders are saying, what Elon Musk is saying, what Libs of TikTok is saying, what like all of these, senators, congressmen, like all of these people across the board are all just massive fucking crybullies and hypocrites. And I think that for me, that is a big deal. It's just annoying that people are too caught up in their feelings to where, yeah, the ones that I've seen have been people who are saying, yeah, I'm done with the liberals. I'm done with you guys. Like the fact that you guys are actually celebrating somebody's death, like I can't deal with that. I'm done with the liberals now. And I'm thinking, what the fuck? Like you're going to the side that is doing it more than we are. Like, I don't know if you saw did you see the video that I posted on YouTube about this like days ago?
I purposefully avoided it, Big Tom, because don't copyright strike me. I wanted to react to it in real time.
Oh, okay.
So don't copyright strike me when I have a video reacting to it.
Yeah, well, as long as you don't turn around and fuck me over, I'll leave you alone. Okay.
I fuck with you hard, if you couldn't tell. Pause.
I'm just kidding. I'm just saying, like, the only people that I've ever gone after for copyright shit are people who turned around and like lied about me and made up shit and tried to like or just like completely ripped like hours of my shit and re-uploaded it. Like those are the people that I've ever gone after for copyright. Outside of that, there's been people falling asleep on stream watching my shit, and I rated them while they're sitting there asleep.
You're talking about that video you put up. It's like 8 minutes or something, like, right?
Yeah. Yep.
No. That's, first of all, that's not long enough to fall asleep on. But no, I'm black. I would just come up to you and be like, hey, fuck you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No, but no, I purposely didn't watch it because I wanted to react to it in real time. So
okay.
That's the only reason.
Well, yeah. I think I'm going to make a part 2 to it as well. Because I've wanted to make like more parts to it. The last couple of days I've been doing a lot of work in my yard and just have been like too busy to actually sit down and work on this shit. But I wanted to have like 3 parts. The first one I made not planning on doing anything else afterwards. But yeah, after now I'm looking back thinking, okay, it didn't even do well. It didn't do well in terms of views on TikTok. It didn't do well in terms of views on YouTube or Twitter.
It's long on TikTok. It's long.
It is long on TikTok and it's long on Twitter. But even on YouTube, it didn't do shit. But the main thing that I want is, I want it all like documented. Like that's the thing is I want all of this shit documented. Yep. I want it there for me to go back to. I want to be able to go just like click on my own fucking video and be like, here, this is it. Like, and so yeah,
you gotta make more videos as an avid watcher. You gotta get. I know you're a streamer. You mostly stream, but you gotta get more videos up, man.
Yeah, I would like to get more videos, but you mean video essays or just like clips of stream?
Well, for one, video essays for sure. I literally like your video essays are like A+. Like those are great. But
thank you. Have you seen the documentary?
Which one?
The Candace Owens documentary.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I think that's the one that made me realize I was like, oh, this is his shit. So yes, I did. I think that was the first one I saw where I was like, oh shit, like he do this shit. Yeah. So, but that's what I'm saying. I know those are more of a time sink, but when you can't do those, even just your debates, even if they're short, even if they're the dude you had on the other day where you had to cut him, he was just not responding to anything you were saying. I don't remember what his name
I'm probably going to turn that into a video.
Exactly. Like just get those up. No editing. Just throw that up. You know what I'm saying? Like that like because I know people will watch that because you're.
Well, the problem is that with long form content, you have to do some editing. Like you don't really have an option when it comes to.
Sure. I don't. Most of my content is videos, not like,
right. So when it comes to like long like debates and shit like that, you have to have an intro that says there's like a thing that's coming, like that you need. Yes, you need to like it gets you interested. Normally, you click on something to see, what is this? but the first like few seconds have to be like, oh shit, this is gonna be fucking dope. Like that, it has to be there. And so I spend a lot of time on editing, getting that at the beginning, because the watch time is what pushes it. Like the amount of time that people watch it is the thing. And if they watch like 2-3 minutes of it and then click off because they're like, oh, they're just having a conversation, this is boring, like it doesn't work. So yeah, the fact that like I need that is what takes so long. And then like, the music, all of that shit. So
yeah, for sure. And Catmere is saying, is this Illogic's the race baiter? I literally try to not make anything about race that's not race. So, and Tom, just as I would love to have a conversation with these goofy motherfuckers. Like Catmere, you're literally one of the dumbest people I've ever seen in the chat. But we can set that up for another date, bro, because this motherfucker be blowing me every time. Apparently, and I know he's an avid Tom fan, and I tolerate you because you like Tom, but you're like literally goofy as fuck. But I need to go to bed, sir. Okay. So, yeah.
All right.
Appreciate you, Tom.
Well, I appreciate you. We'll put your link in the chat, so people can go check you out.
Thank you. All right, bro.
All right, later, homie. Yeah, Z said that she was just getting in bed, so she wasn't able to hop on. But I'll send her a link for the Discord so she can hop on in the future. Oh wait, did I send it to her? Oh, I did. Never mind. I did send it to her. Cause yeah, so I yesterday before the debate, or sorry, yeah, before we watched Destiny, I got on for a little bit, and I watched Live and Learn. And when I was watching them at first, it seemed like, because I had already been told, I think Mantis told me earlier in the day, she said, Destiny said that he went on Piers Morgan today. And it hasn't come out yet, but he says that he is unhinged. He says like he looks really bad in this one, and he's just like waiting for the fallout from this. This is gonna be ugly. And so I was like, okay, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. And so I pulled up the Tom, you should really push out some vids or essays on Kirk. Well, again, I as I said, I just put out a video on Kirk, and it hasn't done very well. This is the right is calling for war over Charlie Kirk and has 200 views. So it's not really doing much. Even my last like 6 or 7 videos are just, they've been kind of shit. Like 980 views, 755, 300, 500, 900. Like all of my views have been shit lately on this channel. So I don't know what the fuck's going on, but did you promo? What do you mean? I put this out.
The right wing has been violent nonstop. All of the biggest right-wing leaders are all over the internet right now pretending like, oh, now it's time to be violent. Now it's time for war.
This video's in regards to Charlie Kirk. And this video's for the fucking liberals. It's war, motherfuckers.
And the theme of this day is crazy leftist lunatics are at war with people like me and you. No different than the Ukrainian girl stabbed in the neck by that piece of shit on that train to now. They want us dead.
as though you guys haven't been the most violent people in politics for decades.
And it's like each time I'm saying these things, I'm showing a bunch of screenshots on the screen. Like this person, Sassafras84, I think she's got like 500,000 followers or something like that. She said, like, again, like double what Destiny has. Where she says, I literally don't care if I lose followers for stating Captain Obvious. Charlie Kirk was just shot. We have a Democrat problem in America. This is like the thing that they all keep saying. We have a Democrat problem in America. We don't have a gun problem. We have a Democrat problem. And so this is like over and over. They all keep saying the same thing. We have a Democrat problem in America. But she says the Democrats and their violent rhetoric day in and day out for years against conservatives has put us as targets. First President Trump, now Charlie. I want more than accountability. And this person said, seriously, what does this accountability look like? And she said, public executions. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Ali just posted Illogic's channel in the chat, so make sure you guys go follow Illogic's. She just posted it a second time, so make sure you guys click the link. But yeah, I put this out, and then right after this,
Decades now. And just to be clear, I'm not happy that Charlie Kirk is dead. I think anybody who's celebrating that is gross. The political climate is just getting a little too ridiculous these days to where none of us are going to be willing to go outside pretty soon if things continue down this road. But
that's the first minute. Okay? That's the first minute of this fucking video. Now, Ali, when you said, what's the difference, Tom? What's the difference? Why do you mean that difference? What is the difference you're trying to make? I literally explained it word for word. So I don't know why when I'm in the middle of the conversation with Illogics, and I literally painted the entire picture. I didn't leave anything up for people to guess on. I literally said, I say in my fucking video that I condemn the violence, that I condemn the people who are celebrating it. I say I condemn like Hasan when he's promoting violence. I condemned Luigi Mangione when he shot. Like, I say all these things, and then I was like, but it doesn't matter that I said all of that in the video because people still don't care about the difference. They go right into my chat anyways. They go right into my comment section anyways. They go right into my DMs anyways and tell me that they still want to kill me. I wasn't talking about you. You literally said, what is the difference you're talking about, Tom? What do you mean? You weren't... Hold on. Am I being fucking gaslit here? What's your goal? No difference in what? What difference are you trying to make, Tom? What do you mean? You literally said Tom at the end of it. Okay, then somebody else hacked your account and was typing shit. I don't know. I was talking with Z. You said to Z, no difference in what? What difference are you trying to make, Tom? You called Z Tom? This is Tom. Because read the context. There's nothing else here. That's as far as it'll let me go. And it says, what's your goal? And I just said on stream. When you wrote that, I just said on stream. It doesn't matter if I say, if I condemn the violence or not. It makes no difference to these people. They still send me death threats and go into the comment section. Anyways, okay. I don't know. Anyways. Fuck, this isn't Fuck, this won't let me. Holy shit. Holy shit. Now it got too small. No, no. Why won't it let me zoom back in? Oh, man. Okay. I hate my fucking life right now. This is such bullshit. Okay, there we go. Damn. All right. Anyways, so I'm saying I condemn all of this shit, and they, like I said, they still like go right into the comments, have fun looking over your shoulder. There were some others that I ended up deleting that were a bit more explicit. There's been DMs. There's you know, here's Grunge Panda. Tom, this is sick. Why are you not calling out all of the left laughing and cheering about his death when I literally do it in the first fucking minute of the video? Like, this is infuriating that it doesn't matter what I say. It's they still act like I didn't say it.
But as all of these Republicans are running around saying that the Democrats are all violent, even Donald Trump is running around saying that being on the left, this is a violent ideology.
Charlie Kirk got shot in the fucking neck. That was the last bastion. I can't be a liberal no fucking more.
Let's just do a quick recap, okay? It was only a couple of months ago after the No Kings protest when a right-winger killed two Democrats, Hoffman and Hortman, and their spouses. And the Republican politicians who are making fun of them are now all of a sudden super upset about the backlash for Charlie Kirk. The people who are celebrating Charlie Kirk's death are not leaders on the left, but the people who do this on the right, they are all leaders. It's everybody. It's top down. There was Gretchen Whitmer, who was kidnapped by right-wingers. There was Nancy Pelosi's husband, who was attacked with a hammer. And again, on all of these, right-wingers didn't take accountability for any of it. And even though Dupape, the guy with the hammer, claimed that he was going after them because they were pushing Democrat pack of lies and that they were hiding Hunter Biden's laptop, Charlie Kirk said that Republicans shouldn't take responsibility for anything that this guy did. Their rhetoric didn't affect it at all. And then he told his audience to go bail the guy out.
Politico says top Republicans reject any link between GOP rhetoric and Paul Pelosi assault. Of course you should reject any link. Why is the Republican Party, why is the conservative movement to blame breaking into somebody's home, or maybe not breaking into somebody's home? Why are we...
See, like, this is what I'm talking about, where they all do this. They all do this. And they even say, like, oh, we don't even know if he broke into their home. Like, we don't know that he's conservative. We don't know.
If some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco or the Bay Area wants to really be a midterm hero, bail him out and then go ask him some questions.
And just days after the attack on the Pelosi's, Donald Trump was making jokes about it.
Stand up to crazy Nancy Pelosi who ruined San Francisco. How's her husband doing, by the way? Anybody know? And she's against building a wall at our border, even though she has a wall around her house, which obviously didn't do a very good job.
You don't ever hear...
Like, Trump's son put out video messages on Instagram because in the video, it's Paul Pelosi in his underwear getting attacked with a hammer. So Trump Jr. put out an Instagram post of underwear and a hammer and said, "This is my Halloween costume. Like, how do you guys like it?" And that, like, this is the type of fucking gross shit that they all do. And this is, again, their leaders doing this. This is their leaders doing this shit. This isn't some 15-year-old on TikTok. This isn't some random on Reddit. These are the fucking leaders doing this shit. And they still refuse to acknowledge that they have always made fun of violence and turned them into memes, turned them into jokes. They have always done this shit, or they refuse to even admit that the person was a fucking conservative. Yeah, here it is.
Let me finish my point. I condemn it as forcefully as I possibly can. And then what do the two right-wingers do? Neither one of them condemned the attack on Nancy Pelosi's husband. Instead, they came up with crazy conspiracy theories. And what does that do? It encourages...
Candace Owens just said that's not true.
Said they came up with crazy...
This is the conversation we have every single time, is they all demand condemnation from the left when they refuse to do it for their own fucking side. that's not true.
Said they came up with crazy conspiracy theories. And what does that do?
I'm gonna have some trouble believing this one.
Because there's a lot more to the story. We know that Pauly Paul likes to drink at the very least. I mean, it might be relevant that Paul Pelosi, who we're supposed to believe is a victim and had his house broken into,
who we're supposed to believe is a victim and had his house broken into, huh? She didn't do any conspiracy theories on this, though. No, that's not true.
My question would be, was Paul Pelosi maybe at the bar with this guy? And it's amazing to me how long it takes them to release any footage pertaining to Paul Pelosi. For whatever reason, in San Francisco, when something happens to Paul Pelosi, there seems to be some sort of a cover-up.
Okay, fuck. Yeah, no conspiracy theories here, guys. Like, this is... Every fucking time, this is what they do. But this isn't what the liberals ever did. This isn't what they did. And so, yes, it's annoying that it is, like, when I say, like, you know, yeah, of course I condemn it. I'm a fucking liberal. Of course we understand. Of course we're not going to deny that this person's on the left. We're liberals. Like, this is part of our brand. This is part of who we are. We are not the crazy conspiracy theorists. We're not the ones who do this shit. And so, yeah, it's annoying when it happens on our side. Now, this one, obviously, like, we don't have as much evidence, but I'm just saying, again, like, the evidence leans to one side. So if you want to play the, like, oh, well, we just don't know yet, that's fine. But you still can't deny that the evidence leans to one side and that anybody who's claiming that they're a conservative is just ignoring the fucking evidence. Like, when we say, like, oh, these people are trying to claim that this guy was a conservative, you can't turn around and be like, we just don't know yet. We just don't know yet. That's what it is. We just don't know. I feel like we don't know. That's not good enough. Because, again, if you're going to make a claim one way or the other, it's just obvious. The claim is that he was on the left. But if you want to say we don't know, that's fine. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about people who are claiming that he was most likely on the right currently. That's what I'm talking about.
What about the ability of young people to just buy a little house with a little lawn in some subdivision? Like, what, isn't that kind of what they say they want? Empower, the most vulnerable, the people who try hard and play by the rules. They called him a Nazi. They didn't care that Charlie Kirk in real life spent his time trying to stop war.
Again, they always say they called him a Nazi. They called him a Nazi. Who called Charlie Kirk a Nazi? Like, they say the same thing with Trump. They called him a Nazi. They called him a Nazi. I don't know who the fuck said this. I don't know who the fuck called him a Nazi. People call him fascist. Yes, that's not the same thing as a Nazi. A fascist is not the same thing as a Nazi. Like, fascist is like one part of a concept that includes, fascism is one part of the Nazi concept. But the Nazi concept includes fascism, white nationalism, and anti-Semitism. That is what we're talking about when we call somebody a Nazi, right? We are taking those three concepts when we call somebody a Nazi and packaging it into one concept. This is nobody calls him a Nazi. Charlie Kirk. I don't hear people calling him a Nazi. I don't hear. Excuse me. I don't really ever hear people calling Trump a Nazi. Again, the only like two prominent politicians that I ever heard call Trump like Hitler or a Nazi was RFK and JD Vance. But outside of those two, I don't know of anybody who ever called him Hitler or a Nazi. But it's kind of annoying that they always do this. They call us Nazis. Who?
Trying to, figure out how young people could buy a little house somewhere. Aren't those like left-wing goals? No, they didn't care at all. And in fact, they hated that because they're for war, because they're for death, because they're for the inequality he described.
The lefties that go on this fucking show while he's pushing this fucking bullshit. This is not the fucking shit that you go on to have casual conversations with. This is not the fucking propaganda that you go to talk to have like this casual conversations with. The that Cenk Uygur, like, I'm not against people, but if you're not challenging that, you can go talk to him. You can go have a conversation with him. You can go engage with this. But if you're not challenging this, this is irresponsible to just go on there and be like, hey guys, I'm here on behalf of the left. I just want to say we all need to condemn violence. I always condemn the violence. That's what I'm here to do. Violence is bad. I can't believe the left is out here celebrating this shit. This is disgusting. This is fucking ridiculous.
Charlie Kirk's life work was speaking with, not just to, but with people he disagreed with vehemently. I thought that our next guest, who's run the Young Turks for probably almost 20 years now, I think, he can correct me if I'm wrong, who is one of the most visible daily broadcasters on the left, the fact that he had this kind of amazing exchange with Charlie Kirk, well, a couple of them, but one pretty recently, I thought it'd be worth hearing what he thought. So
apparently Nick Fuentes had over 1 million people watching him the day after. Watching him live the day after. There's almost zero chance of that. I just want to be clear. There's almost zero chance of that. Like, I think the record for the most viewers at a single time is Hasan, I think. He had the most ever with a for a streamer with like 100,000 or something like that on Twitch. And that was the day that he did this big subathon with AOC and Pokimane and like I think Ilhan Omar. Like there was a bunch of politicians there. There were a bunch of like that. I believe that was the most for a streamer to ever have in a single live stream. It may be that he got 1 million views though. That's totally possible. I would definitely believe that he may have gotten 1 million views overall, but just not 1 million viewers like while he was live, like concurrent.
It is with pride that we announced our next guest. Thank you, Cenk, for coming on.
No problem, Tucker. Thanks for having me on. I think it's important that we have a moment like this where we try to bring the country together.
Amen. I so strongly agree. You had this kind of famous exchange with him. I think it was 2018 at Politicon, and it got super heated and bitter. And it was like, I don't know if things were viral in 2018, but it was viral. And then you came back to a TPUSA event, and I was amazed and impressed, both that he invited you and that you came. And you still disagreed on some things, but it was, I mean, the tone was completely different. Can you explain that? And better and great, I thought.
Yeah. So first of all, in 2018, that was the Politicon that I debated you.
Okay.
And
Sorry. We got along pretty well, as I remember.
We did. And Charlie was debating my nephew Hasan, Hasan Piker. But I couldn't help myself because that's who I am. And in the middle of their debate, I said something to Charlie when I wasn't on stage. I was in the crowd, and he yelled at me, "I live like a capitalist every day, Cenk." And
again, I've always thought that fucking back and forth was pretty based. If I get my what do you call it, my soundboard up, I would probably have Charlie Kirk, "I live like a capitalist every day" on there.
And by the way, some people then thought that it was a racial slur. No, that was just my name. He was just slightly mispronouncing it.
Hasan is his nephew? Yeah. That's, again, this is why like a lot of people have a problem with Hasan. Hasan used to work for TYT. He was just handed a fucking job early on TYT, where he was this like left wing edgy, edgelord counterculture sort of guy on TYT, and most of TYT was like that at the time. TYT was very edgy at the time. There's clips of like Anna Kasparian like making fun of Britney Spears, I think, and like hardcore body shaming her and shit, and they must have taken this shit down. Wait, is this still my thumbnail? What the fuck? Is that really my thumbnail right now? That's not my thumbnail. Oh, this is my stream from yesterday. Oh, never mind. That's not even wearing those clothes. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, anyways, I don't know where it is. But yeah, there's old clips of her talking shit about Britney Spears, and like they used to be very, very different. Yeah, I guess they got rid of all those clips. But yeah. Anyway, so that's why like a lot of people give Hasan a lot of shit, because once he started to transition to streaming and he started doing Twitch, he was able to use I'm Cenk Uyghur's nephew. I'm the guy from TYT, to start getting onto Destiny streams and getting promoted by Destiny and getting rated by Destiny every day. And that I think they said they even set up his streams to where he went live like right when Destiny got off every day. And yeah, him and Destiny used to be like best buds for a while, and yeah, it was just very, very different.
So then actually something happened in between that moment and Turning Point USA, America Fest. So we were at the RNC in 2024, and Charlie came by at our booth and said, "Hey, do you guys want to talk?" And we were a little bit taken aback by that. We were really surprised by it. And Anna and I, Anna Kasparian's my co-host on the Young Turks,
yes,
talked it over and said, yeah, we would like to talk. And so he came on the show, and so we had our disagreements. So it's interesting that you have me on here, partly for the reasons that, your friend texted you about. Oh, well, that's strange, right? Left and right. And so I don't agree with everything that you, Megan, and Scott said about Charlie.
I'm sure.
Right. But I think that's what makes it more interesting. So the willingness to talk to us, even though we were so entrenched on different sides, right? And so then when we started the conversation, what wound up happening surprised us. So did we still have our disagreements about the black pilot line, this, that, and other thing? Of course we did, right? But when we started talking about corporate rule, he agreed. And I remember, like, I want to go back and watch the first interview we did with him at the RNC there, because I was kind of shocked by it. It's like, really? You're also worried about corporations having too much power and right? Because
it's so fucking stupid. Like, it's funny because this is part of like Cenk and Anna's like awakening moment, that they're all of a sudden like, oh, whoa, this is crazy. You got we care about the same things. What? But this is what's been so infuriating about them for the longest time, is they've never actually understood politics in the least. They've never understood just the simplest parts of politics at any point ever. And now they all of a sudden learn some like new information, and they're like, whoa, nobody knows about this. No, everybody else fucking knows about this. You guys are just fucking stupid. You guys are dumb. You guys have no fucking idea what the hell you're talking about. You guys sit around talking about politics all day and talking shit about conservatives pretty regularly in the worst ways possible, because you just don't know what you're talking about. You don't know anything about politics. And so it's always been infuriating watching him and Anna on the left talking about politics and talking about conservatives, talking about all this shit, and thinking like you guys have just like the worst criticisms ever. You guys always have the worst criticisms and have no idea what you're talking about.
Tucker, you can understand that was a left-wing position for a long time in this country.
It was.
But the battle has been joined, and so that is an incredible.
Yeah, this is just populism. This is populism. That's all it is. These are not left-wing or right-wing positions. These are populist positions. This is the shit that Tim Pool uses all the time to try to pretend that he's still on the left, is by saying, oh, well, I believe in free healthcare. I believe in this. I believe in that. It's just populism. You're just like, I still hate billionaires. Okay, you're just a fucking populist. That's it. That's all. You're just a populist. This is not complicated. This is the same with Shoe on Head, populist. Same with Joe Rogan, populist. All of these people who act like they're, all of a sudden enlightened, but they're still on the left. They just agree with a lot of things on the right. No, you don't agree with right-wing positions. You agree with populist positions. Yeah, Tucker Carlson. What's the name of the conspiracy theorist guy who with the long hair, the British guy? He used to be like a movie star and maybe even in a rock band or something. I can never remember his name, but he also hardcore. No, not Hulk Hogan. Thanks for trying. Yeah, Russell Brand. Yeah, he's same thing. Populist, just hardcore populist, just very, very populist. And so as long as you and one of the more infuriating things about populism is that Cenk, his entire identity revolves around being a populist, okay? For those of you who have been here for a long time, you guys all know, I fucking hate populism. I hate it. It's one of the worst things of all time. I hate populism. And to me, it just breeds conspiracy theorism. It's just something that pushes people to be conspiracy theorists and fuck. Oh, yeah. The fact that his entire identity is wrapped around being a populist, yet he doesn't even know what populism is infuriating to me. It is so fucking infuriating to me. He doesn't even know what a populist is. Was Russell Brand a movie star? Yeah. Get him to the Greek? Are you kidding me? What? Great fucking movie. But he uses terms all the time like, oh, Trump's not a real populist. Yes, he is. Trump is like the most populisty populist. What are you talking about? Trump is hardcore populist. Trump is exactly what a populist is. But Cenk will say he's not a populist because his policy positions are not populist. The things that he actually enacts are not populist positions. That's not what populism is. Populism has nothing to do with the policy that you enact. Has nothing to do with the policy that you enact. Populism is about the type of rhetoric that you use to gain a movement and a following. That is what populism is about. It is not about the types of policies that you actually do. It's not about pragmatic actions. Populism is about the way that you talk to people to gain a following. That is Trump. That's who Trump is. Like, he is somebody who uses all of these like big words about fighting big tech, big pharma, big business, fighting, draining the swamp, going after the deep state, he's not a real Republican, like all of that shit is all populist rhetoric. That's all it is. Populism just means it is the people versus the higher ups that make decisions for us. So right-wing populism is generally going to be the people versus the establishment. and they're going to worry about cultural issues like immigrants coming in and taking over, and the establishment is allowing all of these immigrants to come in and change our culture. It's going to be about the establishment allowing trans people and LGBTQ people in to trans your children through the school system, and the universities trying to Marxism your students and shit like that, right? That's right-wing populism. Left-wing populism is mostly about the people versus the elites. And the elites are people who run all the big businesses. They run big tech. They won't they won't let you have free healthcare. They're trying to skyrocket all of the pharmaceutical prices and like make it to where it's all so expensive that you can't even afford it because they want you to die. Like those are populist ideas where it is the people versus the higher ups who make decisions for us, the powerful people who make decisions for us. And that's all populism is. It's just a leader who is representing the people in that fight. That's it, rhetorically, at least.
Development in American politics that mainstream media, I think, has chosen to ignore because it seemed convenient for them. Then we got into a specific topic, which was banning private equity from buying residential real estate. And the idea behind that is private equity is the biggest bankers in the world, basically. They're the biggest financial institutions. And they've started to buy all of our homes. Now, that creates a huge number of problems. Number one, it drives up housing prices. That is why they are artificially high, because so much more demand has come into the market. And I went to Wharton Business School, so this is not complicated, though. This is Econ 101, supply and demand, right? And so, secondly, what the number one wealth creation asset that the American family has is their homes. That is how we created the greatest middle class the world has ever seen. And they're taking that from us. And they're going to turn us all into renters. And then we're going to be indentured servants to them. Okay. And the way that they are doing this is they are giving collectively billions of dollars to our politicians. So this issue connects, actually, the money in politics issue connects to everything. Connects to corporate rule, it connects to capitalism, by the way, which I want to get back to. Connects to Israel, because it isn't about Israel or any other particular lobby being evil or dastardly or in charge. It's the money that's in charge. And so if Big Pharma, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, et cetera, give money to our politicians, well, then they pass absurd laws like we're not allowed to negotiate drug prices.
Right.
What in the world? In capitalism, you're not allowed to negotiate prices, right?
I know.
So, and we talked about that, and he said, you're right, that is absurd. And we on the right already believe that it's absurd and that it's against capitalism. Fantastic. So, look, you're right. We've been around a long time on the Young Turks. We were actually the longest running show in internet history. And in that time, we've had, we've been on for 23 years. We've had about 21 to 22 years of hardened battle, right? Fighting back and forth, right? And as anybody who's seen me online knows, I can get emotional. I can get passionate.
What?
And I'm not a wilting flower. I fight back for sure, right? So what was amazing, though, was all of a sudden I didn't have to fight back. That on those issues, not every issue, and not on all the culture wars, but on these economic issues, we have begun to agree. And why? Because the average guy is getting screwed.
Yes.
Period. It doesn't matter if you're on the left or the right. You're both going to get screwed. You're both going to have higher housing prices. You're both going to have lower wages. You're both going to have higher drug prices. And the people that brought you that is the donor class. And so when we agreed to that, then I said, okay, well, now conversation has become productive. We're not just yelling at each other. For the first time ever, we are talking to one another. And more importantly, we are listening to one another. So we did it again at the DNC. And then Charlie invited me to America Fest. And I went there. And again, we disagreed on gun rights. We disagreed on some trans issues. But we...
Let's see. Because I said earlier, it would be infuriating for a lefty to go onto this show and not push back against a lot of the bullshit that's coming out of Tucker's mouth about the left being violent. And then Cenk comes on, and I'm sure he's just going to sit there and talk about, like, the mainstream media and the establishment Democrats and the left and how bad they are and all of this shit, and I'm gonna blow a fucking gasket. So let's see if this is here. All right, here we go. Poll in chat. 1's for yes, 2 for no. The question is, will Jank push back against the left is violent narrative? Okay, you got to put it in chat. So just type 1 for yes or 2 for no. Or you can just type yes or no in chat and it'll count your vote as well. But in order to get your vote in, you have to put it in chat. There you go. So Brian voted 2. So now he pops up on the screen. Will Jank push back on the left is violent narrative?
We're listening to one another. So we did it again at the DNC, and then Charlie invited me to America Fest, and I went there, and again, we disagreed on gun rights, we disagreed on some trans issues, but we wound up agreeing on Dick Cheney and Mitch McConnell, for example. Yep. Neither one of us like him, like either one of them.
I agree.
And Tucker, I'll say this, and there's a lot more to talk about in that context, but if you told me you are going to go to a massive right-wing conference in the year 2025, and what's going to happen is the crowd in unison is going to boo Dick Cheney. If you told me that when we first started the Young Turks and we're railing against Dick Cheney, don't go into Iraq, don't go into Iraq, Cheney's lying, right? And people are yelling back, support the troops, you're for Saddam and all this stuff. If you told me, oh, don't worry, in 27 odd years, that crowd will be booing Dick Cheney. And that crowd will be booing Mitch McConnell because they realize that the corporate class, the donor class is in charge and they hate it. I would have said, oh my God, that must be a beautiful day in America.
Well, so this is what I admire about you. You're totally sincere about your principles. Like you almost don't care who's agreeing with you. You believe in the idea, the principles. So you're willing to make common cause with people.
Why the fuck did it just reset the poll? What the fuck? I didn't mean to do that. Okay, well, yeah, if it resets, so you guys can vote again.
You don't agree with everything. You're not partisan.
Yeah, no, it doesn't count your vote more than once. You can only vote once.
And the second thing I just want to say it out loud is that Young Turks, whatever you think of your politics, has had a stated commitment to nonviolence from the very beginning, and you mean it. And I just want to say that for people who don't know that. And I want to thank you for that because I think it's really important. And anyway, but so let me ask you, how were you treated at AmFest, at Charlie's event?
Yeah. By the way, thank you for saying that, Tucker. And the principle of nonviolence extends through everything. So do not be violent to each other. Violence is intellectual surrender. That's saying I can't win the debate with my mind, so I have to act like an animal and try to defeat that person physically. But that means you're surrendering and you're giving up. It's the most immoral thing you could do. It's also the weakest thing you could do.
Yes, I agree.
But that's not just on an individual level. That's also on a societal level. So when we go to war, that is in a sense weakness, saying we could not use our minds to resolve this issue. We could not resolve this issue as fellow human beings. So now we're going to kill each other. Yes. So that is why we're anti-war, and that is why one of the most encouraging developments of my life is how anti-war the right-wing movement has become. So that another great day in America. So it's still plenty of things we disagree on.
Yes.
But agreeing on anti-war, agreeing on how the donor class is robbing both of us blind, I mean, those are huge developments, right? So now, how was I treated at AmFest? I've got to be honest with you. And so the reason why I preface it by saying I got to be honest with you is because sometimes when we go and talk to the right wing, and as you said, we haven't moved on a thing, right? So folks come to us, and I have a simple principle: take the win. Okay.
Take the win. Exactly.
Like, so, okay, now you agree with me that anti-war is the right position. Is my correct answer that I still hate you? No, that is not the correct answer. Right. The correct answer is, oh, thank God. All right,
exactly.
Great. Right. And now we'll work on the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. But for now, at least we had no agreements before. Now we have a number of really important
Totally, dude. So
but
true.
Nevertheless,
Oh,
I
man.
have my share of critics on the left. You're platforming it. I went to
As we're literally moving military into American states, you know, it's just it's okay. We agree. We're all really on the same side, guys. It's the elites who are trying to make us think that we're on different sides. We really all agree. We just need to recognize that the establishment is trying to make us fight. That's all it is. That's all it really is, guys. We just need to recognize it's the donor class. It's trying to make us fight.
his conference. I wasn't platforming him. He was platforming me, right?
Yeah.
And second of all, stop with all the nonsense talk of platforming people, okay?
Yeah, I agree.
Just listen to one another. Talk to one another. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. Oh, but what if you disagree? And of course you're going to disagree. It's America. We're free. We have no two human beings are the same. Of course we're going to disagree on some issues. So if you can't handle that, then you can't handle politics, you can't handle media, you can't handle America, right? So, okay, so with that giant preface, I'll say the people there, honestly, were universally wonderful. So they were. And so you could say, oh, well, you know, haha, that means Jensen with the right wing. No, I'm just telling you what happened. If they were jerks, I would tell you that they were jerks, but they weren't. Okay. And I've got to say, like, this cancel culture, it's not exclusively left wing.
No, I know. Tell me about it. I mean, the efforts that some people made to keep me from speaking at the next TPUSA thing, people I agree with on a lot of things, by the way. I don't disagree with Seth Dillon and everything, Mr. Free Speech guy trying to cancel me. But I was like shocked by it. Like they really hassled Charlie and just drove him to, you know, to really fret and drove him to anxiety over this. Oh, no. That impulse is a human impulse and we need to resist it.
Yeah, so I love what you guys said about hate speech and how it's unacceptable to pass laws on that.
It's not acceptable.
Yeah, under no circumstances. So, and this is what I say on that topic. So, Charlie said some things about Islam that, you know, having grown up Muslim, I'm atheist now, but my family's Muslim, my background's Muslim, I'm proud of it. He said some things about Islam that I was not a fan of, right? To say the least.
I bet.
So you know what I did in return? I made my case. So what? Right? Like why is it so like debilitating if someone says something that you find offensive? I've said things that I'm sure others have found offensive. You have, Charlie has, Megan has. So what? Then you say something back. Okay. We don't cancel, we don't kill, and killing is the most extreme form of cancel culture. So I despise cancel culture, and I have the honor of having been canceled by almost every part of the political spectrum.
I know. Man, that was really inspiring. And I'm going to text back the person who texted me and say, "Did you watch that?" That was wonderful, and I so appreciate you're doing this. Thank you, and I hope you don't take too much abuse for it. And I'm sure you will, but I guess you don't care. So good for you. Thank you.
That'll bounce off me so quick. I'll just say this one last thing, Tucker.
Yes.
I mean, the idea of making laws against hate speech in honor of Charlie Kirk.
No, I know.
Okay, that's like if I passed away and they're like, in honor of Cenk, we're all going to go on a diet.
Tell me about it. Or the Tucker.
Was this debate 2 weeks ago? Yep. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. You would think, wouldn't you? You would think. It just feels like it's missing engaging with current reality. Yeah. Yep. The fact that, like, when they're talking about the fact that, like, the right also does cancel culture, let's just totally ignore that they're currently on a fucking doxing spree. and that they have a website with over 20,000 people that they're currently doxing. Let's talk about the fact that people got upset that Charlie Kirk let Tucker Carlson go to the last TPUSA event. Let's talk about that. That's, oh, such rough cancel culture there. Holy. That's, must have been rough.
Carlson, no pizza law? No, I agree. I agree.
Come on. That is the opposite of what I did in my life. And regulating speech is the opposite of what Charlie did in his life. So let's all keep talking to one another. Let's all keep listening to one another, and hopefully use this moment not to create further tragedy, but to begin to end the tragedies.
I'm proud to agree with that, really, really strongly. So thank you for saying it very much.
Thank you, Doug.
Great to see you. Thanks.
You too.
So we want to end tonight the way we began, by talking about Charlie's faith and the effect on all of us from a spiritual perspective of his life, and particularly his death. There were reports that this Sunday church attendance was up dramatically as people suddenly felt stirrings within them that this had cosmic significance, and that God is real, and this is a reminder that he is, which he is. As I try to
Okay, and for those of you that are listening to this on audio, you are going to see someone who appears to be limping. Okay, so maybe he changed his outfit at some point and now he's limping. And the idea that we're seeing floated is that he's limping because he's holding the gun in his pants. Okay, that's kind of what's been floated. Okay, that has not particularly come from the feds. I don't believe so, but he's limping now and he's got on a different outfit.
Maybe he's got a big dick.
Okay. 11:52 a.m. And we were actually going to check this, by the way, but I think that we had the FBI say that was when he arrived on campus. Maybe that's not accurate. But so let me just skip off of that, because Skylar, we should actually look to research that. But at 12:23 p.m. is when Charlie Kirk is shot. Okay. And 12:23 p.m. is when in that same minute is when we have footage that shows us that as the crowd ducks, and it's blurry, the shooter runs across the rooftop. I'm going to tell you why that's significant. So 12:23, Charlie Kirk is shot, and we are going to have an angle of that and the image of the black person in black rather, that is running across the rooftop. Take a look at this. They're down, clearly. And right away, look at that, okay? And we have another, so the footage shows us, there's another actually clip that I was looking for, Skylar, there, that it actually shows him running across the rooftop. You guys may have seen it. The reason why that footage is problematic, as you start to see them ducking and then you see the shooter immediately start moving across the rooftop, is that their narrative is that he disassembled the gun and then started running. So that's a bit confusing to us of how he was able to do that so quickly. An unbelievable amount of...
Did they ever say that? Why are you watching this again? I didn't watch this. Did I watch this? I don't remember what. Did I watch this earlier? Did they ever say that he disassembled the gun?
Of hunters, guns, people that reached out to me and said, that just didn't happen. They have, exactly as Michael said, that did not happen. There is no way that happened. That cannot be accurate. Then, and this is obviously the craziest part of everything, we have Decoy Boy, right? So it happens and suddenly this guy, George Zinn, gets arrested. He's making noise.
This is weird. The fucking George Zinn thing, I will admit, this is weird. This is very strange.
He's signaling that he's somehow shot the guy. And at 12:52, it gets announced that the suspect is in custody. So nobody needs to look around anymore because this suspect is in custody. But actually, I guess George Zinn just does that. He just does that, I guess, like just wants people to think he's done something but he hasn't actually done anything. That, again, to me feels like he's a decoy. Like more people are involved in this. And I will say that. We don't know. But we know that something's wrong with this. Then at 12:29 p.m., we have TMZ showing us that there's a person running through the backyard. They are saying this appears to be the suspect running. Okay, now we're going to show you that clip. It is very grainy. So they're alleging that that's him. We couldn't confirm that, and the feds have not confirmed that. But it does show you that someone's running across the back. Again, that's at 12:29 p.m. I don't know. We don't know. I'll give you.
Nah, I didn't watch this. I just went back and checked. I did not watch this. I went over another video that showed similar. We went over an interview on Fox where they showed him walking across the street. The same shot that
biological man shouldn't be
that they were just showing a second ago. But yeah, we did not go over this.
Give you some other facts that you should probably know just in general that that has been thus far confirmed. The weapon, they say, was found in the woods and it was wrapped by a dark towel. Okay, now when they gave us a photo of that weapon, it was fully assembled. So this is kind of what Michael Savage is saying. He's saying, okay, so then they reassembled it, or maybe the feds did. Maybe they're going to clarify that they reassembled it for a photograph, but we are told that it was found wrapped in a dark towel. Then we have been told that a screwdriver was found on the roof. So they're sticking to this implication that he undid.
So did the feds say that he disassembled the gun? Did they say that? I don't remember them saying that. And I don't think that was in the indictment either. I'll double check, but I don't think it says. At first they said he folded it in his backpack, and then they changed within hours. So, again, in his text messages, he talks about the fact that the feds never came out and said that they found the gun, right? They never said that they found the gun until they found him. I thought we did know that they found the gun in the woods before they found him. I thought we did know that. But apparently, like, right before he, or I guess the same day. So maybe it was the next day that they said that they... Nah, they said they found the gun, but not before they found him. So they did wait. Okay, because that was part of what I was saying earlier when we were going over this, is in his text messages, he's saying, he was saying, like, yeah, he said, I haven't seen anything about them finding it. And so I can't remember if they did say they found it before catching him or if it was only after catching him. But he says right here, I haven't seen anything about them finding it, which seems like a smart move, is to not tell them, so that they hope that he comes back to the spot where it was left, so that maybe he would try to get it, but... yeah. Yep. Let's see. Now, now authorities are working to understand what happened in the intervening years that led Robinson to the rooftop where he allegedly gunned down. Okay. Robinson and his brothers handling guns. Though he didn't call the alleged gunman having strong views on politics. Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Perhaps undid this gun while he was on the rooftop, and he, wanted to make sure he unscrewed it with the screwdriver, left the screwdriver behind, but took the gun, but then left the gun in the woods.
So yeah, I think she's making a really big deal about the fact that he supposedly disassembled the gun. But I don't think they did say that he disassembled the gun. Although, okay, hold on. I feel like... Nah, never mind. No. Never mind. Yeah.
Leaders cannot call their political opponents Nazis and fascists and enemies of the state because they disagree with their policy priorities. I mean, this is something we should have learned in grade school.
We have the enemy outside, which would be the very standard countries, and we have the enemy from within. We have some very sick people from within. It is the enemy from within, and they're very dangerous. They're Marxists and communists and fascists. But, we do have an enemy from within. We have some very bad people, and those people are also very dangerous. They would like to take down our country. They'd like to have our country be a nice communist country or a fascist in any way they can. And we have to be careful of that. It's the enemy from within, all the scum that we have to deal with that hate our country. That's a bigger enemy than China.
I thought the dad called him asking where the gun was because he saw it on the news. I thought they were asking where the gun was because they knew, they assumed that would have been the gun that he was using. My dad wants photos of the rifle. He says Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle, and it's very unique. Okay, yep, you're right. You're right.
And Russia. But the enemy from within is a very sick group of people.
This type of language spurs on depraved people, deranged people who take that as a cue.
True. I agree. Warnerbox posted this. By MAGA's logic, this is more incitement in 30 seconds than Biden or Harris did against Trump in 4 years.
Trump doesn't exactly run for the nomination so much as he runs against Pat Buchanan.
He's a Hitler lover. I guess he's an anti-Semite. He doesn't like the blacks. He doesn't like the gays.
What's wrong with Pat Buchanan?
Well, it's pretty obvious, isn't it? And he's obviously in love with Adolf Hitler in some form. And I don't think the Reform Party should be taking losers. Have a good time.
Bear in mind that the arch strategist of the Trump campaign is Roger Stone.
Trump doesn't exactly run for the nomination so much as he...
So he called him anti-gay, a Hitler lover, and a fascist, and a racist in less than 30 seconds. Loner, this is clearly a poor attempt at rage bait, so kudos on attempt. If it's not, you're officially a hack. Did you share the wrong clip? How does this even come remotely close to the clip being shared of Destiny and Hasan? Oh my goodness, this is what I'm talking about. Holy shit. Holy shit. They can't stop, dude. They can't stop. They can't stop acting like Destiny and Hasan are the same as the President of the United States. Holy shit, dude. FYI, I've been active in Destiny's chat for close to 5 years now. This is by far the most unhinged and dangerous I've ever seen him, and it's not even close. If you can't see this disturbing trend, I have serious concerns for you if you continue to support Destiny. He doesn't even support Destiny. What do you mean? If you continue to support Destiny, you lose all credibility as a political commentator and enter into the bubble of propagandist. This person said, what has Destiny said recently that you feel was beyond the pale? He said, where do we begin? Charlie Kirk was assassinated by a confirmed leftist extremist, and he refused to condemn this. Then goes live on Kick and continues to spew hateful, violent rhetoric about conservatives deserving to be killed on Kick.
Also, just because there have been a lot of jokes and memes, just so that I'm absolutely fucking clear, I hope they find this dude, and I hope they hang this guy. It is absolutely unacceptable to be out and about assassinating people, okay? That's wild. Same feelings I have about Luigi, I have about this dude. Not acceptable, not okay, not cool, not epic, and not based. Just insane. Also, just because there have been a lot of jokes and memes.
Winterbox said, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. This is a tweet about MAGA retards who keep saying that Democrats are inciting violence against them by calling them fascists. LOL. Said, oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's cringe. Thanks for clarifying. Do you support Destiny's recent comments? That, like, Wonderbox has not been, like, friends with Destiny or cool with Destiny for a while. Like, they split up when all of the videos without consent shit came out. Yeah, since the Pixie stuff, so.
Is still free. Hate speech is still free speech. You can respond to Charlie Kirk's death in whatever manner you want by saying whatever you want. But you have to understand that I also have free speech to let your employer know what you have said on your public profile.
Bro, these people, they sound just like fucking leftists now. They sound just like fucking leftists now. Holy shit.
Then your employer can act in whatever way they want, having that information. And it's not cancel culture, it's called holding people accountable. I would have died in place of Charlie if I could have. So shedding light on these vile things that people are saying about him is the least I could do. And to be honest, the only reason why more people haven't been fired is because not that many liberals actually have jobs.
So, or that not that many liberals actually said this shit. But whatever floats your boat, buddy. Hate speech is still free speech, you say.
There's free speech and then there's hate speech. And there is no place, especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie, in our society.
Do you see more law enforcement going after these groups who are using hate speech and putting cuffs on people so we show them that some action is better than no action?
We will absolutely target you, go after you, if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything. And that's across the aisle.
Bro, they're all fucking leftists now. They're all leftists. It's fucking nuts. I talked about this at the beginning of stream. Like, we excised all of these people from our party. We excised all of these people from the liberals, and now the fucking right is doing this shit. Holy shit, this is fucking crazy, bro. Readers added context. Hate speech is not a concept in the First Amendment jurisprudence. The First Amendment protects many things that could be described as hate speech. Government may not prohibit the expression of an idea simply because society finds the idea itself offensive or disagreeable. That's the whole point in free speech. The point in free speech is not to protect speech that everybody likes. That's like, if everybody likes it, there's no reason to protect it. You don't go to, like, people who have no threats against them don't go get security, right? The people who have no reason to fear people don't go get security to surround them and keep them safe. They only need protection if there's actually reasons to believe that you're not safe. There's only types of speech that we would believe would not be safe. That's the type that needs to be protected. That is it. That's the ones. Those are the ones. The fucking ones that need to be protected. Those are the ones that we protect. That's it. The idea that, like, oh, there's free speech and then there's hate speech. What? No, that is not true. They're all fucking leftists, dude. They're all fucking leftists. And Katmere will sweep for this shit. Katmere will fucking sweep for this shit. Here's Charlie Kirk. Hate speech does not exist legally in America. There's ugly speech, there's gross speech, there's evil speech, and all of it is protected by the First Amendment. Keep America free. I'm stealing this. Thank you.
Especially now, especially.
Whoopsies.
Free speech, but you shouldn't be employed anywhere. Free speech, but you shouldn't be employed anywhere if you're going to say that. And employers, you have an obligation to get rid of people. You need to look at people who are saying horrible things, and they shouldn't be working with you. Businesses cannot discriminate. If you want to go in and print posters with Charlie's pictures on them for a vigil, you have to let them do that. We can prosecute you for that. I have Harmeet Dillon right now in our civil rights unit looking at that immediately, that Office Depot had done that. We're looking at that. But Sean, you know, free speech, but you shouldn't be employed.
What the fuck, dude? What the fuck is happening? What is going on, dude? What world are we living in? Great thumbnail. Thank you. Thank you. Took me hours. Took me hours and hours to make that thumbnail. Oof.
There's free speech and then there's hate speech. And there is no place.
Bro, you want to talk about an industry plant? Holy shit. If there was ever an industry plant. If an industry plant has ever existed in the history of existence, this chick is planting the fucking industry.
What's been the hardest?
This is her channel. 5,000 subscribers. 5,000 subscribers. She has 5,000 subscribers. What's her OnlyFans? She has 5,000 subscribers, and episode 1 is JD Vance. Episode 1, JD Vance. Episode 2, Sage Steele. Episode 3, Senator Katie Britt. Episode 4, is it Gebbia? Episode 5, Mike Tyson. Episode 6, Attorney General Pam Bondi. And she has 4.7 thousand views on her interview with Pam Bondi. She has 6.5 thousand views on her interview with Mike Tyson. Holy shnikes, dude. Like, I got 12,000 views here. I got, where's the more... 9.1 thousand views here with the Destiny Rob Noor stream. Like 9.1 thousand views, and she can't get above 7 for Mike Tyson. She can't get above 5 for Pam Bondi. And she had 75,000 views on her first episode. Quick scan from Google search. She was in Doge. Oh. Ah. Interesting.
Especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie in our society. And I think what Erica said is they had no idea what they unleashed by doing this around this country and around this world. How so many more conservatives, I think, who are quiet are going to come out and be so outspoken. They thought they could silence Charlie, and it was the opposite. His word will be heard far and wide now.
I think that's such a change from the first term, is that this cabinet really likes each other, supports each other, wants to work together to achieve the goals.
We all say that. We genuinely love and care about each other. And when one of us is brother, and I think there are a lot of people out there who are going to step up to the plate and rise to the occasion.
Stephen Miller's wife? Wait, that's not Stephen Miller's wife. Is it? Holy shit. This guy's so weird, dude. He's so fucking weird. Holy shit. My blown his mind right now. Ah, shit. I just fucked.
And right when this happened, I texted Benny and I said, be safe.
Without compromising the investigation, you know, for people who are watching at home and scrolling their phones.
You have to remind her not to compromise the investigation. So you got to make sure with Pam Bondi, you as the fucking professional podcaster, you got to remind her, please, okay, don't compromise the investigation. So many famous people have 2,000 view podcasts. It's actually funny. Yeah, we went over. Who was the guy who got convicted recently of grifting into Congress? It was like George Santos, I think was his name. Um, yeah, this one's got like 1 to 2,000 viewers on it, but this isn't what I'm looking for. Pants on Fire, that's what it's called. It's a perfect name for his podcast. The guy literally got convicted of grifting into Congress for the conservative side of things, of course. As a Republican, of course, they're the ones who voted for the motherfucker. But yeah, here's him talking to Destiny. 1.3 thousand views 5 months ago. Talking to Destiny 4 months ago. 1.8 thousand views. What the fuck? Who's making these thumbnails, dude? Who the fuck is making these thumbnails? Like, this is shit. This is the worst shit. And they clip the fuck out of this. They don't normally do it this much, but this is clipped to hell, bro. Like, so I guess the full interview has 86,000 views. He has 1.6 thousand subscribers.
That are desperate for a bit of news to make themselves feel safer or know what's happening in the investigation. How can we at home know what something is a real piece of information versus something that is manufactured or put out by people just trying to do harm? Or
yeah, only listen to what you hear from law enforcement. I think Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino both gave interviews today, and then when our U.S. attorneys, when we're talking about it, state government, only law enforcement officials. There's a lot of evidence, a lot going on in this case. It's still very fluid, but we are confident that we have the monster behind bars who assassinated Charlie.
Are we going to go after more people? I see a lot on the internet that says we should go after the groups behind who create this ideology. As Attorney General, do you think we're going to go after some of these larger groups?
Well, we have to look at all of that. This has got to stop. You know, we've got to unite as a country. This violence has got to stop. I think Charlie was the last person any of us thought this would happen to.
Whoa, we have to unite as a country? The violence has to stop? What is this?
The last person. He was having a peaceful conversation on a college campus, and now he's not here anymore. It's still surreal to everyone. But yeah, we're going to look.
He was very peacefully blaming black people for all the fucking violence in the country. And trans people.
Look at everything. We are looking at everything. The FBI has been doing an incredible investigation. ATF analyzed the bullets, the gun. The U.S. Marshals are peripherally involved in it. The local and state law enforcement. This is a team effort. This is everybody working together to make sure that that monster gets the most severe sentence possible.
You mentioned Erica Kirk carrying on Charlie's legacy. Her video touched so many people. I know I cried watching her speak. Sobbed. What did it mean to you?
I mean, I think we all sobbed when it happened. And, you know, everyone from young girls to my mother were calling me and just as impacted by.
I don't know. Look, I'm from Georgia, okay? I'm from Georgia. I'm around people with country accents all the fucking time. The fact that she has a country accent doesn't make much of a difference to me. But the way that she talks, she comes off as like high and brain dead. Is it just me? Like, and I'm not even just trying to be mean. Like, I'm not being mean because it's like Pam Bondi. I'm not trying to, like, high, yes. Like, how slow it is. Her facial expressions always seem a little bit off. She seems like somebody who just got hit in the head too many times. Like, and I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to, like, it's not because it's Pam Bondi I'm saying this. I'm saying, like, she actually comes off as just like there's nothing happening up there. Like, it's just. The dumb cunt said she was going to punish speech. Don't you live in Australia? Yes. Okay. But yeah, the way that she talks, it's always so slow, and her facial expression always looks like she's lost, and she is really confused, but trying to use words in a way that will sound very impactful and almost like she's trying to sound smart, but it doesn't work. Like, she's literally talked about, have you guys seen the clips of her talking about gun laws before? Where she was talking about, she literally uses leftist rhetoric all the fucking time. Like, shit that I would never be in favor of. Shit like the hate speech thing that she said earlier. She's talked about before that, like, that, they'll come and take your guns if they don't think you're being safe and shit. Like, she's talked about all sorts of fucking
very talented people around this table to just introduce themselves quickly and say a few words, and maybe we can start off with Pam Bondi. Pam,
Thanks, President.
thank you.
I'm Pam Bondi, Attorney General of Florida, and Mayor, thank you. I know
like she's always just kind of like expressionless when she talks. She seems like she seems over traumatized. Yes, like, yeah, like if she's talking like she's got fucking people with like a camera on her pointing guns at her telling her to read this off the script. That's what she sounds like all the fucking time.
We're going through a lot now. President, she was there that night with me. I think you were there with me until 3:30 in the morning when all these families were being notified, and it was horrific. So I know you've been through a lot, so thank you so much.
Great job.
I have a couple issues that I'll wait. Do I talk about them now?
Talk
or
about them.
later?
You can talk.
Well, one, it addresses some of the things you said. In Florida, it's called the Baker Act, but it's our Civil Commitment Act, and it's weak. And it's about 1,000 pages long, and I've had my Solicitor General on it for 4 days.
A facial expression. Whoa.
3 days now working on it. We're rewriting it along with Governor Scott, who's you're going to meet with him. He's going to give you a ton of good information. We've been rewriting it, and we are going to bring in something called the Gun Violence Restraining Order. So if someone is civilly committed, typically you can hold them for up to 72 hours, but people are getting out within 24 hours, the majority of them. So what we want to do is let law enforcement come in and take the guns.
Oh.
They're a danger to themselves.
Which you can't do
others.
right now.
Well, because without being adjudicated. So because they're a danger to themselves.
You want them to take the guns and
when they are
not go through 6 months of legal trials and everything
exactly. But we also have to give the mentally ill the due process in which they deserve, President. So what we're doing is they're going to be able to take the guns when they're taken into custody or into the hospital, and then when they're released within 24 hours or 72 hours later, typically it's 24 hours, but law enforcement will have 72 hours to determine whether they should give those guns back, or they can go to a judge and say, Your Honor, please keep these guns. We feel this person is still a danger to himself or others.
She's literally arguing for red flag laws, bro. She's literally sitting there arguing for red flag laws right here. It's fucking crazy.
Erica's words, you've got this incredible, brilliant young mother whose husband was ripped away from her. And talk about a strong woman. She is remarkable. And that's really all I've heard about her speech. I think everyone agrees with the two of us that there's no one like Erica Kirk. And, you rise to the occasion, I think, when something so horrific happens. You don't know if you'll retreat or go forward. And she is charging forward like a warrior. And I think it's going to be pretty incredible for this country. And for a lot of young women out there who are, if they weren't already, are going to be greatly influenced by Erica Kirk and her incredible views on life.
I think for those of us who knew Charlie, would know that exactly what Erica is doing is what Charlie would want to have happen, right? He would not lean out. He and or
See what I'm talking about?
His closest person in the world.
It's crazy, dude.
Charlie. And
I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one who hears it.
And I think she knows that. And that's why she's out there in the front and center. And she's going to continue it. So are, I think, all the folks at Turning Point and all of these kids and all of these college campuses. I was thinking it was just in the United States. I didn't realize that he had reached so many other countries until this happened. Like the influence that he's had on the conservative movement.
I didn't even know who Charlie Kirk was until this happened.
Debating these college kids now over the weekend that I'm like, I'm even more impressed now than I was a week ago.
Yeah, same. It's truly remarkable what he was doing, and he was changing hearts and minds, and that's hard to do in this world, especially with kids.
It's a lot of work to show up to a college campus, right? For so long, colleges allowed, when a conservative would go on campus, right, they go with all this police and security. These universities are complicit in allowing conservatives to be harassed on campus. And what happens when you allow a university to harass conservatives and don't expel or don't take an action is what happened last week.
It is, and you know, on a broader level, the anti-Semitism, what's been happening at college campuses around this country is disgusting, it's despicable, and we've been fighting that. We've been fighting these universities left and right, and we're not going to stop. There's free speech, and then there's hate speech. And there is no place, especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie, in our society.
Do you see more law enforcement?
What the fuck, dude? What is happening? I'm taking crazy pills here. This is insane. This is fucking insane, dude.
Enforcement going after these groups who are using hate speech and putting cuffs on people, so we show them that some action is better than no action.
We will absolutely target you, go after you, if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything, and that's across the aisle. I mean, look what happened. Think about Josh Shapiro. What happened to Governor Shapiro? I talked to Josh multiple times. Democrat governor, Jewish. They firebombed his house while his wife and children were sleeping upstairs. It's a miracle. Nothing.
Bro, she's a leftist. She's a fucking leftist. I knew it. She's on the left. She's on the left. This is horseshoe theory. I don't know what the fuck is happening, dude.
Nothing worse happened to, it's a miracle that nothing happened to Josh and he and his family are safe. They're traumatized, but that's what's happened in this world, and we are going to fight every step of the way to show that you will face the most severe consequences if you come after someone and you target someone for their political views or for any reason at all.
Do you think Charlie was assassinated because our country can't handle free speech, or because one type of speech is seen as obscene by another political party?
Well, in this case, it was clearly obscene by a political party, an opposing view, sure. But it doesn't matter. You can't have that hate.
How's the Civil War coming? Great, dude. Fucking great. We just got, we got one of our sleeper cells into the White House. She's currently implementing hate speech laws, red flag laws. It's coming along really well. We're killing it over here.
Speech in the world in which we live. And you knew Charlie better than anyone. He would want everyone to unite right now. And I think what Erica said is they had no idea what they unleashed by doing this around this country and around this world. How so many more conservatives, I think, who are quiet are going to come out and be so outspoken. I've had my friends, a couple of my friends' kids even reach out to me who I didn't realize how conservative they were. They're in college, how much they cared about Charlie, and they are going to be activists now.
What's your message to those conservatives who are reaching out to you, and all conservatives who are saying, you know, what do we do now? What's next?
Well, I think we're all going to take the lead from Turning Point and what they do and what they continue to do. But you can't be scared. That's what they want. This is all about fear. They want everyone to live in fear and retreat and hide. And we can't do it as conservatives, as Republicans. We can't, nor on any side. You have to have free speech, but you have to feel safe doing it too. But this cannot scare everyone from living their lives and saying what they believe and being very vocal.
It's like when President Trump stood up after his assassination attempt in Butler and said, fight, fight, fight.
That's right.
You know, we saw it then. There's 2 assassination attempts on President Trump. This is what they were leading to, right? This is what they wanted, was they wanted to get after somebody who meant something to us, to scare us, to stop talking and to stop speaking out.
They thought they could silence Charlie, and it was the opposite. His word will be heard far and wide now.
In a nod to Charlie, Governor Spencer Cox told the public to put your phones down. You know, I'm angrier than I've ever been. What would the nation's top cop tell everybody? Where should they channel their anger?
I would say speaking the truth, talking to Turning Point, getting involved in Turning Point. All these young kids become activists. Go out there.
Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. Appreciate you guys joining us. Also, if you haven't yet, make sure you join the Discord. There's a link in the description. We're getting pretty close to the next 100. Every time we hit another 100 people in the server, we do a movie night. Movie nights are fun, always fun, fucking killers. So make sure you join the Discord. Link is in the description, and get in the game.
And if someone threatens you, if someone harasses you, report it to law enforcement right away. And we're going to do everything we can to protect you and stop it. But we can't go into hiding. We can't retreat. We have to fight for this country. We have to fight for our faith. I mean, so many people out there are so religious, all different faiths. And I think it's okay. I think it's more than okay now to come out and be so vocal about your faith as Charlie was.
As a mom to 3 very young kids, it's a very scary world we live in. And I know as a mom now, I'm more nervous than ever to push my kids in a stroller. What do you say to other moms across the country who are putting their kids in school, who are driving their kids on an everyday routine to the same school? What do you say to those moms who look at their lives just a little bit differently? Are we broken as a country?
Katie, right now, we're broken today. I mean, we're broken because of Charlie's death. But we will come back. We can come back. And we're doing everything. I know you were out walking in D.C. a couple weeks ago before this happened. You probably wouldn't have done it now. You wouldn't have done it now, I don't think, with your family. But you've got to be vigilant. You've got to be careful. I mean, we're all brokenhearted because of what happened. And you pray it stops, but we've got to unite this country against violence. And I have no tolerance. It's not free speech. When you come out and you say it's okay what happened to Charlie, we're firing people. We're seeing people online who are posting hate speech. They should be shut down. They should be stopped from doing this, and they should know there are consequences for their actions.
When you see a post online or when it's brought to your attention about those people who cheered Charlie's murder, who are encouraging other violence against other people in our society, what actions are you taking at the DOJ?
Well, some of them worked in the administration. A couple of them no longer, of course. But, you know, I already texted with Harmeet Dillon this morning about an Office Depot that refused to print posters of Charlie for a vigil. You can't do that in the world in which we live. Can't do it. And you're going to be held accountable, and we're going to publicly shame you too.
I saw Office Depot said they fired 1 of the 3 people who worked there. I think all 3 should have been terminated.
Agree.
And we should investigate.
Agree.
Office Depot.
Well, it depends. I mean, if there's somebody who's in charge there, who's making the decision, and everybody else is just doing what they're told, yeah, you can't hold the other people accountable for doing what the boss tells them to.
Depot. So what's your job been like as Attorney General? Loaded question.
Drinking out of Niagara Falls, you know, a fire hose doesn't do it justice. You know, when you take a job like this, you think if I can help one person every day, I'm making a difference. And that's what I try to do. When I was state AG, it was combating drugs and the opioid epidemic, and you still want to do that, but right now we're still in a defense mode. We're still trying to get all our U.S. attorneys confirmed, and we're still fighting back, and people around us within these walls don't like us and don't want us here, don't want President Trump in office, but for the majority, we have great people. We're trying to get more great people in to prosecute cases and to really fulfill his agenda. My job is to make America safe again, and that's what we're trying to do every single day.
What's been the biggest difference between being a state attorney general, who some would argue doesn't have a ton of power, versus the U.S. attorney general, who I would argue has a lot of power?
You know, I never say it's power, it's a tremendous amount of responsibility, and that's how I look at it every day. It's responsibility to do the right thing, to prosecute the bad guys wherever they are, to end the weaponization. And that's what we're trying to do. But every day you want to be proactive, Katie, but every day becomes reactive. Like the day Bobby Kennedy and I were out, we're talking about Chinese vapes and kids and in Chicago and trying to save kids. And then Charlie gets assassinated. And it's surreal, and all time stops. And so every day is different in this job. But we as a cabinet all get along so well, and we all band together and support each other and look out for each other, and just trying to do the right thing for President Trump, because that's why President Trump put us all in these jobs for a reason. He asked us each to take these jobs to help him fulfill his agenda, and that's exactly what we're going to do every single day.
Tell us how you were picked to be President Trump's attorney general.
Well, I never talk about conversations I have with him, but he called and asked me, and I made it really clear that I didn't want this job. There were other people who I thought should have this job and really wanted to be attorney general, but I, of course, agreed to do it. And I love President Trump.
Yeah, I looked for this interview yesterday and I couldn't find it, and then finally I found it today. And I kept wondering, why was it so hard to find? And then once I realized, yeah, it has less than 5,000 views. I was like, oh, shit. That's why. Motherfucker. Yeah, these are just like the most bland nothingness questions ever. And, of course, people aren't going to watch this. Like, why would people just go watch and listen to somebody rant and ramble like this about nothing? At least if we watch a press conference that's about a specific topic and they're talking about specificities that's giving us information about some sort of case, and then we normally get to hear the reporters ask questions right after. But in this, they're just sitting there just rambling about shit. What the fuck? This is odd.
Here with more is the Attorney General, Pam Bondi. Madam Attorney General, great to have you.
Thanks, Sean.
I know that you have done this for a long time as the AG of Florida, now the AG of the United States. You knew Charlie Kirk. You were friendly with Charlie Kirk. I'm sure you never imagined you would be investigating and then likely prosecuting the person responsible for this political assassination. That's got to be hard.
I think it's hard on all of us, on so many Americans. And Sean, you go into prosecutor mode, you go into law enforcement mode, and you just start doing your job. But then you get home at night and you look up on the TV and you see Charlie's.
This is what I'm talking about. Like, just expressionless. She's just like staring off. Her eyes are fucking glazed over and red all the time. She's a fucking sociopath, dude.
Face and know that he was assassinated. It's truly hard to believe that this happened and that there could be such hate and evil in our country to a young father, a young husband who lost, he lost everything. His family's lost everything. Two beautiful young kids who will not have a father. And I think when people do this, I guess they do know the extreme hate that they must have for him and for his family to commit such an act. But justice will be served.
But obviously the DOJ, coordination with the FBI and your office is acute right now. And what about the report about this roommate? What about the report that this suspect is not cooperating? I know it's hard for you to talk about investigations. Any details that you can give us?
Yeah, I can't talk about details at all. What I can talk about that's public is that the FBI worked long and hard from day one, got this case solved. It was great police work. They worked hand in hand with the local agencies, and then they gave the gun to ATF. ATF got the DNA off the firearm, and the DNA matched the defendant in this case. That's all public. Everyone worked so hard. This was solved so fast thanks to the work of Kash Patel, the FBI, and all of our local partners working together. And the state government is prosecuting it now. They will indict most likely tomorrow or this week. They will indict him for first-degree murder. And it's too soon right now legally to say, but I think the governor has said that they want to seek the death penalty, which is very real in Utah. And they still have the firing squad in Utah. And then we, as federal prosecutors, will look to see if we have federal charges as well. And of course, if we do, we will also indict and work hand in hand with the state to ensure that this horrible human being faces the maximum extent of the law.
Is there anything you can tell us about the would-be assassin's transgender roommate, not charged, whose name has not been released, according to accounts, was in a romantic relationship, transitioning? Anything that we know? Is that cooperation ongoing?
Yeah, as a prosecutor, I can't talk about motives or witnesses or cooperating witnesses or people who are talking at all, but I can tell you that there is a strong case against the defendant who is charged, and as Deputy Director Bongino said, it's ongoing as well.
I know, look, I make my living with the First Amendment, Madam Attorney General. You passionately believe in and support the First Amendment. There are certain things you cannot do. You cannot cry fire or scream fire in a crowded theater. You cannot make terroristic threats against individuals. I believe that law was broken with doxing of Supreme Court justices and people that work, ICE agents, for example. I think we are right there on that line, and I think some of those people have crossed it and probably should be prosecuted. But you also are watching and reading and hearing, this never-ending celebration of the left. We saw it with the United Healthcare CEO and the praise of Luigi Mangione, and you're seeing it in this case. It is evil, it is dark, it is sick, it is incomprehensible. Are there any, where does it become a legal issue from your vantage point as Attorney General?
Well, sure, we all believe in the First Amendment, and these people speak horrible things. I think yesterday or today, Sean, a school board member right here in Virginia had to resign because she said horrible things about Charlie Kirk and that he deserved to die. That's horrific. It's free speech, but you shouldn't be employed anywhere if you're going to say that. And employers, you have an obligation to get rid of people. You need to look at people who are saying horrible things.
You have an obligation to get rid of people who are saying things that hurt my feelings. Again, we're not going to hold Donald Trump to this standard. We're not going to hold Donald Trump. We're not going to hold any other Republican politicians to this standard. We're not going to hold actual representatives to this standard. But the fucking barista at Starbucks, yeah, we need. Oh man, oh, you're really causing problems with the shit that you posted anonymously on Reddit. Oh. These people are insane, dude.
And they shouldn't be working with you. Businesses cannot discriminate. If you want to go in and print posters with Charlie's pictures on them for a vigil, you have to let them do that. We can prosecute you for that. I have Harmeet Dillon right now in our civil rights unit looking at that immediately, that Office Depot had done that. We're looking at that. But Sean, they thought they could silence Charlie. All of this chatter, all of this hate, they couldn't silence Charlie. What they've done is they have created an army of people. I think millions of young people are coming out of the woodwork now. And I think we're going to see a lot of young women as well being very vocal in their conservative values. And Charlie was deeply, deeply religious. We all knew that. And he wore his faith on his sleeve. And I think you're going to be seeing a lot more young people not be afraid to show their religion and to come out publicly. And I think Erica Kirk has done a great job encouraging young people to do just that. in Charlie's memory. They thought they silenced him, and it was the opposite.
I totally agree. I think this movement will be bigger than anyone.
I'm sorry, she just comes off so fucking stupid. She's just like, everything she says, they thought they silenced him, but it was the opposite. Like, she just comes off so fucking dumb. Just completely empty upstairs. It seems like she's trying really hard, too. Like, every time she talks, it seems like she's really trying hard. It's so weird.
Anyone ever imagined. I only got about 30 seconds left. Any update on the narco terror boat? This is the second boat now bringing drugs into our country that has been stopped. And I understand the Guard, like D.C., is going into Memphis, Tennessee. Any updates on those two?
Yeah. Well, if you're a narco terrorist and you are bringing drugs into our country, you're a military threat to our country. You're a narco terrorist. Maduro, Venezuela, what they're doing, they're trying to kill.
If you're a narco terrorist, you're a narco terrorist? Whoa. What? Holy shit.
Our kids, they're trying to bring drugs into our country. It's not going to happen.
Whoa.
We're going to come after you.
Narco terrorists try to bring drugs in the country? What?
And if I were a drug boat, I would not get in the waters anymore, because I think Pete Hegseth and the Department of War with President Trump.
If I was a drug boat, I would not get in the waters anymore. What? If I was a drug boat?
Trump have made it very clear what's going to happen to you if you try to bring drugs into our country. That's exactly what's going to happen to you. No longer in the United States of America. Memphis, we're thrilled to go into Memphis next week. The president signed the executive order.
This is fucking insane to me. I'm blown away that this has not been a bigger deal. This is fucking insane to me that they just blew up a boat with a bunch of people sitting there because of drugs. What the fuck? Like, this is insane. Didn't they kill 6 people? What the fuck is happening? How the fuck is this okay? Does this not break, like, tons of international laws? What is happening, dude? How the fuck do they just kill a bunch of people like this? What? Like, I'm so blown away at this. This is insane. They just blew up a boat. Holy shit.
Order today. We're working hand in hand with our U.S. senators, with the governor there, and we're just so excited about making Memphis safe again, just like we've done in D.C., Sean. Over 2,000 arrests, 200 guns off the streets. It's a safe place now here in D.C. You need to come visit us sometime because it's safe here, and Memphis is going to be safe too, thanks to Donald Trump.
I do go to D.C. New York might be a stretch.
Yeah, they weren't trying to kill the people. They were trying to kill the drug boat that chose to get in the waters. Can't believe that drug boat chose to get in the waters again. What the fuck, drug boat?
But Pam Bondi, thank you. We appreciate the update. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here.
Bro, you're Sean Hannity. I'm not Sean Hannity. What the fuck?
Might be a stretch, but Pam Bondi, thank you. We appreciate the update. Hey, Sean Hannity.
He thinks I'm Sean Hannity. Hey, Sean Hannity. I'm not fucking Sean Hannity. You're Sean Hannity, dude. Did you forget? These people, dude. These fucking people.
So, you know, it's funny. I used to say that, hey, if you as a gay person would go to Gaza, they'd throw you off of tall buildings, right? Now they don't have any tall buildings left, so I don't.
Holy shit.
When you mess with the bull, you get the horns.
Is that too soon? I'm sorry. Maybe you shouldn't kill Jews, stupid Muslims.
He's all I like that. I like that.
Where was I? So, yeah. So, you know, it's funny.
All right. So let me start with you, Mehdi. How would you analyze what you're hearing in response to this murder from the left?
From the left? I mean, just listening to the clips you played from the Trump administration, we're in a very dark moment. It's a very McCarthyite moment right now.
True! Thank you! Of course! We're not going to get this from Cenk Uygur. We're not going to get this from Cenk Uygur. That's not going to happen. Thank you, Mehdi Hasan, to the fucking rescue. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's go.
Now, I've been listening to your show. You made a lot of good points. The biggest point I think you've glossed over is the crackdown on free speech, this targeting of people for their views. I thought Charlie Kirk was supposed to be a free speech martyr. Why are the right using his death to crack down on free speech and American rights and go after this amorphous left? J.D. Vance lied today on the
Charlie Kirk would not have wanted this. You guys are anti-Charlie Kirk. You guys are dishonoring Charlie Kirk's memory. The ones who were talking shit about Charlie Kirk, the ones who were making fun of him dying, they are honoring his memory by using their free speech.
Free speech and American rights and go after this amorphous left. J.D. Vance lied today on the Charlie Kirk show when he said the statistics are clear that this is a left-wing problem. It's the exact reverse, right? Exact reverse. You look at the ADL Center for Extreme...
I showed this to you guys yesterday, but I made this video yesterday. As soon as I saw it, I was like, oh, I've been preparing for this, motherfucker. I've been preparing for this, motherfucker. This is what J.D. Vance said.
And while our side of the aisle certainly has its crazies, it is a statistical fact that most of the lunatics in American politics today are proud members of the far left. The far left, 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 the far left.
It is a statistical fact that most of the lunatics in American politics today are proud members of the far left.
I was ready for that one.
Left-wing problem. It's the exact reverse, right? Exact reverse. You look at the ADL Center for Extremism, which looked at 444 people killed by extremists between 2013 and 2022, 75% of them by the right. You look at the University of Maryland study that was done for their terrorism center, which found that from 1948 to 2018, right-wing extremists more likely to carry out violence than left-wing extremists. You look at the head of the FBI, who Donald Trump appointed, Chris Wray, who said the #1 domestic terror threat in this country comes from religious and racially motivated extremists, specifically white supremacists. You can keep going. The National Institute for Justice found that the majority of incidents since 1990, violent terroristic acts were right-wing extremists. The single biggest day of political violence, Chris, in our lifetimes in this country was January 6th, 2021, when right-wing extremists attacked the Capitol, injured police officers. They were ideologically motivated. You and I agreed it was an insurrection at the time. So it's bizarre for Vance to go on TV or go online and say the exact opposite of what both the official statistics say and the think tanks say. All of our evidence tells us. I mean, there was a Democratic lawmaker, Chris, I don't know how many times we have to say this, who was murdered in her home with her husband in June by a Trump supporter. And Donald Trump today said, who? When he was asked about it, he said, who?
So, Mehdi, one quick thing. I do not think January 6th was an insurrection. I thought that it was all kinds of crimes.
You said it at the time, Chris.
I just don't.
You called it an insurrection at the time. You did. You did.
No,
I checked your Twitter before I came on
never
air.
thought.
Okay,
Go
we'll
ahead,
have to
show it to me.
check
But
it afterwards.
I never thought that they were trying to take over the government. That's what an insurrection is. But it doesn't matter. It was bad. But we're dealing with new bad stuff. But
it was political violence. We can agree, right, Chris? It was political violence.
100%. It was political violence, but this was a murder for what somebody was saying.
Well, they were trying to murder Mike Pence, Chris. They were trying to murder Mike Pence.
Well, but they didn't. Those are just words. And if you killed somebody for saying it, you would have had a problem.
Hold on, because he survived? Because Mike Pence survived an assassination?
Yeah, that's not just words. That is something. That is something that does not qualify under free speech. You cannot threaten to kill people. That is not just words. That Chris Cuomo has lost his fucking mind in. this guy has lost his fucking mind. Like, I cannot stand him. He's always been dumb, just to be clear. He has always been dumb. He's never been a very bright guy. But this is obnoxious from him. Those are just words. Threatening to kill somebody? Yeah, those are just words, bro.
Assassination attempt, it's fine?
Well, it's no assassination attempt. They never had hands on him. They didn't do anything to him. But my point is speech versus actions, okay? But Ken, speech versus
killing of a
actions.
Democratic lawmaker this summer, murder.
Yeah, Hortman was killed. Two people were killed. Yes.
That was murder.
Go ahead,
and,
Ken.
And Charlie Kirk's killing was murder. Speech is not violence, which is something we hear a lot in the rhetoric about free speech. Violence is violence. And one of the reasons it's important to reject the speech as violence, which is one of the excuses I'm hearing an awful lot about excusing Charlie Kirk's murder, is because then you devalue the significance on a moral basis of actual violence. And it's important, an opportunity for unity that I think still exists is for everyone to reject violence for political ends. Chris, you'll remember I said this over and over and over back in 2020 when I was the deputy secretary and cities across the country were burning. And then elected officials were very accepting, frankly, and excusing. Some of them were helping in the form of bailing people out.
Chris Cuomo. Donald Trump tweeted out, "At Chris Cuomo, I got you very good ratings. Can I borrow your Twitter account for 2 weeks?" Chris Cuomo said, "That would make me as complicit as the Retrumplicans who helped foment an insurrection." Huh. Interesting. Chris Cuomo never called it an insurrection. He never said that. He never said it was an insurrection. What? That never happened. I never called it that. Retrumplicans? What the fuck? That's such a stupid fucking term. Retrumplicans? Got him. Oh, Retrumplicans. Ha ha. Suck on that.
With the president didn't tell the truth. You can keep your doctor. You can keep your insurance. You can keep your, we didn't pay off.
You're going to put it on
Iranians.
Obama?
No,
you believe that President Obama lied more than Donald Trump?
Every president, unfortunately, doesn't necessarily come forth with
Do
the
you
truth.
think President Obama lied more than Donald Trump?
I think the substance of the previous president's lies were much more important than the substance of what the crowd size was at the inaugural. I mean, those are the things that I really care about. Is he telling me the truth about the
Moral
policies?
relativism from a practicing Catholic.
Look, I'm not being moral. Look, you feed me, and I'll say it right here. You've seen me criticize President Trump for
You
his
immediately talked
hyperbole,
about Barack
but I
Hussein
think it's
Obama
important.
when I asked you about
I
Trump's
agree,
lying.
I did.
What
because
does
I
that
think-
tell you?
Because nobody held President Obama accountable for those lies. I agree. You
That's
should
not
hold
true.
President.
That's not true. You banged him over the head with the doctor
Well,
thing.
we did,
We
but
banged
the
him
media
over the
did.
head about the red line. What are you talking about?
Well, I can tell. Well,
this is a different order of magnitude. Imagine being with your kids. I try to do this more and more now because I can't go by the normal rules anymore that I grew up with. My pop was in public service. My brother's in public service. We cover them all the time. The rules don't apply anymore. So I think about what I do with my kids. Mario, you lied to me about the test. Well, hold on. You lied back when you said that the Easter Bunny was going to double up on me if I did my homework faster. Oh, good point, buddy. Forget about lying about the test. No. We don't say that to our children, Rick. Why the hell would you justify it with the President of the United States?
I'm not
Why give him
justifying it.
cover from his
Hold
own
on, Chris,
mendacity?
wait a minute.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck that was.
Would not have worked the way.
And then elected officials were very accepting, frankly, and excusing. Some of them were helping in the form of bailing people out, violent protesters. You even noted that early on in that process that these things don't always have to be peaceful, and I disagree. They do have.
He did say that. He did say that. He did say, who says protests are supposed to be peaceful?
Have to be peaceful. That's something we should all, left and right, be able to agree on. It's still there to be a unifying point, the rejection of violence, which is something.
Yeah, Mehdi Hasan did. Hi, Chris Cuomo. Thanks for having me on. But just doing a fact check, you told me I was wrong and you had never called January 6th an insurrection. I count at least 10 times on Twitter back then when you did call it an insurrection and even mocked those who denied it. Some receipts. Oh man, I want that. I want that fucking post. Where the fuck is that? Where the fuck is this? Is this the... Okay, so there's that one. This person said the facts are clear. The president incited insurrection. The law is clear. A president attacking his own government is the highest of crimes. Trump must go, as I told Chris Cuomo on CNN. And Chris Cuomo said, and yet so many still want to equate the insurrection with other outbursts over the summer, as if it is just more of the same. It isn't. And until the GOP starts echoing that message, we will be stuck. As he's sitting here listening to this motherfucker immediately turn to they bailed out violent protesters and rioters during BLM. And he's sitting there, I never called it an insurrection. This never happened. This person said, forget righty outlets. What if Kevin puts the insurrectionists on the committee? Chris Cuomo said, doubtful, but the facts surrounding the infamy of the January 6th insurrection will overpower any bullshit. This person said, Deb at GE said, Trump should be held accountable for this. He spoke with the rioters and encouraged this. Shaking my damn head. Chris Cuomo said, have you ever heard Trump call for Congress to follow the Constitution and certify? The answer is no. And that's the proof of his position here. He is the worst, and people will do the worst at his urging. Sedition, leaders need to step up, put this insurrection down, and follow the law. Hoo-wee! Chris Cuomo. Good sir. What have you done?
Charlie Kirk lived and died for. People who actually watched him interact with people who disagreed with him. You and I are very passionate. Mehdi's obviously very passionate. Charlie was incredibly level in how he communicated with people. He was firm, but he never got angry. He didn't call people names.
This is the meme. This is the meme where they just say, oh, yes, he was so nice while using hateful rhetoric. He was so nice while he was being racist. He was so nice while he called for genocide. He was so nice. He spoke very calmly. You guys can't be mad about this. He was very, very calm. He's moderate. Yeah, I saw. So Andrew Wilson was the one who kept saying that Charlie Kirk was a moderate just because a lot of people on the right believe the same things as him. That doesn't make him a moderate. But even today, Andrew Wilson was saying that Destiny is a moderate on the left, and that Destiny is not a moderate. Destiny is not. He's not moderate at all. He isn't. He's probably what we would call a progressive liberal. But he's or at least at the edge of getting from liberal to progressive liberal. But yeah, he is not a moderate. I don't think people understand what moderate means. I think Andrew Wilson thinks moderate means that you just like share what the majority of your side thinks.
He respected them. He told them he respected them. And frankly, it's a model for all of us, left and right, to emulate, not the violence.
Well, I don't know about emulating everything about it, but that's not the point. Two quick things, and then back to you, Mehdi. The first thing is that I never said that protests aren't supposed to be peaceful. I know what the First Amendment is. What I said was at the time when the protests first started, there was so much pushback against the speech. What are they saying? They're saying things that cops.
No, he literally said, whoever said protests are supposed to be peaceful. I just played the clip the other day. Shit, if I go through my replies, this could take a little bit, but yeah, he definitely said, whoever said protests were supposed to be peaceful. That is exactly what he said. Oh wait, I need this. Oh no, never mind.
There aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
People need to start taking to the streets. This is a dictator.
You know, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
Enemies of the state.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
Show me where it says protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful. I never said that.
First Amendment. I never said that protests aren't supposed to be peaceful. I know what the First Amendment is. What I said was at the time when the protests first started, there was so much pushback against the speech. What are they saying? They're saying things that cops, they're saying the ugliest things, the worst things. And I said, what do you think they're going to do? Sing slave hymns and then go home? You know, nobody ever said it's going to be peaceful out there. They're going to say a lot of things that are going to bother you. That's the price of our freedom and our democracy.
That is not what he said. He said, who said protests are supposed to be peaceful?
In this country. That was my point. Now, Mehdi, the idea of, is it time, place, and manner that, hey, I condemn this. This is unacceptable what happened to Charlie Kirk. But he said a lot of things that were fill in the blank of extremist and abhorrent things. Why put the right now?
So, Chris, I'm glad you...
What the fuck just happened?
Abhorrent things. Why put the right now?
So, Chris, I'm glad you asked me that question. It's a perfect timing because with respect to Ken made a very good point about rejecting violence. I agree with Ken. The problem, of course, is that Ken's former boss, Donald Trump, pardoned a bunch of politically violent people earlier this year. He's even dangled pardons in front of the kidnappers.
So did Joe Biden.
The attempted, I'm not here to defend Joe Biden, but Donald Trump pardoned a bunch of political extremists who attacked the Capitol, and he's also, Chris, dangled pardons in front of the people who wanted to kidnap and maybe kill Gretchen Whitmer, like horrible political extremists. He's talked about pardoning them as well. So that's a real problem, and we need the president, as you said in your introduction, to really lead on this and reject, use this killing of his friend to say, you know what, all of us tone it down. This is a president who's called his enemies scum, vermin, animals. You know, Chris, better than me what he's called his political enemies, including you. So that's what we need from the president. We're not getting it from the president. We're getting more kind of talk of pardons. The other issue which you asked about Charlie Kirk, look, I differ from you on this, Chris, and this is what we argued on Twitter. I think public figures are not private figures. I think public figures, when they die, of course we should be respectful to their families. I've said time and again that it breaks my heart to think about what his children are going through, what his widow is going through. It's horrific what happened to him. I can't even watch that video. I refuse to watch that video of what happened to him. But he's a public figure. I'm a public figure. Chris, you're a public figure. When we die, people are going to look at what we said and say, well, I agree with him on this, I agree with him on that. And the problem is Ken and the right are trying to almost deify him. What Ken just said is not true, that Charlie never called for violence, that Charlie was level. Charlie called for me to be deported from America because he didn't like a monologue I did on COVID. He called for Joe Biden to be executed by death penalty. We can go down the list. I know you don't want to hear. Let's not make this a Charlie Kirk rhetoric thing. But I don't know what else to say. When I hear Ken saying things that I think are untrue, then I have to respond. You know me, Chris, it's in my nature. I have to respond and say, well, that's not true. Here are the facts. Just last week, the day before he died, the day before he was brutally murdered, he said that Islam is the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America. I don't think that's rhetoric that people should be emulating. I find that deeply offensive.
What?
The day before he was brutally murdered, he said that Islam is the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America.
Bro, like, truly, the fucking shit this guy has said is just fucking wild, bro. Holy shit.
I don't think that's rhetoric that people should be emulating. I find that deeply offensive rhetoric. Obviously, it doesn't justify killing him. Nothing justifies killing him. But please don't tell me that he was a level-headed person who never insulted or abused anyone. That's just not true. He asked for people to post bail on the guy who attacked Paul Pelosi in his home, a violent extremist, Trump supporter, election denier, who attacked Paul Pelosi in his home, is now in prison for attempted murder. Charlie called for bail to be posted for him by an American hero. So that's the kind of rhetoric I don't think we need or emulate.
Mehdi, what is the difference? What is the difference between telling the truth and rationalizing the murder? That's why I talk about time, place, and manner. That when you say, look, this is unacceptable, but he said a lot of terrible things, it sounds like you're not as upset that he was murdered because he said those things.
With respect, Chris, that's not...
What the fuck? That's not at all what he said. He said don't downplay the shit that he said. He said don't act like he was he was a saint. Don't act like he never said offensive things. Then he listed off some of the offensive things that he said. The other guy on here is acting like he was this moderate guy who was very peaceful. They were talking about, oh, he was very nice about the way that he was saying things. Like that's what they're fucking talking about. So he's just pushing back on the idea that he was just so nice. He was such a sweet guy.
Not what I said. I said his murder is inexcusable. I've said that consistently, as have we all. But I was responding to Ken saying that Charlie was X, Y, Z. If Ken and the right, and Ken, I'm not picking on you, but the right in general, were not treating him like a new MLK. I'm seeing people saying he was a literal saint. He should have a statue put up in Congress. Chris, am I supposed to just let that go and not say, we probably shouldn't have a statue in Congress for a man who says Islam is a religion being used to slit the throat of the West, that Muslims like me are concrete.
Can you imagine, bro? Can you imagine if they actually put a statue of him up in front of Congress with other leaders in our country, that they would put a statue up of Charlie Kirk? And can you imagine when in the next election a Democrat wins, how quickly they would probably get rid of that statue, and then these people would shit their fucking pants over it?
This is the kind of stuff he said. Am I supposed to not respond to that political rhetoric?
Well, I think it's about how you respond to it and when you respond to it. The guy was just murdered. I mean, there's a reason why when people die, if you go to the wake, you don't stare down at the box, and say the guy was kind of a bum too. And that's why your interview with Omar bothered a lot of people.
If I may.
Hold on. Just 1 second. Look. 1 second, Ken, because Chris just brought up your
let him get it.
I've sat aside for a lot of seconds.
My last point on this. Chris, you misrepresented Ilhan Omar. You echoed...
Yeah, the other guy has barely talked. He got asked one question and said one thing, and now it's just been the two of them going back and forth. But the reason that Mehdi Hasan's on here at all is because Chris Cuomo and Mehdi Hasan have been going back and forth for the last week. And so the fact that they were having a fight, Chris Cuomo invited him on, but instead of actually engaging with Mehdi by himself, he brought on this other guy as a shield, and now is having him sit there and play third fiddle to this debate. And now he's trying to have this back and forth with Mehdi Hasan when when it should have just been the two of them.
A tweet from a right-wing person who said that she was celebrating his death, that she said he had it coming. Completely false. And we are journalists, Chris. We're in the truth business, not the non-offensive business. You should delete that tweet because it's not accurate.
It's not happening.
She never said he had it coming. She condemned it. She said she was upset for his wife.
No, I didn't say she said it had. She had it.
The guy you retweeted did. The guy you retweeted did. He falsely put words in her mouth.
But that doesn't mean I own what he says. You ever see retweets don't include endorsements? Everybody says on their stupid prophylaxis Twitter. It's not a false claim.
Yeah, he's saying that the guy misrepresented her. Who are they talking about? Is it Ilhan Omar?
Omar bothered a box, you know. And
what did she say? I haven't seen. Fuck.
Inside of that court via virtual webinar, and we know the next hearing going to be taking place on September the 29th. Just kind of turning back off, a Democratic lawmaker, Ilhan Omar, from some of the committee assignments, saying we've officially filed a resolution to censure Ilhan Omar and remove her from community assignments. Charlie Kirk was assassinated for speaking the truth, and Ilhan Omar mocked him for it. There must be consequences for glorifying political violence. Hold the line. What do we make of this?
Why didn't they actually read what she actually said? Why didn't they read what she actually said? Why did they read a statement from Nancy Mace instead of actually reading what the fuck she said? Fucking hacks, dude.
All new at 2, a warning for Democrats and the legacy media as critics say they are failing to grasp the enormous impact of Charlie Kirk's legacy.
Are they not legacy media?
And are oblivious to the political uprising his assassination could ignite. Welcome back to a second hour of America Reports. I'm Sandra Smith in New York. Good to be with you, John.
Good to be with you as well, but we're still on this sad news today, Sandra. I'm John Roberts in Washington. The Wall Street Journal today.
She's got those fucking wild eyes, dude.
Calling Kirk the man who, quote, helped Republicans break through to young voters. One student describing him as probably the most influential person in our generation. But as tributes pour in on the right, longtime strategist Mark Halperin says, Democrats still aren't grasping that influence or its fallout.
I talked to more than a few Democrats yesterday who had heard of Charlie Kirk. Two things struck me in every one of the conversations. They don't appreciate.
Because, Lisa, we are hearing takes like this from some members of Congress, Democrat members of Congress, including AOC, and Ilhan Omar responding to Charlie Kirk's death. Listen.
Yeah, there is nothing more up, you know, like than to completely pretend that, you know, his words and actions have not been recorded and in existence for the last decade. These people are full of shit, and it's important for us to call them out. I don't think
What? Oh, I can't believe she said that. Oh, man. Oh, that's fucked up. Yeah, she's fucked. Oh, she's fucked. Yeah, there's no way. You can't say that Charlie Kirk's statements have been recorded and are out there. That's fucked up. I can't believe she said. I can't believe she said that. Yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, that can't stand. That's definitely fucked up to pretend as though his words have been recorded and are out there. Yeah, that's her literally celebrating his death right now. That's literally what she just did. She just made excuses for why it's okay to murder him. Yep.
Single person who has dedicated their entire career to preventing gun safety legislation from getting passed in this House has any right to blame anybody else but themselves for what is happening.
Lisa?
Well, yep. They literally just made excuses for him dying. So, yeah, that's fucked up. Can't believe that.
Am I supposed to not respond to that?
We're under 10 minutes. We got 8 minutes to go on the clock. If you guys want to continue the stream, we get $10 more through the tips link. The link is pinned at the top of chat if you guys want to add to the goal. We got $10 left.
Well, I think it's about how you respond to it and when you respond to it. The guy was just murdered. I mean, there's a reason why when people die, if you go to the wake, you don't stare down at the box, you know, and say the guy was kind of a bum too. And that's why your interview with Omar bothered a lot of people.
If I may,
hold on.
She wasn't at his wake. She was on a fucking YouTube channel. Now, I'm not going to say that what she said on that YouTube channel is recorded and out there, okay? I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to go that far. But she wasn't at his wake.
Look, 1 second, Ken, because Chris just brought up.
Well, let him get it.
I've sat aside for a lot of seconds.
My last point on this. Chris, you misrepresented Ilhan Omar. You echoed a tweet from a right-wing person who said that she was celebrating his death, that she said he had it coming. Completely false. And we are journalists, Chris. We're in the truth business, not the non-offensive business. You should delete that tweet because it's not accurate.
It's not happening.
She never said he had it coming. She condemned it. She said she was upset for his wife.
No, I didn't say she said she had it coming. What she did was...
The guy you retweeted did. He falsely put words in her mouth.
But that doesn't mean I own what he says. You ever see retweets don't include endorsements? Everybody says...
Yes, everybody does not say that. Right-wing nut jobs who want absolutely no accountability for the things that they're putting out to their audiences say that. Nobody else says that shit. Yes, if you retweet something, you are saying, this is fine as is. I endorse this. That is what you're saying. That is what a retweet is. A retweet is saying, this as is good. That's why people look at ratios between retweets and quote tweets, because they assume if somebody's quote tweeting you that they're likely saying something that differs with what it is that you said. So if they quote tweet you, which isn't always the case, but the majority of them, yes, or at least they want to add to what it is that you said. But if you're retweeting something, you're saying this as is. I'm giving this to my audience just like this.
On this stupid prophylaxis Twitter. It's not a false claim because here's why. That was his take on her saying, I condemn it, I worry about his family, but this is what he said.
That's false.
I don't think so. And look, people can decide for themselves. Ken, last word to you.
What a fucking coward, dude. Chris Cuomo has lost his fucking mind, bro. There's Project Sadface is in chat all the time, bugging me to watch Chris Cuomo in News Nation saying how great they are. Chris Cuomo is a fucking loser. He was a loser when he was on CNN. He's a loser now. He's a fucking weirdo.
Yeah, so look, we started in a place, and the president can sometimes make himself, in the manner he presents himself, more difficult to defend. But I'll go back to my experience in 2020. First of all, I agree with both of you. There is violence across the spectrum. I think we should all be able to reject violence. That did not happen when I was in a position of responsibility in 2020. Instead, the Speaker of the House called police trying to keep protesters, violent criminals from doing damage, stormtroopers. And lots of elected officials on the left were...
Wait, did this just skip again?
Stormtroopers. Violent criminals from doing damage, stormtroopers. Instead, the Speaker of the House called police trying to keep protesters, violent criminals from doing damage, stormtroopers. And lots of elected officials on the left were critical of those of us trying to do...
Okay, he said that in the weirdest fucking way. So she called the people who were there, who were supposed to stop everybody from doing damage. He called them stormtroopers, which, yeah, everybody freaked out about this, saying that calling them stormtroopers was advocating for violence against them. That is what they said. I had numerous debates with people about this where they said, you can't call them stormtroopers. That's advocating for violence against them. So you guys are fucking insane. First off, all those people who they called stormtroopers didn't have any badges on them. They didn't have any identifying symbology on them. You didn't know if they were feds. You didn't know if they were with the county. You didn't know if they were with the city. You didn't know what their name was. You didn't know if they were police. You didn't know if it was somebody just dressed in black. You didn't know if you got hit or if something happened. You didn't know how to report that person or who they were so that you could report them. You didn't know what office or precinct to report them to. Like, it was just nothing. It was just people wearing black with black fucking helmets on, and that was it. And so, yeah, they started calling them stormtroopers.
Enforce the law until January 6th. And then all of a sudden, the police were their best friends. And I'm glad the police suddenly became their best friends. But the fact of the matter is, and polling shows this, there has been a rising acceptance of violence in opposition to positions and speech with which.
What I do know for sure is that, you know, Charlie was someone who once said, you know, guns save lives after a school shooting. Charlie was someone who was willing to debate and downplay the death of George Floyd in the hands of Minneapolis police.
I think he called him a scumbag.
Right, have no regard, downplay slavery and what Black people have gone through in this country by saying Juneteenth should never exist. And I think, you know, there are a lot of people who are out there talking about him just wanting to have a civil debate.
Complete rewriting of history.
Yeah, there is nothing more effed up, you know, like than to completely pretend that, you know, his words and actions have not been recorded and in existence for the last decade or so. And
that's it. I keep thinking there's probably going to be something else here. There's got to be something here that they're talking about. There's got to be a thing here. So this guy said, Ilhan Omar, while grinning, says Charlie Kirk deserved it and had it coming. He downplayed George Floyd in slavery.
$10. More Tom, please.
Thank you. Let's go.
Tom putting in more work than actual journalist.
True. True, boy. That is so true. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Oh, I messed that up. So yeah, he said, Ilhan Omar, while grinning, says Charlie Kirk deserved it and had it coming. He downplayed George Floyd and slavery. And then in quotes again, people say he wanted to have a civil debate. It's bullshit. I want her deported immediately. Like, you got to be fucking kidding me, dude. You got to be fucking kidding me. These people are so fucking gross, dude. Oh my goodness, they're so gross. They're so gross. They're so fucking dumb. I get. Interesting. I don't know. This guy looks like he should be deported. Just saying. Just saying. He looks very deportable. So Chris Cuomo quote tweeted this. He didn't retweet it apparently, but he did quote tweet it. And he said, this is what gets you paid in politics. Division and extremism drive algorithms on social. What a fucking loser, dude. This person said, you're posting a tiny clipped up portion of their exchange where they note Kirk's problematic views, conveniently skipping the part where they categorically condemned his killing. And they are driving rage and division on social media. Chris Cuomo's cynical cherry picking of clips to fuel rage exposes him as the ultimate hypocrisy machine, peddling the very division he pretends to decry. Delete it now, fraud. True. Chris Cuomo's show Chris Cuomo, show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful. He never said that. He never said that. I didn't say that.
And then all of a sudden, the police were their best friends. And I'm glad the police suddenly became their best friends. But the fact of the matter is, and polling shows this, there has been a rising acceptance of violence in opposition to positions and speech with which people disagree. And the data has shown for many years that there is a substantial difference, and the left is far more willing to take active physical steps to shut down disagreement than those on the right.
It's acceptable to be happy about the death of a public figure you oppose. People who are very liberal, 24% agree. Liberal, 10% agree. 7% who are moderate, 4% who are conservative, 3% who are very conservative. This is the very liberal, which is a stupid way of putting it. This is like the fact that YouGov is a political polling center and they put very liberal as the option there is really fucking stupid. I'm blown away that these people are so clueless in the way that they word this shit. But 24% is a high number, yet this is not saying that they're in favor of political violence. This is not saying that they want people to do political violence. This is not any of those things. Now, it can encourage political violence. It definitely could do that. But you can be happy about this shit. Like, again, the conservatives have shown time in and time out that they are happy to be happy when liberals are gonna die. Like we've played tons and tons of clips, shown tons and tons of tweets from leaders within the Republican Party, and the only difference is that they say they are principally against it, and then they go and do it. What they say is not what they do, right? If you ask them if they're in favor of limiting free speech, they would say no, but then they would vote for people who say they're going to go do it. If you ask them, are you in favor of tyranny? They would say no, and then they would vote for tyrants. If you ask them, are you in favor of fascism? They would say no, and then they'd go vote for fascists. So it doesn't mean much that they say they're not in favor of this shit, because when it comes down to it, their leaders within their party are the only ones who celebrate people's deaths and people's sickness and people's demise, whereas the leadership on the left does not do this. There's no leadership on the left who does any of this shit. It is something that only exists on the right. That's it. It's only on the right. Nowhere else.
The right is now coming up in that data. Excuse me, I sat quietly. And the left is far ahead on that, and the president is correct on that point. I
think there's a difference. There's a difference between
any organizations funding violence prosecuted.
There's a difference between a stated preference and the actual actions that play out. People say a lot of things in polls, but Ken, I take your point. Mehdi, I take your points. But here's the most important thing, and I can't believe I have to say this. Know this. I care about Ken Cuccinelli. I care about Mehdi Hasan, okay? I respect their take. It doesn't matter if I agree. And I need to say that because of where we are. Thank you for watching. Subscribe.
Sheesh, dude. Okay, so they do know how to change the audio on their shows. What the fuck? I had to crank that by 25%. just to make it to where you guys could hear them. Every time I went from one clip to the other, I had to keep upping and downing the audio levels because News Nation doesn't know how to change their fucking volume. Holy shnikes. Gee willikers, guys. Exclusive leaked messages from Charlie Kirk assassin. Accused shooter. Politics is not what government and media say. Sorry, accused shooter's politics is not what government and media say. From Ken Klippenstein. All right, Ken. Kenny boy. All right. Hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at Ubu University. Thus, Tyler Robinson messaged his friends on Discord, seemingly apologizing for murdering Charlie Kirk. I'm sorry for all of this, he said. I obtained this and other Discord chats I've decided to publish. The legacy news media, as usual, refuses, along with new information I've learned about Robinson from the people who knew him best. Okay. September 10th. Charlie Kirk got shot from some random, and then they said, dead. 30 minutes later. Looks like somebody else said, I just saw the video. Holy shit. RIP, I guess. Bro didn't deserve to go out like that. Sad. And then Zealous Monkey 55095 said, hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all of this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff friend in a few moments. Thanks for all the good times and laughs. You've all been so amazing. Thank you all for everything. So from what we read before is that he sent this message to the Discord and they all didn't believe him. They thought it was just a meme. Nobody said anything. Everybody just totally ignored it. And they just thought it was like a lame meme. And that was that. And then, yeah, they saw that he was on the news the next day. They saw that his Discord account got deleted and just showed up as deleted user. So yeah. Trump and company portray the alleged Utah shooter as left-wing and liberals portray him as right-wing. The federal conclusion will inevitably be that he was a so-called nihilist violent extremist, NVE. Meanwhile, the crackdown has already begun, as I reported yesterday. The country is practically ready to go to war. Quote, it's been so terrible, and seeing it from an inside perspective is so frustrating, end quote. A friend of Robinson's since middle school told me. The childhood friend, who asked not to be named for fear of threats, provided me with the above non-public photo of Robinson on a camping trip, a favorite activity of his to corroborate their relationship. Quote, I think the main thing that's caused so much confusion is that he was always generally apolitical for the most part, end quote, the friend told me. That's the big thing. He just never really talked politics, which is why it's so frustrating. The picture that emerges bears little resemblance to the media version. Robinson, I am told, though quiet, was a well-liked person with a supportive family. The friend group who he interacted with on Discord, far from some kind of militia camp or Antifa bunker it's been portrayed as, represented a range of different political views, but mostly talked video games. Yesterday, FBI Director Kash Patel, in an interview... Sorry. Sometimes these are worded weird that catches me off. Yesterday, FBI Director Kash Patel said in an interview that Robinson, quote, subscribed to left-wing ideology, citing his family's remarks to investigators. But those close to Robinson say there was a lot of his family didn't know. There was a lot of his family that didn't know about him. Quote, their ideas are based on someone they didn't fully understand, end quote, the childhood friend told me. Though the family was generally supportive of Robinson, a claim corroborated by his mother's Facebook account, brimming with praise for Tyler, they didn't seem to know about his relationship with a transgender person named Lance, the friend said. When I asked if his family would have been accepting, the friend replied, I don't think Tyler even knew the answer to that question, which is why he kept it so low-key between themselves. Tyler's bisexuality, the friend said, was coupled with openness on LGBT issues. But his wasn't some cookie-cutter lefty position on every or even most issues, his friends say. Quote, obviously, he's okay with gay and trans people having a right to exist, but also believes in the Second Amendment, that friend said, referring to the right to bear arms. I'm telling you, this guy was one of us, bro. This guy might have fucking watched the show. This was Thing That Is. That's who it is. This was Thing That Is. Just every time I read more about this guy, I think, yeah, this guy sounds like one of us, dude. The friend described Robinson as fairly typical of a young man his age from Utah, someone who loved the outdoors, was a gamer, and into guns. Quote, to all of us, he just seemed like a simple guy who liked playing games like Sea of Thieves, Deep Rock, Galactic, and Helldivers 2. Loved to fish and loved to camp, the friend said. It really did seem like that's all he was about. And then showing a Discord message from him posting videos about Helldivers 2. One step closer to finding the DRG dwarves. The phrase inscribed on the bullet casing from the shooting, hey, hey fascist, catch, though widely reported to mean he was a man of the left, is in fact a reference to the Helldivers 2 game. 3 arrows initially believed by federal agents to be a reference to Antifa are also a reference to Helldivers. Private Discord messages shared with me by a friend of Robinson's confirmed that Robinson wasn't some political martyr. A search for posts of Robinson's containing keywords like Biden and Trump turned up just 1 hit each. The Trump post was a passing reference to the 2019 impeachment inquiry. The Biden one came on the day of the 2020 election, where he provided an update to another friend asking about the status of the vote count. Zealous Monkey posted on 9/25/19. An impeachment inquiry has been placed against Donald Trump. He could get booted out if they find he committed the shit he's accused of. 11/3/20, he said, who's winning the election? You would know. But the same day, Biden is in the lead electoral vote. Oh, sorry. Somebody asked him. Okay, so the idea that he wasn't really into politics and that he didn't ever talk about this shit. The fact that they're asking him and saying you would know kind of says Biden is in the lead electoral votes wise, but there are still some swing states that haven't finished voting, as well as most of the West Coast. Raw votes, Donald is in the lead by a little over 1 million votes. The other person asked who is probably going to win. He said, I'm not sure. They said, when will we know? He said, not until pretty late, but we should have a pretty good idea by the end of the night, unless it's really close or something. And they said K. The childhood friend is a member of multiple Discord chats with Robinson. He described the group as trying to grapple with Robinson's motive, just like everyone else. Quote, even the goodbye message he sent in one of our servers, where Discord chats are hosted, was so hard to believe. We all just thought, what a weird joke to make. Then the news came out, and we all were calling each other, saying, check the news, he said. Yeah, I don't know what makes a person like him decide he's going to drive 260 miles upstate to shoot someone like Charlie Kirk, then come back like nothing happened. It leaves a lot of room for speculation and theories, which is why I think they are so rampant. Part of the confusion he attributes to Tyler's quiet nature. He was really a smart guy, but super hard to read. Stone cold poker face, and you could always never be confident assuming anything. When I asked if he opened up to anyone, the friend replied, as far as we knew, he was opened up. Despite his verbal reticence, Robinson was not a loner according to his friends. Unlike the stereotypical outcast shooter driven to violence by social rejection, he was apparently amiable and well-liked. Quote, everyone who knew him liked him, and he was always nice, a little quiet and kept to himself mostly, but wasn't a recluse, the childhood friend said. Regardless of horrible actions that took place, we must take this moment to remember that God is a living and loving God who loves all of his children. A Discord post from another friend posted the day after the shooting reads, while Charlie Kirk's politics were not acceptable to some, I ask that we all say a prayer for him and his family during these confusing times. Quote, the last message is religious in nature, which just goes to show the apolitical nature of the server. We all have pretty differing views on politics, end quote, the friend said of the Discord post. We all just exist as friends and just play stuff. Cat memes, whether updates, home improvement, and the odd Garfield reference populate Robinson's posts. I'm going to eep pretty soon, very eepy, he said in one post, and an intentionally silly misspelling of word sleep, a common Gen Z convention. Somebody said, had to replace a monitor that was on a wall mount. The top two mounting points needed to have a standoff, but the person who did the initial install didn't have them, so they just stacked like 8 washers to make the connection. LOL. And then Zealous Monkey said, I know the feeling. The federal government, the Washington crowd, and corporate media based in Washington and New York see the country in wholly partisan terms. Republican versus Democrat, red versus blue, old media versus social media, liberal versus conservative, right versus left, straight versus gay, and on and on. Charlie Kirk's assassination in Utah You put an exclamation point after Utah. In Utah, exclamation point. Should remind us of the actual diversity of the nation and of the cost of polarization that demonizes the other side. No one in Robinson's group is cheering or justifying the murder in any of the messages I reviewed. They are just struggling to understand what their friend did. But Washington has become obsessed with the Discord chat, convinced it's some kind of headquarters for the murder and cauldron of radicalization and conspiracy. Today, FBI Director Patel vowed to investigate anyone and everyone in that Discord chat. What I see is a bunch of young people shocked, horrified, and searching for answers, just like the rest of the country. I don't think, like, I felt like from the beginning of his messages, he was going to, like, debunk the idea that he was, like, a liberal or something. And then he even ends it off sounding like, yeah, obviously, it's not that simple. But I got nothing from any of this that said that he was conservative outside of the fact that he supported the Second Amendment. Like, and that's still just the majority of the country. Like, that's not a conservative thing. So it didn't show he was a lefty either. Well, I mean, again, the majority of it does. Yes, the majority of the thing where they're talking about the fact that he was bi, he liked gay people and trans people, had a trans girlfriend, didn't know how his family would feel about it, didn't tell them. Like, a lot of this shit did seem yeah, all the hearsay does. Okay. There's no bi conservatives. Nobody said that. Tomfoolery, your thumbnail is disgusting. Yeah, I know. I know. I'm pissed off about it too. I can't believe she said that shit. I cannot believe she said that fucking shit, dude.
I don't think you're fit to hand the bureau, but here's the thing. Mr. Patel, I think you're not going to be around long. I think this might...
Fuck, my earbuds are...
might be your last oversight.
I'm sorry, 1 second. I'm...
hearing. Because as much as you supplicate yourself to the will of Donald...
The right earbud is just fucking muted. Okay.
I don't think you're fit to hand the bureau. But here's...
Holy shit. Okay, there we go.
I don't think you're fit to hand the bureau, but here's the thing, Mr. Patel. I think you're not going to be around long. I think this might be your last oversight hearing. Because as much as you supplicate yourself to the will of Donald Trump and not the Constitution of the United States of America, Donald Trump has shown us in his first term and in this term, he is not loyal to people like you. He will cut you loose. This may be the last time I have a hearing with you because I don't think you're long for your job. But I'm going to tell you this. I pray for you. I pray for you that you can step up and defend your oath, defend the Constitution, and do a much better job of defending this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you want to say anything?
Yes, sir. That rant of false information does not bring this country together. If you want to work on bringing this country, it's my time, not yours.
My God.
If you want to talk about
dividing this country,
it is my
I follow
time.
you on your social media posts that
It is
tear
my
this country
time
apart.
to
There
address
should be a
your
unifying-
falsehoods.
Oh,
You are an
you can try
embarrassment
all
to the
you
division
want
in this
to
country.
not take
It is my
responsibility.
time.
Yeah, it's fucking rich coming from Patel to be like, you're sowing divisions. Give me a fucking break. Give me a fucking break. Have Kash Patel tell a fucking Democrat that you're sowing division. Holy shit, dude.
For what you
had
have
your
said.
time.
Sir, you're
Your
making
time
a
is
mockery of this
over.
committee. Sir, you don't tell me my time is over.
You
The
know how
people
far
of New
we've
Jersey
come
tell me
since
what my
you
time
tell-
is.
Senator-
You can't lecture me.
You can tell me
Sir,
my time's over?
You may be the charge of the
I'm not
FBI,
going anywhere.
but I am not afraid of you,
Mr.
sir.
Chairman.
Not afraid of you.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Senator Booker, I announced at the beginning of this meeting that this back and forth talking over each other doesn't work. And I said if that happened, I asked Patel not to respond, and I was going to give him some time after the senator's time was up to respond. And he has the privilege to do that uninterrupted.
Mr.
So
Chairman, one point of
go
order.
ahead, Mr.
I've
Patel.
watched him talk over us, and you've never once criticized him for us not even being able to get our questions out.
Ooh.
He has been rude and disrespectful.
Ooh. You allowed that guy to talk over them the whole time. And then immediately stops when they talk over him. Ooh.
He has been rude and disrespectful to senator after senator.
And when
Oof. Oofy. Oofy woofy. Wow, wow, wow. You know? Know what I'm saying?
Hi, everybody. So a lot of you have been requesting that I cover the events of the last week. I haven't really been keeping up with the news. I've been in New York doing my anti-clanker live shows. I've seen a lot of comments from you guys saying to, live react to what's been going on recently. So I got ChatGPT to give me a list of all of the events that have transpired over the last week, and we're going to go over them together. Okay, UFOs. That's spooky. I guess there's been some UFO sightings. That's interesting. The U.S. military even shot a missile at the UFO. So, I mean, that's pretty crazy. I'm not a big UFO head, so I'm kind of surprised you guys think I have anything to say about that one. But yeah, maybe they're among us. Who knows? Okay, ooh, yeah. Ukrainian woman stabbed on the bus. Makes me mad, that vile animal, and now I'll never be able to have sex with her. Oh yeah, it was the 24th anniversary of something. I don't remember what exactly, I forgot. I wasn't old enough to really remember that one. Oh, right!
Yeah. We'll never forget. Get it?
There was a shooting! I forgot, there was a shooting. Yes, a 16-year-old injured, 2 in a high school.
Yep.
That's very sad to hear. And I hear they posted their Sick and Twisted manifesto online. Again, I'm not reading that shit. I will not read your schizo manifesto. It's often very poorly worded. Bolsonaro was sentenced to 27 years in prison. I mean, that's crazy. That's by far the most insane political event I can imagine happening. Oh shit, I forgot about the other shooting. There was a shooting in a church. 2 dead at the church. You hate to see it. There was a major earthquake in Afghanistan that killed over 2,200 people. I mean, that's awful to hear. And a Toronto speed camera generated 70,000 tickets. Repeatedly, it got vandalized and cut from its pole. I love to hear it. The fight against the clankers continues. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm not sure why you guys were so excited for me to react to that one, but there you go. Hope you're happy. I'm kind of glad that it was a slow news week, honestly. My channel has a strike on it, so I've got to be very careful about the things that I say. It was a strike for inciting violence. And I'm just worried like something's gonna happen recently that was gonna cause me to like free associate some edgy nonsense. So I'm glad that was. What? At the Oscars? He slapped him? G.I. Jane joke? I've never heard anything more fucked up. It's unbelievable.
Well done. Oh, this is a interesting looking thumbnail. That reminds me of something. Interesting looking flag they got there. Wait, I watched half of this? What the fuck? This came out 19 hours ago. My phone had to have been on like autoplay while I was asleep and just went onto this. I did not watch this shit.
You know, it's one thing to have differences about how we should handle racial matters in this country. It said, Tom Hanks has done more for the positive portrayal of the American service member, blah, 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 which is so true. I mean, when you think about, my favorite movie of all time is Saving Private Ryan. All time. But I mean, he's played, you know, From the Earth to the Moon. I mean,
Greyhound, yeah.
I mean, a million things where he's a patriot.
And for the military alone, I mean, he used to be a big part of bringing these honor flights of vets to D.C. every year.
Well, Trump says we don't need destructive woke recipients getting our cherished American awards. So, you know, it's just so typical of how things are probably not going to get better in this country because it's like, wait, Tom Hanks? Oh, we forgot. He's on the blue team. Fuck him. No.
Do not like.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is disapproved.
by the way, I will also say this. I didn't like it when Tom Hanks went on Saturday Night Live and did a sketch where he was wearing a MAGA hat and wouldn't shake hands with a black person. Not helpful.
I disagree. I thought it was a great sketch because it was a continuation of the earlier sketch where he's Doug.
But you think that's a fair portrayal of MAGA? I mean,
no, that's not what the point was, though, Bill. The point was that that sketch was meant to show that Doug, in the continuation of the original sketch, that Doug on Jeopardy, as a working class, rural white guy with his MAGA cap on, actually had a tremendous amount in common with the black panelists that he was competing against. And that was the entire idea of the skit, was that actually whatever...
But why would he not shake hands?
Right, that's the moment that Bill's objecting to.
No, I understand. But well, it's Saturday Night Live. I mean, I don't know that we should overthink it necessarily.
No, but I can totally see why that would piss them off.
I think in the spirit of the sketch, it was plain enough. But
it's a pretty volatile area to be saying that, you know, it's one thing to have differences about how we should handle racial matters in this country. To take it to that level, I just think it's not helpful.
I mean, listen, when it comes to actors, Charlie is like the most sane actor there is.
Charlie Sheen?
I think so. Have you met many of the actors? Yes, he may be one of the more sane ones now. And so I'm not going to start removing prizes from people because,
right. But
you know,
I mean, other than that, Tom Hanks, you know, impeccable record of service.
It's silly. It's silly.
And also a genius actor, and you know,
he survived on that island
from a quarter century away.
I mean, the number one lesson, which actually was the lesson of 9/11, which we should have learned at the time, is that we have in the West a capacity to project our own values onto other countries and other people that is just false. The reason that many people thought you could just project democracy into Afghanistan or Iraq is because they're just like us. They have the same priorities we do. You know, President Bush gave a speech where he said, every human heart seeks freedom. And so, well, does every human heart seek freedom as like the ultimate objective in the way that we see it? And the answer, of course, is no. And we should have known that from 9/11 when people flew planes into buildings and killed 3,000.
My phone just starts playing random videos sometimes. It's annoying. My phone doesn't do that. But I go to sleep watching documentaries pretty much every night, and mostly like animal documentaries, fish documentaries. I really like deep sea documentaries or coral documentaries. And when I go to sleep, I will put on a documentary on my phone on like YouTube or something like that. And sometimes I go back and forth from turning on autoplay, and then I'll turn it off, I'll turn it on, I'll turn it off. Because sometimes I turn it on like an animal documentary, and I want it to autoplay other stuff so that I just have some background noise while I'm asleep. But then it'll play documentaries that I haven't seen yet. But it's like I'll scroll through and see like, oh, I already saw that one, and move on. And then it turns out I haven't seen it because it was played while I was asleep. Sometimes it'll go on the political shit that I should have reviewed or something, and I never see it because the algorithm, thinks I already watched it. And then sometimes there was a period where I'd watched like one historical documentary thing, and then all of a sudden I was getting inundated with like historical documentaries and shit, just non-stop. And I was like, this just took over my feed. There was another thing of like a Vivo video or something like that where it still pops up all the time, like almost every time I go to my feed, and it's got like it'll have just like a bunch of chicks in the thumbnail, and I just get fed this shit nonstop now. I think it's called Vivo or Vimeo maybe. Well, not today. Yeah, anyways.
People. It turns out that cultural differences make an awfully big difference, and we ought to know that going into conflict, and it ought to shape our warfighting goals and our foreign policy more generally.
I just talked about institutional trust a minute ago. I think maybe the great lesson that we've learned or perhaps not learned is that trust really, really matters. If you think about Iraq.
We have similar shorts recommendations, my guy. And by that, I mean hot Asian women. I don't actually like those things. My problem is that I watch every single short that pops up. Every single one. I'll get like little kids just like throwing firecrackers on the ground and running off and shit. I don't know why. I watched the whole fucking thing. But I get a lot of I get a lot of I looked up, so there was a song that was stuck in my head for a while, and it was, I think, like a Blackpink song with the like, is you whatever, is you whatever, and you know what I'm talking about? And yeah, I watched. I liked that song. I enjoyed that one from Blackpink, and so now I get a lot of that shit. The evolution of giraffes. Really? Oh shit. Well, it's like all of us came from this fucking thing. It's like all of us were this thing at some point. All the mammals, I believe. Wait, they didn't even show like the pig looking motherfucker. Oh, maybe that's it. Morgan Nukoden, one of the first true mammals. So there. Oh, that's right. That's right. Never mind. The pig thing wasn't an actual mammal, but it's what led to mammals. And huh. Yeah, there was this like weird pig thing that was like between the dinosaurs and the like this sort of shit. And when the or sorry, I guess it wasn't, I don't know if it was, yeah, I think it was dinosaurs. Yeah, I think it was dinosaurs. When the dinosaurs, no, it wasn't. Sorry, it was not dinosaurs. My bad. It was the other things that were like before the dinosaurs that were very like lizard-like animals as well. And when they went extinct, there was this like mammal-esque animal that existed that was very like, it was almost like a mix between like a pig and a hippo kind of thing. But it had these like fangs on it, but it wasn't actually, they didn't use them for like killing anything or eating animals. They just chewed grass all the time. And so when that extinction event took place, these were like one of the only things that existed afterwards for like 1,000,000 years. They were one of the only animals around for a while, but because there just weren't predators. Like predators just weren't around. They just didn't exist. And so for millions and millions of years, it was like just this thing. And then all of a sudden predators started to evolve and started to breed and develop more. And when they did, that pig hippo thing was not prepared. Like they went extinct with the fucking quickness because they had never had to run away from things. They never had to be afraid of things. They never had to like be wary of their surroundings or anything. And so just very quick went extinct. Interesting. I can't remember which animal it is. I want to say it's the possum. It's like one of the closest relatives to, I think, to a horse or some shit like that. But I thought they were going to talk about the shit, but I guess not.
Virtue of poverty. Well, it's more like saying that as a religious person, the basic idea is that God has to speak to humans of the time, and then human beings. Some were character-based, some were sort of personality-based. Some were critiques of people he was letting into the movement. I thought that the expansion of the Overton window for the right, well,
and Obama and Biden more from the left. What are the moments in those presidencies that the people on the right are radicalizing, right? That sort of differ from how differently you see them from maybe how I do.
That the Obama presidency is fucking crazy, because as somebody who grew up a conservative during that time, I was taught that he was like the most divisive figure of all time. He was the worst president that's ever existed, that all he ever did was just talk about black issues and talk about how horrible white people were. And now, being older, being a liberal, looking back at all of this stuff, I realized it is like the exact opposite. He was very, very open to Republicans and trying always to like bring everybody in and do this like Big Tent presidency sort of thing, the president for everybody. And he was not combative. He was not divisive. He was, but the Republican media, the conservative media, was relentless with this motherfucker. Like, I saw this clip the other day. Let's see. Okay, it's not on my list. Where's the... I don't know where it is. I think we went over it. On stream, but...
Hey everyone, I'm Megyn Kelly.
I remember she starts off with like, we haven't felt like ourselves for a really long time now.
I want to give a shout out too, because, you know, in our business, we're always giving each other jazz, and people who are on the opposite side so much more so. But I always have been of the belief that, with the exception of maybe 2% of the people who come under my own withering criticism, I could go have a beer with 98% of them. I really could, I could check the politics to the side, and I could have a beer with them, and we could talk about things that we do agree on, you know, whatever it is. Sports is tough for me, but I could make a showing of it if it were important to the other person. Whatever. There's a lot of stuff beyond politics. And even within politics, there are a lot of safe zones. I mean, there are people we can all agree are terrible. Eric Swalwell, nobody likes him. It's easy. You know, we go there. I wanted to just give a shout out. I hope he'll forgive me, because he didn't say it was off the record, and he didn't ask me not to say anything. But Tommy Vietor of the Pod Save America guys.
Yeah, I could have sworn she was wearing like a black... Oh, yeah, I think... Okay.
They got him. The manhunt is officially over, and that is a word on those engravings. They said he had become more political in recent years. Now, how did that happen? What did he do in recent years? He went to... Once again, what we need is a facility in which we can lock these people up. My husband was talking to me this morning, and his show today, which was put out, starts with an empty chair. So JD Vance went out to Utah yesterday.
Fuck. Yeah, I've seen this clip all over the fucking place, and I'm...
God bless all of you. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for making the show possible. Thank you for loving us. Really, thank you for loving us and making me feel loved and valued. Charlie tweeted, Donald Trump just weighing in. I'm Catholic. And the Van Jones soundbite, this was not only not surprising, it was bound to happen. And it's bound to happen in your city too. And it is happening. This is a tipping point. This is a tipping point. This is the official end to the BLM madness that infected our criminal justice system, that took hold of it and still has hold of it in terms of the way we approach, yes, policing. But it is a video that normally you wouldn't see on camera on a show like this or any other because it is disturbing and it is. Let's just start with it because you had some tough. The thing about suicide is, where's the accountability? I want to get to the update on Cracker Barrel, which had this woke explosion.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where the fuck it is, but that I know that the video starts off with they're talking about the fact that like we haven't felt like ourselves in a while.
People at the FBI familiar with the investigation reporting.
She says we haven't felt like ourselves for a while, and we haven't really felt like ourselves since Obama. And it's because of Obama that we've all been so divisive, and I could not believe that was like the fucking takeaway. I could not believe that is what she was saying. Is fucking insane. Like,
oh, good God. Yeah. He's dead. It's official. It's from the COO of Turning Point, who just tweeted out, "Dear Turning Point USA family, it's with a heavy heart that we, the Turning Point USA leadership team, write to." So I got some blowback after saying Mossad possibilities with Epstein. I love this picture.
Okay. Yeah, I can't find it. I feel like I've seen it everywhere, dude.
We don't feel like ourselves. We haven't felt like ourselves in a while. And I'm sorry to get political, but I'm just going to be honest. We haven't felt like ourselves since Barack Obama.
I'm sorry to get political. I'm sorry to get political here on my political show. I don't want to get political, but...
And I'm sorry to get political, but I'm just going to be honest. We haven't felt like ourselves since Barack Obama.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Obama. You killed Charlie Kirk.
I just think he was such a slick snake. You know, he was this affable guy who was like wearing good suits and looked the part and sounded the part and dressed the part, but was
like, I can't, the amount of fucking hate that they threw at this fucking guy is so insane. Like, if you go back and look at the actual criticisms that they had for this guy while he was in presidency, it was insane. She just said, great suits, right? Great suits. Oh, the fucking great suits, dude.
The president came out addressing reporters on Thursday, and he was wearing this tan suit.
Disgusting. Oh, man.
President Obama's decision to wear a light tan suit at yesterday's news conference. He was wearing a tan suit.
Light tan suit.
I think it was shocking to a lot of people. Is this an effort to make him look warmer?
There's no way I think any of us can excuse what the president did yesterday. I mean, and then for him to walk out, I'm not trying to be trivial here, but in a light suit, light tan suit.
Also known as Tangate.
Tan suit, and how the tan suit made him look unpresidential.
Whoever talked him into going into a tan suit, they're so desperate because of these low poll numbers, they're willing to do anything.
Willing to do anything, dude. There's no line they won't cross. They'll even let him wear a tan suit right now. This is outrageous.
The tan suit made him look unpresidential.
And then, yes, they just show all of these other presidents that wore fucking tan suits. All of them wore tan suits. Bush wore tan suits. Clinton wore tan suits. The Bush before him, Reagan, they all wore tan suits. All of them, they all wore tan suits. But they freaked out when Obama wore a tan suit. How about this one?
It's bad enough for any president to put his foot in his mouth, but this president keeps putting his foot on his desk.
Oh, man. Oh, he puts his feet on the desk, guys. Yo, he's a thug. He's literally a thug, dude. He's practically a gangster, bro. He's like a homeless person in the Oval Office. Yeah, it's disgusting. It's offensive. How could you? What is going on?
I know my mother would yell at me for putting my shoes on top of the table.
President Obama is being yelled at by some conservatives for his posture while calling the Speaker of the House about Syria. Does seeing President Obama's foot on the Oval Office desk make your blood boil?
It's offensive.
Looks like an uncouth jerk.
Yeah.
For my husband at our home, I'd say, please get your foot off the desk. He's under a lot of stress now. I give him a pass on that.
Lou Dobbs wasn't giving him a pass, tweeting, The White House released the photo mistakenly thinking it's a cool image. He's getting a lot of flack for putting his foot on the desk.
Yeah, but it's just so cool though.
It's just what? Never entered the Oval Office without a jacket. Obama poses for crotch shots with foot on desk. Obama defenders fire back with this photo of President Reagan.
Every time, dude. Every fucking time. The shit that they would make up just to try to attack him over the dumbest shit, dude. The dumbest shit, bro. The fact that he would like have beers with people and hang out with them. Oh, he's drinking on the job. This is disgusting. That turns out all the presidents drank beers with people and had them out to drink beers like all the time, bro. It was always all the fucking presidents did all the shit, but it was only Obama that they went after for this stuff. Every fucking time they would go after him, and it would be like a week, 2 week long news cycle about the fact that he wore a tan suit. This is so disrespectful. Like, oh man, dude, the shit they threw at him, and then to afterwards turn around and be like, yeah, he was such a horrible president, he did all the worst shit. It was like, if that was true, you guys wouldn't have had to have make up like the dumbest shit all the time. You wouldn't have had to have ever done this shit. Nobody has to attack Trump for dumb shit. Nobody needs to do that. He's got dumb shit galore. Okay? He is never ending dumb shit. But they had to make up stuff to have something to attack him on.
I think that for President Obama, I think the left perceives the Obamacare moment as the moment that the right sort of radicalized. And I don't think that that's actually right. I think the bitter clingers comments were a big one.
Yeah, I was about to say that the fact that they always called him a communist and a socialist. Like, even the fucking, you know, it was never, like, it was just racism. Like, that's all it was. It was just fucking racism.
That was in the 2008 election. I think the Henry Louis Gates statement.
Bitter clinger? What is bitter clinger? Oh, are they showing it?
Recently, Professor Henry Louis Gates Jr. was arrested at his home in Cambridge. What does that incident say to you, and what does it say about race relations in America?
In which he suggested that the officer had acted stupidly and then sort of linked that with racial discrimination in the past.
I think it's fair to say, number one, any of us would be pretty angry. Number two, that the Cambridge police acted stupidly in arresting somebody when there was already proof that they were in their own home.
Oh, is this the Harvard professor? Is this the Harvard professor that got arrested in his fucking house?
And number three, what I think we know separate and apart from this incident is that there is a long history in this country of African Americans and Latinos being stopped by law enforcement disproportionately. And that's just a fact.
The Trayvon Martin situation was quite polarizing for sure.
But my main message is to the parents of Trayvon Martin. You know, if I had a son, he'd look like Trayvon.
The Ferguson riots, those I think would be sort of the biggest examples of Barack Obama kind of setting off the right, so to speak.
It's interesting you choose those. I mean, those are mostly first rhetorical examples. It's like, take the bitter clingers comment, because I actually think about this one a lot, right, where he gets caught on this, he's on tape.
You go to some of these small towns in Pennsylvania, a lot of small towns in the Midwest. The jobs have been gone now for 25 years and nothing's replaced it. And they've gone through the Clinton administration and the Bush administration, and each successive administration has said that somehow these communities are going to regenerate, and they have not. So it's not surprising then that they get better. They claim to guns or religion or antipathy towards people who aren't like them, but anti-immigrant sentiment or anti-trade sentiment, and a way to explain their frustrations.
It's like, to me, if you compare that to things that get said, even say to Hillary Clinton's deplorables comment, right? He basically says, look, you have people in towns that these towns have lost everything. They've lost their jobs. They've lost the plants that employed everybody, that they have been, like, their fundamental dignity and livelihoods have been taken away from them. And yeah, in that condition, people get bitter. And then he does say, like, they cling to guns and religion, which I think he wishes he
and
didn't.
xenophobia, right?
And xenophobia. It's actually very different than
You're
the
such an empath, that's right.
Well, okay, hold on. He didn't actually say xenophobia, but he is saying that, like, that they're looking for reasons because the Clinton and Bush administration did not care about them, did not want to fix their issues, that they're looking for things to blame because they have it bad, because they have real issues that need to be addressed, and he's talking about actually addressing them. And this is a big problem. It's a horrible problem. And even Ben Shapiro, I'm sure, has talked about a million times that, like, immigrants do end up going and taking low-skilled labor jobs. And the fact that, like, when they come in, that those are the jobs that they're more likely to get. And so if there is a flood of them, an influx of them in specific areas, they can end up overloading the workforce, especially in just these specific sectors. This is not like, the fact that he's sitting there empathizing with these people over the fact that they would have issues with immigrants because their issues are not being addressed, and it's still like, oh, how dare he? Oh my goodness.
I mean, the way that the right reads that is him sneering at those people, meaning if they only weren't xenophobic and religious and hollowed out by life, then they would totally buy into what I'm selling them. And I think that this also meshes very well with what the right tends to think.
He's saying that we have failed them, right? That they wouldn't just buy into what he's selling them. He's saying that, like, the left has, like, abandoned these people.
Right, but I will not fail these people. And if I were given the power, then I would fix all of their problems. And really, if they only understood how much I could fix their problems, then and what's keeping them from doing that, the reason they won't embrace me, it's what I would say is this is the mirror image of how the left viewed what Mitt Romney was saying about the 47% of people who would never vote for him. So people on the right read that like, okay, there's a bunch of people who aren't paying taxes. They're unlikely to vote for a person who's going to lower taxes. And people on the left read that as,
these people are just soy. That's what it is. They're just soy. They're just a bunch of big crybabies. They are soy as fuck. They are just the most easily offended fucking losers that have ever existed. And when the left is talking about, like, oh, there's people being murdered by cops, and there's systemic racism that's making it to where these people can't get jobs as easily, and they're dirt poor all the time, having trouble to feed their kids, and blah blah. Oh, you guys are so sensitive. Oh, racism. Oh, get over it. But damn, dude, you actually try to help them and actually try to appeal to them and say, like, yeah, they actually have real issues that need to be addressed. Like, how dare he act like we need him to fix our issues? Fucking shit, dude.
He's sneering at people who are not paying taxes. Right? And so I think that there is that element here.
It's also the other couple of examples you give are interesting for just being about race, right? And again,
the racial
thinking
issue
here.
Yes. Like, again, the polling data here is very, very clear. Racial relations in this country got markedly worse in 2013, 2014, 2015.
But is that because Barack Obama should have been more positive on what happened to Trayvon Martin, or what happened in a very different way to Henry Louis Gates, or because it was hard for people to hear, like, yeah, if you're a black man and you see these, Your interpretation is, yeah, like we get hassled by the cops often for no reason in a way that white people don't really understand.
It's race relations. They just got so much worse. Oh man, it was right after 9/11. A black man that everybody called a fucking Muslim became the president. Like, of course, race relations were going to get worse. It was his fault for being fucking black in the first place and having the name Barack Hussein Obama. This is like...
I want him to show his birth certificate. There's something on that birth certificate that he doesn't like.
This is who you guys turned around and voted for, okay? The fact that you guys said that race relations got worse, yet this is the motherfucker who was running around at the beginning of his presidency saying that he was not an American, that he needed to show his birth certificate, that he was a Nigerian, that he was a Muslim jihadist. He had all of these other white people showing up trying to claim that he was this terrorist motherfucker. Like, it was disgusting. This is the guy who did all of that. It was him. That wasn't Barack. That wasn't Barack Obama that did that. That was Trump. And then you guys turned around and voted for him. The guy who made race relations worse was him. That was him. And you voted for him after it. You can't complain about race relations.
I'm starting to wonder myself whether or not he was born in this country.
And if he wasn't born in this country, which is a real possibility, then he has pulled one of the great cons in the history of politics.
He could have been born in Kenya and gone over to the United States, and everybody wants to be a U.S. citizen.
No one is happier, no one is prouder to put this birth certificate matter to rest than the Donald. And that's because he can finally get back to focusing on the issues that matter. Like, did we fake the moon landing?
True. True. He needs to get back to Trump University, bro. It was very, very important, okay? He's got a whole lot of people to teach at Trump University, all right? He's got to get back to his amazing steaks, all right? Those steaks, it's a huge booming business right now, okay? He really needed to focus on those steaks, and so he was really glad that he didn't have to bother with this anymore. So much attention that he put into this when he could have been running his very successful businesses. It was a big deal. Sorry, I'm reading a tweet from Donald Trump. An extremely credible source has called my office and told me that Barack Obama's birth certificate is a fraud. So even when they put out the birth certificate, even when he shows it, he's demanding forever that they need to show the birth certificate. They need to put it out. He finally puts it out, and then he still calls it a fraud because there was nothing that you could do. There was nothing you could do. There was no option here. This is in 2012. Okay, 2012. The reason that they went and asked him to be the guy to run for president is because he did this shit. This is why.
Do you accept that what he produced is valid?
No, I don't necessarily.
But do you believe he probably was born in America? No.
I say he might have been.
If the state of Hawaii says this is official, he was born in Hawaii on this date, here it is, why do you deny that?
A lot of people do not think it was an authentic certificate.
A lot of people.
Now, you won't report it, Wolf. His mother was not in the hospital. There were many other things that came out.
Donald, you're beginning to sound a little ridiculous. I have to tell you.
You are, Wolf.
Like,
we caught Barack Hussein Obama. They're the ones, and then you have many, many people under them. Susan Rice, they're all there. The names are all there. And I guess they figured they're going to put this in classified information.
He always calls him Barack Hussein Obama.
Oh, look at that.
Always calls him that. Can't say his name without calling him Barack Hussein Obama.
Nobody, Bush didn't do it. Obama didn't do it. Barack Hussein Obama, how's he doing?
Oh, he almost said it. He almost said it without not saying Hussein. He's got to make sure he says Hussein every single time.
President Obama's campaigning for
Oh.
Sleepy Joe Biden. And I said, that's good news or bad news? Tell me, are you saying it's good or it's bad? Well, I guess it's bad. No, it's good. There was nobody that campaigned harder for crooked Hillary Clinton than Obama, right? He was all over the place.
Your Stream Elements link still bugs on my phone.
Weird. Weird. Well, thank you for the 50 shekels. I appreciate it, good sir.
He said he will not be our president. But before that, he said he will not run. He didn't know me. Then I ran.
You don't know me.
He said he will not get the nomination. Then I got the nomination. Then he said he will not be our president. Then I won. I think the only one more unhappy than crooked Hillary that night was Barack Hussein Obama.
Oh, yeah, he couldn't. Oh, he came so close. Oh, he came so close. He almost did. Guys, it was Obama's fault. It's Obama's fault, dude. He did it. He caused all the race problems, dude.
If you're a black man and you see these, your interpretation is, yeah, like we get hassled by the cops often for no reason in a way that white people don't really understand. Or my son could have been Trayvon, right?
You know, when Trayvon Martin was first shot, I said that this could have been my son. Another way of saying that is Trayvon Martin could have been me 35 years ago. And when you think about why, in the African American community at least, there's a lot of pain around what happened here, I think it's important to recognize that the African American community is looking at this issue through a set of experience.
That's a good suit. Yeah, thank goodness. Thank goodness he was not wearing a tan suit. Much, much better. Very important. Very, very important. He did not wear that tan suit again.
And a history that that doesn't go away. You know, there are very few African American men in this country who haven't had the experience of being followed when they were shopping in a department store. That includes me.
I understand that is also an expression of pain, right? An effort to try to like build a bridge. It's very hard for you to imagine and Donald Trump doing the Henry Louis Gates, the beer summit, as it got called, where you had the cop and Gates to the White House at the same time.
Oh, the beer. Oh, how could he?
It's hard for me when I look back on that and the beer summit in particular to hear like that's what radicalized you all.
Yes, and the reason is because the implicit promise of Barack Obama was the worst conflict in the history of America, which is the racial history of the United States, which is truly horrifying. That in his person, he was basically going to be the capstone of the great movement toward Martin Luther King's dream. And when instead...
What? That was Barack's promise? Barack Obama promised to be the capstone in Martin Luther King's dream? Did this happen? Did this happen? Barack Obama never promised to fix racism, but he did emphasize bridging the racial divides and working towards a more perfect union. The idea of his election bringing about a post-racial America was a misconception, and he himself later clarified that racism remains a potent force in society. From his 2008 speech on race, Obama pursued politics that bridged America's racial, ethnic, and religious divides, rather than one based on racial redress that he felt would generate fear and backlash. He spoke about the stain of slavery and the notion and the long struggle for justice. However, he also stressed that African Americans should embrace the burdens of our past without becoming victims of our past. Obama often favored universal policies, which benefited African Americans disproportionately, rather than race-specific remedies like reparations. He did, however, implement initiatives like My Brother's Keeper, aimed at helping low-income black boys and other minority youth. During his presidency, Obama commented on specific high-profile race issues, such as the arrest of Henry Louis Gates Jr. and the killing of Trayvon Martin, which drew both support and criticism. Wow. That's disgusting. I can't believe he did that.
Instead, things seem to move in the opposite direction, which was, well, it turns out that black people in America, they're inherently victimized by a system, by a white supremacist system that puts black people underfoot. And my son could have been Trayvon. And people on the right saw that as like, well, but that's not true. You are an upper-class black man who is living in the White House. And unless your son was mistaken for a prowler going around at night in a neighborhood, then no, that actually wouldn't happen to your son. In fact, you have 2 black daughters, and that stuff has never happened to them. So the sort of Michael Brown and Ferguson, the idea that when the president went out and he said that people wouldn't just make this up, right? And it turns out actually that a lot of it was made up. Right?
It kind of sounds like that the interpretation of Obama, at least to you, was that if he is elected, we'll agree we've gotten past all this. Like, it's supposed to make us feel better. Well, and then when it didn't, like, that was understood as the betrayal of a promise.
Well, I mean, again, that is how I think most Americans saw it, including black Americans. That was a widespread sentiment, not just among white Americans, among black Americans. Is that
black Americans thought that having a black president meant racism is over? This is insane. The only dumbfuck white people ever said this. This is only a dumbfuck white thing. This is only a dumbfuck white thing. Only that. And this is a thing that they still say. When we talk about the fact that, like, racism still exists or systemic racism is a thing, they always, we had a black president. What do you mean? It's like, motherfucker, you didn't vote for him. What are you talking about? You didn't vote for him. Why are you acting like having a black president fixed everything? You didn't vote for that guy. Half the country didn't vote for that guy. Half the country is still running around saying that he was the worst president of all time just because he was black. What are you talking about?
Something had gone radically wrong in 2013, 2014. So something happened. And this was an argument that was made by legacy media a lot, which was that the real reason people were so exercised about Obamacare wasn't because they really cared about Obamacare. Right? It was really because there were a lot of bitter clingers out there who, were clinging to their God and their guns and their xenophobia, and they didn't really like the black president. And if a white president pushed Obamacare, then probably they probably had had some problems with it, but they wouldn't have gone crazy like this. I mean, these people. I can
tell you there's actually, you're saying there's evidence on this. Like there was a lot of polling on this, on how attitudes on race correlate with attitudes about Obamacare.
I mean, that may be the case, but the point is that the perception by people who are not actually picking on Barack Obama because of his race, but were picking on him because of his politics, was that suddenly everything was being refracted through
or because of his suits, or because his feet were on the desk, or because you wanted to claim that he wasn't actually an American. You wanted to keep calling him a fucking terrorist. You wanted to keep calling him a Muslim. You wanted to keep calling him a radical Islamist. But that was all his politics that they were worried about. That was the feet on the desk was the policy that they were upset with.
Racial lens.
And how do you understand the birther thing?
So the way that I understand the birther thing, in terms of, you mean the public resonance of the birther thing on the right?
I mean that you have a black president, and there is a wildfire-like theory that he's actually born in Kenya. Dinesh D'Souza does a whole movie about this, or documentary, whatever it was.
To be fair to Dinesh, she doesn't actually claim that Obama was born in Kenya in the documentary.
Donald Trump is a prime pusher of this,
Yes.
right? That felt.
So that's a combination of two
felt,
things. That's a combination of two things, I think.
Uh-huh.
Really, if you're going to try to intellectualize it, and again, you're intellectualizing.
Well, I'm not trying to
but
intellectualize it. What I am saying is that like people were not saying that Bill Clinton was not born here. They need to show his birth certificate. They need to prove his Americanness.
Well, so I will say that I think that part of it was the same instinct that led people to say that Donald Trump was a Russian agent, meaning I don't understand where this person is coming from. I don't understand what their philosophy is. I don't understand why he's thinking the way he's thinking. It must be that
Donald Trump being a Russian agent is not the same as just assuming that somebody is not an American because they're black and because their name is Barack Hussein Obama. These are not the same things. They're not anywhere fucking close to one another. To try to compare those two things in any context is brain dead. Give me a break, Ben. Come on.
that he's not from here. So I think that there was some of that. In the same way that the left did I don't understand who this Trump guy is. I don't understand why he's saying what he's saying. It must be that he's a paid Russian agent. So which similarly spread like wildfire, was not race-based, right? And then I do think that there was an element of...
Again, I explained this the other day, that even though it did turn out that like there wasn't any real evidence of him colluding with Russia to win the election, the fact is that there was very good reason to believe that that was the case. And it was because of everything that Donald Trump himself was doing. It was because of Trump. And the three best examples that I can give of this is, one, the fact that he met with Comey twice and tried to intimidate him out of doing the investigation into the Russia stuff. Two, the fact that people from Donald Trump's campaign and his own sons were having meetings with with Russians and with the Kremlin. And even in one of those meetings, they asked his son in an interview one day, they asked him, they said, okay, we just found out that you had a meeting with the Kremlin. Did you talk to them about the campaign? He said, no, we never talked about the campaign at all. It was never even brought up, never even mentioned. We only talked about business. That was it. We only talked about business. That's all. Then the Russians fucking released the emails and the transcripts and show that they did actually talk about the campaigns. They 100% talked about the campaigns. But even when they asked, when it came out that he had a meeting with the Russians, I think first they lied about whether or not they even met with the Russians. His son, they said his son never met with the Russians. They lied about that. Then it came out that his son did meet with the Russians. So then while Trump and his son are on a plane flying on Air Force One, Donald Trump sits with his son and he goes, okay, we're gonna write this press release real quick and we're gonna send it to all of the major media outlets. And there's no lawyers on the plane with them. They didn't consult anybody. They just sat down and wrote their own email and sent it to the media, where they claimed that they never talked about anything having to do with the campaign. And then, yes, it was all released from the Russians that they did, for sure, talk about the fucking campaign in those meetings. And then the third thing was Donald Trump live on stage in front of everybody called on Russia to hack the DNC and Hillary's emails to try to leak those emails for everybody else. And lo and behold, immediately after, within an hour, the Russians fucking hack the DNC and steal all their fucking emails. Like, the fact that you could take this shit and act like it's a conspiracy theory that this guy was somehow colluding with Russians is so stupid. It is so stupid. It is so intellectually dishonest for you to pretend that it was just a wild theory that this guy could be working with the fucking Russians. The investigation was not only not a witch hunt, because we know that shit that I just mentioned happened, and so that was very good evidence. But on top of that, they handed this off to another third party who was a conservative and had him do the investigation himself. And he, in that investigation, is the one who ended up saying that they didn't have any evidence of any criminal collusion. Like, what more could you want? What more could you want? Like, they did everything in a good way. Now, the FBI fucked up numerous times in their investigation, in the way that they did the investigation, and the FISA warrants and shit like that. Yeah, of course. But that doesn't mean that there was no reason to have an investigation and that there was no reason to be suspicious of this. I think most people, when they see that he's just lying over and over and over, that they would start to be, okay, well, it looks like he's covering some shit up. Yeah. There's no reason to just keep lying this blatantly over and over unless you're trying to hide something. So it wasn't ridiculous. It just, they turned out to be wrong because they didn't know yet that Donald Trump just lies even when he doesn't have to.
He has a very, eclectic background, right? When he was growing up, he grew up in Hawaii. He spent time in Pakistan. He writes in Dreams from My Father about his feelings of kinship in Kenya. And then his first big sort of address as president of the United States, he goes to Cairo for the so-called apology tour.
Assalamu alaikum.
Where he's talking about the evils of American policy in the Middle East.
The relationship between Islam and the West includes centuries of coexistence and cooperation, but also conflict and religious wars. More recently, tension has been fed by colonialism that denied rights and opportunities to many Muslims, and a Cold War in which Muslim-majority countries were too often treated as proxies without regard to their own aspirations.
And people go, well, this doesn't seem like super, kind of homegrown. Now, I'm saying this as somebody.
Obviously, Donald Trump did all of the same shit. Donald Trump did all the same shit, making a big deal about the fact that we were in Afghanistan, that we were in the Middle East, that we had soldiers over there, that we had no right to be there, that we needed to save our troops' lives, that we needed to end these wars, that, like, this was unfair. Like, he did all the same shit. It's just that nobody ran around saying that he was a fucking extreme jihadist when he said it.
Who never bought into the birther crap and thought that it was horseshit from the beginning. But if you're asking me, like, where the sentiment comes from, I think it came much more from the ideology as opposed to the race. Now, again, is there a combo between background there? Sure. Can you make the argument that there was a racial component? Yeah, absolutely. Do I think that was, the sort of predominant thing that drove it? I actually don't. I think that there was a desperate hope, frankly, by a lot of Republicans that if you could find out that he didn't have a birth certificate, then you wouldn't have to run against him in 2012. And that would be real convenient, wouldn't it? If it turns out he's not an American citizen, then you don't have to worry about it. And there was even some of this by John McCain in 2008. He was born on a foreign military base. That means that.
Yeah, sure. There's a lot of things that could make you want to attack somebody to try to get some sort of advantage on them. The fact that you guys thought the advantage was whether or not he was actually an American is the racial component to it. That is the fact that this is driven by race. You could have attacked him in a million different ways and tried to find a million different ways to get him out of the race. You decided to do it based on race. Like, you decided to do it based on a racial aspect.
That he's not an American citizen. There's discussion about this about Marco Rubio. And I don't mean to downplay it. I'm not
it didn't take off with him in the way it did with Obama.
Well, Obama was also the most singular political figure of any of our lifetimes by this point.
In today's super competitive business environment, the edge.
The most singular political what?
He's born on a foreign military base. That means that he's not an American citizen. There's discussion about this about Marco Rubio. And I don't mean to downplay it. I'm not
it didn't take off with him in the way it did with Obama.
Well, Obama was also the most singular political figure of any of our lifetime. But the tension.
You
25.
So a lot of the book is a defense of Western civilization from its enemies. You talk a lot about Western civilization. How do you describe it?
Ezra Klein's voice. I listened to Vox when I was first starting to question things as a conservative, and I started to want to listen to more liberal or left-leaning political podcasts, and I listened to a number of things by Ezra Klein, and his voice, just to me, is the most podcaster voice of all time. It is, when I think of like a podcaster in a podcaster voice, I think of him because he did all of the ads for Vox. He did tons of different podcasts for them. His voice sucks? Really? You don't like his voice? I feel like he has just a very good podcast voice.
How do you define it?
So the way that
one of the reasons that I started off podcasting is because a bunch of people told me that I had a good podcast voice. They said that I had a perfect voice for radio. I think they probably meant my face was good for radio, but they said my voice. So that was one of the reasons that I started off with podcasting instead of YouTube.
I describe it in this book, and I give a sort of more fulsome definition in an earlier book that I did called The Right Side of History, is the tension between Jerusalem and Athens. Again, not my original construct. That's a division that goes very early on to Tertullian, but the sort of idea of a biblical heritage combined with Greek reason and the tension between them. They don't easily fit together, and so what you see over the course of Western history is this tension. Sometimes it moves in the direction of sort of biblical theocracy, which you can see in European history. Sometimes it moves more in the direction of reason, but if either comes on more from the other, you end up with a pretty bad thing. Right? If you end up with like a full biblical theocracy, bad. If you end up with a fully amoral, rationality-based system, also bad, which is the history of the mid-19th to mid-20th century. And so the history of Western civilization is the symbiosis between those two factors. But the basic principles of Western civilization that I think are the most important, at the very least, that I discuss in the book are things like equal rights before the law, private property, freedom of mind, freedom of thought, freedom of religion.
A bunch of the book is a defense of this. When I tried to think through who's the enemy in this book, right? A lot of it to me was the academic left, let's call it. And I mean, you talk about Edward Said, you talk about Fanon, and a sort of intellectual culture that understands Western civilization more.
What? Conservatives don't like colleges? Yeah, there it is. Vivo. There it is. That's what I was talking about earlier. Fucking Vivo. Every time.
Charlie Kirk. We didn't. We're what? 7 days after.
7 days.
Craig David. So. Oh, are you guys cracking jokes? Yeah, that's what we do. I think the easiest way to start this video, and I think the thing where most of us agree is that political violence should never be acceptable. The idea that you might have the most reprehensible views, the most disgusting things, you should have the right, and you should be safe enough to be able to espouse those views without losing your life. After his assassination, the main thing I took away, most of what I've seen after the fact is folks trying to figure out whether or not this guy's right wing or left wing, so they can pit blame on the other side. And
100%.
I've seen people call for violence. I've seen people have this rhetoric of us versus them.
Good to fight back against evil. It is time for the righteous to prevail.
I know we don't have a lot of time. There's so many good speakers tonight. This is a battle between good and evil. I wish we could compromise, but you can't compromise with evil. You can't compromise with evil.
I've seen...
See, this is what I'm talking about. When you listen to the people on the left talk about people on the right, they talk about them as being hateful. But when you listen to people on the right talk about people on the left, they talk about them as being evil. Very big difference between the way that the people on both sides talk about each other.
People will be like, well, the other side is the one that does it. And I think all of that really defeats the purpose of trying to make the world more safe, right? Because we got here, I feel as though this was a long time coming. And what am I saying a long time? We've been here for a long time.
Just to be clear, murders have been dropping drastically over time. This is one of the safest times to live in. You wouldn't be able to tell by watching politics on the internet or probably anywhere, but today is one of the safest times and safest places to live in. But political murders, and when it comes to mass shootings, things like that take place, those are on the rise, while overall violence, overall muggings, overall murders are on a decline. So it's it's kind of odd the way that people talk about things and saying that oh, it's very unsafe out there. You got to be scared. You got to be worried about where you go, and it's all terrifying. Everyone's violent now, but that's not really the case. It's more about political violence being on the rise, and that's a very specific type of violence that is very rare. And anytime it happens, you're almost definitely going to hear about it.
There's been a lot of political crime, a lot of political killings over the last 8 to 7 years. Bombing of abortion clinics.
An Irvine man has been sentenced to 6 years in federal prison for the 2022 firebombing of a Planned Parenthood clinic.
Different politicians who've been attacked, either attempts or assassinations that were completed on both sides, be it Democrats or Republicans.
Sources telling ABC News that 2 Minnesota state lawmakers have been shot, and when law enforcement officials say it was a targeted incident.
There have been extremists and crazies who've gone out and murdered people on a semi-regular basis for the last 9 to 10 years that I've been looking at it and paying attention. Anybody who sits out there and goes, well, the lefties are the danger. In fact, this year, I feel like you guys killed quite a few politicians, for that matter. There's been Trumpers who've done that.
Over the past 24 hours, I've seen some in the media, some of the very same people who intentionally stoked murderous hatred against people like Charlie Kirk and Charlie Kirk specifically, now saying that we need to turn down the temperature and start having conversations. Well, Charlie tried to have conversations with you on the left, and you killed him for it.
Yeah, well, he was one of the few on the left who was or on the right who was actually willing to have conversations. Again, if you want to go and find a bunch of people on the left who are willing to debate, you've got a plethora of them. You've got a never-ending amount of people on the left who are willing to debate, who are willing to let people challenge their ideas, who are willing to challenge the other side's ideas. This is not reciprocated on the other side. We have very, very few people on the other side who are willing to talk to people on the left, unless it is somebody who is like Anna Kasparian or Cenk Uygur, somebody who's going to sit there and they're just going to nod their head and smile the whole time and say, oh yeah, it's crazy how people don't agree with you guys on that. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, you guys aren't that bad. Yeah, no, I can't believe it. The left is trying to cancel everybody, and I'm against all of the things that the left is doing. And they're just going to sit there and make the right look good. And they're both going to talk about how horrible the left is the entire time. That's why when, Cenk Uygur, we just watched him a little while ago on Tucker Carlson, pretty much did that. When we watched Anna Kasparian on Tucker Carlson, that's literally all she did was talk about how horrible the left was the entire way through. Those are the people on the left that the right is willing to talk to. Those are the ones. Those are the very few. Dave Smith, I don't even think I can call Dave Smith on the left in any meaningful way. But the point is that they need people who are just going to sit there and help them traffic their ideology to everybody else. They need the ones who are going to be the good lefty. People like Destiny are not getting invited onto those shows. People like Vosh are not getting invited on. People who are actually going to challenge them. People who are actually going to debate. None of those people get invited onto these shows because they don't actually ever want to have challenging conversations. They don't want to have real, meaningful conversations. They just want to sit around and circle jerk the whole time.
The same way some Trumpers decided to go kill those Minnesota senators. Right? They weren't out there advocating violence. They were at their homes, and this guy showed up to kill them and try to kill more of them. Doesn't mean you shouldn't tone down the rhetoric. But apparently Matt Walsh disagrees. Let's hear why.
You're killing us in our churches. You tried to kill our president. You killed one of our greatest advocates in Charlie Kirk. You have been openly cheering for and celebrating and encouraging and committing political violence for years. Antifa, BLM. You made a hero out of Luigi Mangione. And you celebrate Charlie's death even now. It's too late to turn the temperature down.
It's crazy that they made a hero out of Luigi Mangione while you guys made heroes out of thousands of people who went inside the fucking Capitol. It's crazy. And then you cheered as they all got pardoned and didn't have to deal with any of the repercussions of their actions. Meanwhile, they only averaged 3 months in jail for all of the insurrectionists. The fucking terrorists that they are averaged 3 months for their time in jail. But the people who got arrested for the BLM riots and shit, they averaged well over a year. And a lot of them are still locked up. None of them got pardons. None of them had a nice president who was going to come in and save the day by letting all the fucking terrorists out. None of them got that treatment because the left doesn't do that shit. But you guys cheered it on. Nobody on the left is even asking for them to release all the BLM people. Nobody on the left was asking for pardons for all of these people. But you guys made demands that they pardon the January 6ers. Now you're making demands that they release Derek Chauvin, the one who sparked off all of the BLM protests. But oh no, we're the bad ones. We're the baddies over here. Give me a break, dude.
Not a time to hold hands. It's a time for justice. It is a time for good to fight back against evil. It is time for the righteous to prevail for the sake of our country and for our families and our children.
So yeah, like talking about like hateful rhetoric. Nobody's thinking, oh, hateful? I got to go kill them, right? Even when we say fascists or something like that, like these are not things that like inspire people to go kill somebody. But when you frame everything as good versus evil, especially to religious people, where half the Bible is talking about going out and fighting for good, in fighting against evil, and they have stories of Jericho and warriors that fought for God and had the shield of God and blah, blah, blah. Like a lot of these people are. It is very much inducing violent thoughts.
The righteous to prevail.
You denouncing all this shit that happened and you said this is wrong, and then you advocate for this shit to happen. Yeah. You're frustrating the same thing over and over again. It's never gonna stop. It's never gonna stop. But it's a sports mentality.
Fair.
My clique can do no wrong.
Yeah.
And will do no wrong. No, sometimes your clique does shit plays. It happens. Acknowledge that. I bleed red, I bleed blue. That's really me. It's one of the reasons why I was not going to sports, because those people were the people that were bullying me with that mentality. They were like, if you don't think like them, it's like, and then I was like, stay away from sports.
Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked with hammers, and Donald Trump and his son were making fun of him after that attack.
And we'll stand up to crazy Nancy Pelosi, who ruined San Francisco.
Yeah, there they go. There they go. Donald Trump Jr. with his Paul Pelosi Halloween costume, the underwear, and the hammer, making jokes about Paul Pelosi while he's in the hospital. Trump was making the joke while he was in the hospital, but...
How's her husband doing, by the way? Anybody know?
Well, how about the fact that, a lot of the people who stormed the Capitol on January 6th were calling for Mike Pence to be hung?
I'm telling you, if Pence caved, we're going to drag through the streets. You politicians are going to get drugged through the streets. Yeah.
Well, they said that they were going to kill Pelosi and AOC as well.
I saw Asmongold say it was like 90% the left.
I think that in the last 5 years or so, especially since BLM, it's been a 90% left-wing thing. But that doesn't mean that the 10% right-wing people are right either.
And it's like, well, crime statistics disagree with you, and it says most of the political violence in this is committed by the right. That's what the stats say. So for people to come out after the fact and just make it sound like it's one-sided is just bizarre to me. And then also people looking into the shooter and they're like, oh, I think...
And again, that's just overall violence. When you look at murders, it is even higher than 76%.
Might have had a trans girlfriend.
Yeah, a trans roommate. What does that have to do with it?
Bro. And in a time where people say rhetoric is the reason that violence has happened, the moment Charlie Kirk died, I saw Trump get on and he was just like, well, these radical left Marxists, so they're complaining about the fact that they call Nazis all the time. And what do they call everybody who's a radical left, Marxist, socialist, communist? It's like, okay, got it. Everybody does this kind of hyperbolic. If people don't like Charlie Kirk and want to acknowledge the fact that he had disgusting views, that's their right. And people try to cancel folks for that. I'm not with that at all. Okay, the guy did say some very disgusting things throughout his life. He said them very publicly, and people whitewashing him. I've heard people call him a good Christian boy. Maybe from your perspective, it's okay for people to have a different perspective. I certainly don't share the one where he's some good. I've heard him say some really so that's my personal opinion.
You had a daughter and she was 10 and she got raped. And she was going to give birth and she would, and she was going to give birth and she was going to live. Would you want her to go through that and carry her baby?
That's awfully graphic.
But it's a real life scenario that happens to many people.
The answer is yes, the baby would be delivered.
Oh, okay, great. So
Do you think that there should be free school lunch for all children?
No.
Why?
Of course not. Because parents should feed their kids, not the government.
What if they can't? Go get a job. A child? You know, the parents should go get the job. Yeah. This is important. First of all, this is really. I want children to eat. Of course I do. Show me a single child in America going hungry. Doesn't exist. Number two, we have churches, we have food shelters, we have billions, and it does not exist. We have a child obesity problem, not a child starvation problem in this country.
I mean, Joe Biden is a bumbling, dementia-filled Alzheimer's, corrupt tyrant who should honestly be put in prison and or given the death penalty for his crimes against America.
Crazy. Can't believe somebody would say that. Can't believe somebody would say that. He must be a Democrat. Using such violent language like that and calling people tyrants and shit, he must be a Democrat saying stuff like that. Gotta be. Because Democrats say that sort of stuff all the time. Democrats, I hear Democrats all the time saying Donald Trump should be given the death penalty. It's a normal thing. I hear it all the time.
I know we don't have a lot of time. There's so many good speakers tonight. This is a battle between good and evil. I wish we could compromise, but you can't compromise with evil. You can't compromise with evil.
I think the DOJ should immediately move to unseal all the Epstein documents in the Southern District of New York. Yeah. I think every file should be released to the public the same way as the JFK files.
Charlie Kirk got one call from the president, and this was his response.
Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government to do what needs to be done, solve it, balls in their hands.
People in this day and age cannot emotionally multitask. You know that two things can coexist at the same time? I cannot wish someone harm, but also not be sad for the harm that happens to them. I don't wish it on them, but I'm like, you don't mean that you're wishing someone bad. You don't have to be celebrating and be like,
Well, not Republicans, and this is something that we talk about all the time, is that for Republicans, nothing ever exists on a spectrum. There's never any nuance that exists. Everything is put into a dichotomy. It is just one or the other. There is nothing in between. It is always put that way. Everything is put that way. If you talk about racism in any way, you think all white people are racist. You love CRT. You think that it's impossible for black people to be racist. It's the whole extreme thing. Every time. Anytime that I've ever mentioned slavery on a TikTok show, immediately the conservatives soy out. Immediately the conservatives soy out. No, you know that white people did not invent slavery. You're wrong. White people never invented slavery. You're an idiot. I can't believe you said such a stupid thing. I never said anything like that. No fucking duh. White people didn't invent slavery, motherfucker. What the fuck? I never said anything like that. But all I have to do is just mention the word slavery and their heads explode because they only deal with things in very simple terms. Just dichotomies, yes or no, blue or green. It's all very, very simple. It's got to be put in the most simplistic terms for their child brains.
I'm not going to put my flag half-mast.
And I'm sorry, I know for conservatives, when I say child brains, they think that means that they should go kill them. I'm not advocating for any more school shootings for conservatives. Okay, so I know that the dog whistles are always in everything that we say, but I'm not saying go shoot up another school. So please, if there's any conservatives in the audience, do not think that that's what I'm advocating for, just because I said that conservatives are children.
That was wild. Treating that dude like he was a national hero is crazy. So, veterans die every single day in the line of duty. Yeah. And the president will not do a damn thing. But this guy gets shot and then all of a sudden they doing all this hubbub. It's crazy.
That's what I'm saying. So, but things can, yes, it is. It's not empathy. It's not compassion. There's this neutrality that is a possibility as well. Especially when you're affected by the things that he's saying.
And you contributed. If we're all honest, none of this is surprising because we've been inching towards this whole time. We've been here for a while. All this extreme rhetoric, all this, calling these people Nazi, calling these people Marxist, communist, radical, all of this stuff.
Call these people basically not human.
Yes. How many YouTubers have I seen calling for a potential civil war? Okay, because of what's happening. How many people have I seen even post-attack still carry on with the exact same good versus evil? who do they think is good? Their side, obviously. Their side is only full of good people, and the other side is the evil side. And so when you hear all this rhetoric, it's like, of course, this is where it's going to happen. Of course, when you inflame your audience to say this person deserves to be hung, this person deserves to be shot by gunfire, or whatever it is, and people constantly hear this, they're going to internalize this good versus evil. And that's why you have people showing up to Pelosi house trying to kill him, or why you have those Democrat senators in Minnesota being killed, or why you had those Republicans shot at the Israeli embassy. We have made everything an existential crisis, and to a degree it is, but we don't know how to have good dialogue and understand these things. I'm going to caution everybody against it. Yeah. Doesn't matter who gets assassinated, whether it's me tomorrow or whatever. I would never, like, let's say it's me. Let's say it's me tomorrow, hypothetically. I'm out, a fresh and fit fan. I would never hope that you guys go out and try to do some retribution, okay? In that same token, as a lefty myself, if I would not want you guys to go, that's the wrong idea, no matter how bad it is out there.
How the same people that are always talking about gang mentality and gang, the gangs are gangs and black on black, you having the same mentality. An eye for an eye. You do it, I'm gonna do it. That's how they do it.
And you know what I really didn't like throughout this whole thing? People were like saying, this might be a minority, this might be a trans person, as if that factors into the equation if it turns out to be true. But whenever it's a white person who ends up killing somebody else, do we all appreciate the fact that that's generally not part of the conversation?
Yeah, it's not.
So the only conversation that's been had so far is whether or not they are one of these other identities. Now that it's not, it's completely excluded from the conversation. And I only bring this up because earlier this week or last week, there was the killing on the bus. How many people messaged me, are you going to talk about this? You're probably not because it's a black person. I'm like, it's a mentally ill person who's been let out after like 13 convictions. He should have been in jail. And he's schizophrenic and he was never put in. You making this a race thing is fucking retarded. However, I think it's interesting that 2 days later, a white young man goes out and kills somebody and the discussion around race doesn't exist. And that's just something I just wanted to highlight as a small thing because these two stories happen back to back. And I thought it was interesting that as a black creator, I always get messaged whenever another black, I'm responsible. Like it's my job to, I have white fatigue. I'm not even sure what that means, bro. You don't know about black fatigue? Yes, I know. I got the white one. I do think it's interesting that the moment this crime...
That's pretty good, dude. That's pretty good. The fucking Ukrainian girl dying and now the Charlie Kirk thing. This is definitely given some white fatigue, bro.
Happens that people go straight to identity politics, including the people who say they hate identity politics.
But it's white. It's just like, oh no, it's just
no. But like, it's just like, are they minority? Are they trans? Or it's like, is that what you're hyper focusing on after a crime? Yes, they are. Right. The same way that their rhetoric gets toned down if they're a white cis male, they hate that shit. All of a sudden, a crime happens. Are they trans? Are they this? Are they that? It's like, oh wow. It turns out identity politics is very popular on the right.
They're looking for even the roommate.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know because the reporting keeps changing every single day. I just think it's interesting. Identity politics is the forefront of this thing. What is the race of the individual who commits the crime? What is, well, as long as they're not white. If they're white, we kind of just move right past it. What is the ethnicity? What is their sexual orientation? It's like, all this is just identity politics. I find it interesting that we're hyper fixating on that. Isn't that what we've all fought against for a long time?
Well, we didn't fight for it, and they certainly didn't, so they're going to hyperfixate on that.
Even cancel culture. You know, for the longest time, I had a whole bunch of people tell me, remember that white lady who ran up on that kid and was calling him the N-word a bunch of times on camera? I had a lot of...
I don't know if you guys saw it, but she's actually being charged now. The lady who was just... who yelled the N-word at the little kid at the park, she just got charged, like, last week.
I had a lot of people...
I forgot to cover it, but yeah, she got charged.
I had a lot of right-wingers telling me that this woman losing her job is horrible. She should be allowed to go up to a young 10, 13-year-old kid and call him the N-word a dozen times on camera and not be fired. Mm-hmm. But now with this incident, because people are celebrating, which I think is horrible, I think it's bad, I think it's stupid, but I would never think people should get fired for that. Should they lose
Well, again, they're not even celebrating. Like 90% of the people who they're saying are celebrating are not celebrating. We just watched numerous videos from AOC, Ilhan Omar. I told you guys earlier, I went through a lot of the people on the list of the 20,000 who were supposedly celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. I didn't see a single one celebrating anything. I didn't see one of them. Like, and I'm sure that they exist. I'm not saying that they don't exist. I've seen those videos on Twitter that they took from TikTok so that they could play them all over the place. But I'm like, it seems like by far the majority of the people who they keep claiming celebrated Charlie Kirk's death didn't celebrate it in the least.
Their job? If you think yes, then you're for cancel culture. That's what it is. You're for people getting canceled because you don't like the way that they act or the way that they behave. Yeah.
But those same people on the right don't like cancel culture when it's against them. So it's convenient. It's convenience. It's convenient cancel culture. It's whenever you...
Conservative hypocrisy on full display.
Who can control it?
Yep.
That's weird. That's weird in a twisted way.
I don't think it's twisted. It just goes to show you that the groups who try to pretend like they're so different from the other side are quite identical. In fact, they'll engage in the same behavior.
Yep.
They'll pretend they're the victims of all the situations.
Yep.
They will do identity politics when it's convenient. They will engage in violent rhetoric and then pretend to be victims right afterwards. Like, every group does this. The left will do this, the right will do this, but I need us all to accept that they're not different. And if you think they're different, you can just watch the behavior in front of you. How is this different from identity politics? How is this different from cancel culture? How is this different from all the stuff that I heard from conservatives for the last 10 years that the left does too much of? I don't know. All the crazy rhetoric, all the vilifying the other side, they all do it. Until we get past this point of pretending like the other side is a problem, we will never get past this point.
There's going to be a whole revolution. With all them guns around, there's going to be a whole civil war, I think.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Who knows? Anything else?
No.
All right, well, listen, let us know what you guys think. Do you guys disagree? Which side is wrong? Which side is correct? I want to hear from you.
All right. Well, perfect timing. I will hopefully be back on tomorrow. We'll see. I got a lot to do tomorrow, so we'll see how it goes. But if you'll do me a favor, stick around for a moment. We're gonna run some credits, and then if you'll leave a comment when the stream is over, it really helps push this channel into the algorithm, and then hopefully more people will see the episode and we'll be here tomorrow. So do me a favor, stick around for just a minute, leave a comment. Also, make sure you go into the description, follow me on all my socials, and make sure you join the Discord. We got a lot going on in there right now, and most of the content that I cover, I get that from my Discord, where people post in content suggestions. So if there's stuff that you'd like to see me cover or things that you think would be interesting, make sure you post it in the Discord under content suggestions. But yeah, I should be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. And I'll see you next time. Later, fools.
Biological men shouldn't be in women's restrooms. Those should be separate. I'm just curious what your stance is.
You know who Buck Angel is?
I don't.
Do you have a sister?
I do.
This is Buck Angel. You think Buck Angel should be in a restroom with your sister?
No.
Okay, Buck Angel is a biological female.
Really?
Do you know who Blair White
so
is?
No.
This is Blair White. It's a trans woman. They are a biological male.
They have the same genitalia, then I guess, yeah.
There's at least a little bit of like a movement there. When it comes to somebody who's gonna pee standing up, it makes sense that they might go into the bathroom and use a urinal, especially when they look like Buck Angel. That would be a lot more uncomfortable.
Do you have a sister?
Yeah.
Do you think if she saw that man walk into her area, do you think she might feel uncomfortable?
Yeah, probably.
That's all I'm saying.
But that's what the other side is saying. Just because this is a biological female, he should still go into the women's bathroom. People like me are saying, I don't think females want Buck Angel walking into their bathroom. Earlier I said there's two definitions. So if
No, you
you're
didn't.
listening to my words, I didn't. You don't think I did? Really?
You didn't.
I can pull up the
We can
clip
clip
too.
it.
I can. Yes, we will clip it.
What I don't do is make light of dark situations. And then when people confront me about those dark things that I have said or done, then say, well, it's a symbolic gesture. It's not symbolic.
I do.
It's not a symbolic thing, because symbolic means that there is some type of symbolism to it.
What do you think symbolism means?
Symbolism is giving the perspective to a reference to an ideology, etc., etc. It's in the detriment of you to try to even have the argument saying it's a symbolic gesture, because it's not.
Everything you just said means that it is symbolic. So a symbol
It's not
is something
symbolic.
Hold on. A symbol is something that references something else, like to give it meaning. It's literally a symbol.
Right, I agree with you. No one is taking that away from you.
You said 3 times it's not symbolic. You've said it over and over and over.
It is not. This is not something that we should be symbolic about.
It's different. We shouldn't use the symbol versus it's not a
It's
symbol.
not symbolic, period.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you think we should be symbolic towards that symbol, yes or no?
What does that mean, symbolic towards the symbol? It is a symbol, therefore it is symbolic. Hold on. The IC, symbolic, it means pertaining to a symbol. You and I both agree that it is a symbol.
To get it español, yes, I understand. I understand the breakdown of Latin, yes.
You don't, because you keep saying it's not symbolic, but you
It's
agree
not
it's a symbol.
symbolic. Doesn't matter which way it's being used.
Hold on, stop talking. It can be like referring to a symbol, or it can be symbolic as in like something that is a great gesture.
Let me be clear. The Abraham Lincoln statue, Martin Luther King, many of the different statues that we have in Washington, D.C., all of those things are symbolic. When we are trying to say the equivalent of symbolic imagery is the equivalent to Nazis and also our statues of America, that is some abhorrent bullshit.
Yes, that's different
that
than what
is.
I meant when I said symbolic.
I understand, but see, this is what I'm talking about. You were so
different
quick to argue with me about it that I was already correct about the whole thing, but you just wanted to argue. Again,
you're
a
not.
person of color
You're not
correcting you.
correct. You said that I said it is symbolic, and you are saying this is what I meant when I said it. Whereas I'm saying
That's
no,
what you
I
said,
just meant
Tom.
I know.
We
I'm
got the
saying
clip.
it's
Don't
just
worry. We got the clip. Don't
referencing-
worry. Go ahead.
It's I didn't say I didn't say that.
We got
I
the
don't know
clip. Don't
what
worry.
your
Go ahead.
problem is.
Continue.
I didn't say I didn't say that, CJ. What is wrong with you? Seriously, what is wrong
Oh,
with you?
now
How many
you did?
times have I
Now you
said I
did say
didn't
it?
say that? I said it. What the I said?
But then you said you didn't say it. Got it. Go ahead.
I didn't say the definition